It's time to get fired up, surf fans. Welcome. Surf City, El Salvador. Top professional surfers in the world have entered the chat. That's right. Yago, Dora, Gabriel, Brian. Everybody preparing. Here he is, the monstro, Gabriel Medina. Looking fit and ready to rip. We could be in for a big show of surfing today. Punta Roca is pumping. We've got some action in store for you. Buenos dias and welcome to Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. And there's a look at the lineup today. Hi, how you doing, surf fans? Are you ready to see something special? We're hoping we've got that in store for you. We've already seen some sets coming around that point. Welcome back to Punta Roca, Mitchell.
Thank you, Chris. Buenos dias, first of all. Potential finals day. Waves look really fun, consistent out there. Really looking forward to seeing if we're going with men's quarterfinals or not, Chris.
Well, look, I'm going to have both fingers crossed right here as I throw it down to AJ McCord.
Good morning. Both fingers crossed, and here's the man who can tell us if it worked. Renato, give us the forecast and what the call is for today.
Exciting Sunday morning here in Punta Roca. We have 4 to 6 foot clean surf. Beautiful conditions this morning. We saw some incredible performance of the world's best on a warm-up session. So we're starting with the main quarterfinals, followed by the women's semifinals, men's semifinals, and both finals. 35-minute heats. Fingers crossed the winds will behave today. We know we're going to have to deal with onshore winds later in the morning, but we're hopeful they'll be on a lighter side and better angle than yesterday. So a lot on the line for the top 5 WSL Finals on both divisions, and great action. Stay tuned.
Cannot wait to get it started. We'll send it back to you in the booth to call it.
Renato had that little sparkle in his eye that we like to see that gets us all excited down here. So 35-minute heats, Mitchell. I love that we've been consistent with that time frame for these surfers. And on those arrivals, one thing of note, it was subtle, but you saw Matthew McGillivray, his ribs kind of bruised up, cut up. That tells me he's been surfing a ton. And that's just a good sign that, yeah, there has been some wind conditions and fluctuations, but El Salvador has a way of holding even when the wind comes up. And, you know, yesterday, even in the afternoon, there were some moments where there were straight up ramps out there. So we're going to see varied conditions here, but don't take it from me. Take it from our friends at Surfline. And Mitchell Salazar is about to tell you exactly what the Surfline forecast is for today. Go, Mitch.
Yeah, well, primarily a south-southwest swell in the water, backing up with the southwest. As we've seen before the last 2 days, offshore wind light early thing in the morning, Chris. It does veer onto the onshore, but as Renato said, as long as it's an okay direction, which is a straight onshore here, it's fine. We don't want that devil wind, which is a side shore. You can see right here, 5 to 7 feet. Renato called it 4 to 6, but we really do see an extra set every now and then break that 5 to 7 range. Maybe even on the faces be, you know, closer to the 10 foot. But the one thing I'm really interested to see if this offshore wind will hold until noon, where we're looking to run our finals. But even the next 4 days still look really fun in case that's not what we're looking at today. But in all honesty, Chris, really fun out there. If this were a QS event, everybody would be really stoked to get out there right now.
¿Cómo se dice wind in español?
Viento.
So, diablo, viento is not what we want to see.
Something like that, yeah.
Well, this is what we do want to see. Here's your quarterfinal bracket, and we've been thinking about this all day and all night long. Some of us couldn't even sleep. We were so excited. Joao Chianca going up against Gabriel Medina. That's 2 Brazilian superstars going head-to-head. Jack Robinson versus Yago, Dora. These 2 guys travel the world together. Quarterfinal 3. Just a guy named John Florence going up against Crosby Colapinto. You know Crosby's going to put John to the test. John so far has been on fire down here in El Salvador. And quarterfinal number 4, more friendly fire, 2 South Africans, Matthew McGillivray and Jordy Smith. I love the look of this bracket. This has surf video written all over it.
Yeah, I keep thinking that quarter number 2 is the most important one. of the round just because of the implications that it has on Jack Robinson's ranking. We have a banger to start right here, Chris, between two good friends.
Yeah, this is it's pretty cool because yesterday we were right on that red line of to go or not to go, right? The clash. Should we stay or should we go now? These guys paddled out there. The call was made. It was off, and they got to free surf alone in this lineup for 45 to an hour. So they had a pretty good little scouting report, as if they needed more practice. You know what I'm saying?
You know what's really cool about them, halfway out, already getting the call that we're going to be on hold, and eventually we were off the rest of the afternoon. They still went out on free surf with their jerseys on just to kind of get that practice going. And as we said before, and even Renato mentioned it with AJ, there's a possibility that those onshore winds kick up and they have to go out there and surf and compete in those similar conditions too. So I like that they're prepared for anything. And it seems like Gabe, as always, with full positioning here, Chris, he is really deep out there in the lineup.
Yeah, it's a good thing we've got the elite here in the quarterfinals, starting with one of the best to ever do it, Gabriel Medina, 3-time world champion. Slow start this year.
Mm-hmm.
In the year prior, it wasn't really the Monstro Medina we're used to seeing, but we're seeing that guy now. He is him, and he's starting his climb up the rankings. He will be in the Final 5. I mean, to me, it's just destiny.
I wrote it down already.
It's going to happen. You wrote it down in pen, permanent marker. And this is where the roll starts. John Florence has said it multiple times. He wants to win another title. He wants to be in that Final 5. He wants to show the world that he can do it in any type of waves.
And his goal is just to make it to lowers. After that, he's going to try to do his best, regardless if he's the 1 seed all the way to the 5. And I think what really matters to a lot of these people nowadays, and they've had several opportunities to see a lot of these best surfers in the world get prepared for it. It all comes down to preparation outside of the event. So you need to be ready during that waiting period that we have for lowers. But right here on potential finals day, Chris, we're looking at Joao Chianca, who has had a major comeback in this event right here, making it all the way to the quarters. Already defeated Baron Mamiya on his way here, and also Griffin Colapinto already has 1 career victory over in the male Rip Curl Pro Portugal. I like the chances of him doing well against Gabe in this heat, and he's still got 32 minutes. Nobody's caught a wave.
Yeah, so for Joao, I mean, coming back from that major injury, he's wearing a helmet right here, just a precaution for him. It's got a literal peace of mind for him to go out there and not think about anything, but taking it to Gabriel Medina. Joao has been looking up to Gabriel for the entirety of his career, and here we go. He's going to be looking in and seeing Gabriel Medina flying down the line. Huge snap. Come on. Good morning. Buenos dias, Gabriel Medina. Looks like he's straight into what he does best, Terminator mode. Give us another. I love this opening wave from Gabriel Medina. Didn't get the finish, but just gave the judges something to chew on early in the morning. So that'll set the scale today, Mitch. You've judged, you've surfed heats before. Obviously, you're an elite commentator. So when you get a wave like that to start off, multiple big, powerful maneuvers all the way down the line, where do the judges go from here?
Well, to me, it's got to be at least in the get range right here. Big floater on the outside from Gabe. Beautiful second turn right there. As precise as he could possibly get right there on that second one, and great combo right there, especially when you talk about being on the backhand out here, Chris. It's really difficult to get those maneuvers in sequence the way he did, especially maintaining that speed. Great variation with the carve, and then tried to force the reverse. The section didn't really stand up. I still feel like this at least has to be above a 6, though. Great start for Medina. Really love the drone angle, just allowing him to use that bottom turn, the pivot off of the bottom to his benefit. It's the pace, the tempo, and we've seen him make the semifinals here before. He's looking for his first victory in 2024, Chris. Could be starting here, especially when you consider how well he's done both at Bells, Margaret River, and also with the victory over there in Jeffreys Bay, too.
And I don't have any analytics to back this up, but I feel like when Gabriel Medina strikes first, he usually wins. We'll see how that shakes up in 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But it just seems like when he gets out there and gets busy early, big things happen for Gabriel Medina. And speaking of big things, Hall of Fame numbers right here. 17 event wins, 33 times he's made the final. 18 10-point rides and a hefty heat win percentage. The best on tour all the way down the line. Gabriel Medina truly a master of this sport. And you saw it on that opening wave. I mean, just if you want to be a criteria nerd about it, right? Combination of major maneuvers, speed, power, flow, the whole deal. Second turn to me had almost like a power drift feels like, you know, Ken Block in his unicorn drifting around a corner. You could almost hear the screeching tires. So the judges come through with a 6.33. That's a solid start.
It is.
That was a keeper number yesterday. So I do like that he didn't make the end of that wave. He didn't do that final maneuver. So
And it wasn't necessarily a set wave.
They tempered it down a little bit. But I think that number is just right in the perfect zone.
Right.
Great start for Gabriel Medina, as usual.
And a great starter, too, for the judges as well.
Starter kit.
Given, you know, the conditions, how perfect it is right now, that was basically a mid-sized set that only had one wave in it. He capitalized. He's like, I'm not waiting around for something to pop up and eventually get going. And as you always said, his strike rate when he gets started and he's putting pressure on his opponent has to be close to the 100th percentile. I mean, talking about one of the most dominant surfers on the planet in the history of professional surfing. 17 victories, and if you look at those 17 victories, they've been throughout a diversity of waves too. 2 world championships in the normal traditional format, and he was the guinea pig really in 2021 with the new finals format. He went out there as the #1 seed and left no doubt that he was world champion that year, Chris.
Yeah, and you know what I love about the waves we're seeing this morning? Totally relatable. I mean, pretty much anybody out there watching, from noob to elite, would have fun out here today. Different story a couple weeks ago. A lot of us were watching what Gabriel Medina did in Tahiti and thinking, this is a different thing. This is a different sport. This isn't the surfing that most of us can or would ever want to do. But for Gabriel Medina, this is what he thrives in. One of the best to ever do it at the end of the road. Showed us that. I mean, he was half a second more in the tube away from a perfect 20. 2 perfect 10s. He got a 10 and a 9.8 something. It was as near as you can get to excellent. A lot of people out there were saying, just give him the 2 10s, but you know, it was just one of those days. And for Jake Marshall, I mean, he came in hanging his head high. You get a wave like that in a heat, your life's pretty good.
Yeah,
win or lose.
You got to give props to Jake. He's been having an amazing year. Still a top 10 surfer, but Medina with that perfect 10, he got himself a Yeti Tundra 110, Chris, and I don't think it's the last one we're going to see out of this year from Medina either. Capability that he has to create speed, velocity, and transition like we've seen it here at this wave, but also the master class that he puts on those types of waves, especially when it comes to comfort levels. Not many people like him.
Go. Like this. Under priority, where he thrives. Medina now patiently waiting for this wave to set up. Good opening turn. There's that bash. I mean, how does it feel for Joao Chianca when you just turn around and look in and you saw 3, 4 Christmas trees flying out the back of that wave at a 5th? I mean, he's in attack mode. Saw him stretching, warming up before this heat. This is Medina, I think, at his best.
That is an
What
incredible
is that, 7
wave.
turns? I don't have a calculator on me. What that was undeniable for the judges. I mean, they were a little bit repetitive, but when you're doing repetitive turns that are that good, you're going to get a big score.
And the most critical sections, too.
That wave looks so fun.
Well, he made it look
like,
that way.
Gosh, that looks fun.
That you try to go out on surf that way yourself, and you're like, okay, maybe I need to tone it down a little bit. But
This is home run derby surfing right here. That was good, and then things start getting great.
No, and it just comes to how good he is physically fit. Oh, that's 3rd turn right there in the pocket, drifts the fins,
Keep
upside
growling.
down. It's not just that; it's the precision that he comes off of the bottom with, and then these maneuvers are just in such a beautiful sequence, well placed, and then gets the variation right here. You were saying a bit repetitive, and then he does the carve and positions himself in a different angle, coming into the last turn right there. Impeccable stuff. And to me, this has to be better than the 6.33. We saw a better diversity of attacks, critical sections right here in the combination of major maneuvers. Radical stuff, Chris. I love what we're seeing from Gabe. And we mentioned it before, critical event right here. Hasn't won in Brazil at the CT level. We know what he can do in Fiji, but it has to start right here. If he at least makes it in the semis, his chances of making the final 5 are huge.
He's so powerful and just precise, technically perfect. where he does his turns. So you don't really notice his style, right? It's pure, raw power surfing. And I think he's underrated for a little bit for, his style of surfing.
Right.
He does have like a little bit wider of a stance. It's not, he's not Dave Rostovich out there, all syrupy smooth. But to me, what he does is surf to his strengths. And he's probably one of the strongest surfers on the championship tour.
No doubt.
He must work out. I mean, look at the guy. He's Superman out there.
Well, you saw how seriously he was taking it when he was warming up, too.
No, he was not smiling.
Eye of the tiger.
He's not drinking coffee in the car park, just having a chat with the homies. He is getting into the zone, and that zone is working. 7.5 for Gabriel Medina. Earned every bit of that one. International panel of judges above us, male and female, the best in the business. Throw out the low, throw out the high. We average those middle scores.
Well, especially when you consider how many close heats he's had this year, too. The guy's got to be as motivated as anybody else, if not the most motivated person on the CT to win an event. Here's Joao now with the answer.
All right, here's your opener for Joao Chianca coming back from injury, looking extra sparky. Couple turns on the outside section. This is one of the fastest surfers on tour. And if you don't see a Mick Fanning influence in Joao Chianca's surfing,
Wow.
clean your screen. Rare mistake for Joao, as we see now. You make a mistake, I mean, you're like a wounded animal on the side of the road, and Gabriel's a vulture. If you make a mistake, he's coming after you.
It's a lion going towards a gazelle right there.
Yeah.
So Joao on a 5'11.5", his version of a CI Pro, which is basically a remix. Really low entry rocker and a lot of speed right there with that lower entry rocker. Great to see Britt Merrick here, not only handling business with Joao Chianca, but with the rest of his athletes here in the quarterfinals. Also has Matt McGillivray in the quarters on the men's side. And I think that personal relationship between Joao and Britt has not only elevated the quality of the boards, I would say the performances too, into the quarterfinals after defeating two big guys in the opening rounds of the event, especially Griffin in the previous one.
Yeah, I was a bit naive when I was watching Britt Merrick checking out the surfers in his heats.
Why is that?
Because I said, oh, are you like taking notes and, doing R&D? And he kind of looked at me like, why do you think I'm here? Do you think I'm just a surf fan hanging out watching? Of course, I'm working. So both these surfers slipping a little bit down the line. You see the water tint is a little bit more. I think it rained last night, so a little silt going out into the lineup. And again, you have those rocks. When you walk out onto those rocks, you'll feel the slickness, and that slickness stays around. So wax is something we don't talk about that often, but we should, because that is literally the glue that keeps these surfers stuck to their boards. You got to have the skill, of course, but you add the skill to the tackiness and the stickiness of the wax these surfers use. And that's how we see some of the miracles that we've seen in the past with just one toe hanging onto the deck. Well, here's your live rankings. This has been fluctuating and changing throughout the entirety of the week here in El Salvador. John Florence firmly in the lead. About a 6,000 point jump on Jack Robinson, who jumped up one spot. Griffin lost on day 2. He dropped one spot. Ethan Ewing is out. Jordy Smith, the biggest mover of the event so far, just in terms of importance, he jumps into that top 5 picture. But look at Medina. Medina is just climbing the ladder. 5 points. I think he moved up 7 points after Tahiti.
He was number 19 in the world going into Tahiti, number 12 coming into this event. He is now number 7.
I'm feeling smart
Well,
in saying that he will be in the final 5 at the end of this.
He makes this heat. There's a big point difference between a quarter result and a semifinal result. Same thing if you make a final, even if you get second.
And look at that, just using priority. He's a tactical master. Drifting his fins right there. I like that he can just kind of go from power to finesse all in the span of about a second. Big turn there. Look at the bowl on this wave.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Warranted grunt from Mitchell Salazar. Another big one for Medina. He's unstoppable right now. I mean, with 20 minutes left, woo! If I'm Joao, I'm definitely not looking in when he catches waves, because with every turn he's doing, look, he's staring straight. There's nothing going on. There's nothing to see here. Don't turn around. Don't watch what Medina's doing, because from the back of that wave, it's got to look brutal.
And Joao even said it against Griffin, too. He was at least needing 14, 15 points to beat him. Has to go in with the same exact mentality right here. The wave selection on point right here by Medina. Great use of priority, too. A little stuck on that one. Still was able to drift the fins a little bit. But here, as you said, uses the variation of maneuvers on rail a couple times in a row. That's some beautiful stuff. That turn right there, though.
Stop it.
Into the lip with a lot of aggression. And how about this little floater into the fin drift right here at the end, too? That's some creativity right there, ladies and gentlemen. Great stuff by the 3-time world champ. I can't get over the wave selection here, though. Look at how bowly and steep that section is right there.
It's perfect.
And it's like he's always glued to his board, but the most important thing about it, he knows that he's so confident in his abilities. He can be looking down the line while he's doing the maneuver that he's on right there. And I just think it's really incredible to see him compete at this level for more than a decade right now, Chris. We're looking at another title contender in the blue jersey right here.
I mean, I'm no Gabriel Medina, but I'd really like to try a Cabianca surfboard. That thing looks perfect. Colapinto brothers agree.
Golf clap.
Yeah,
golf
that was
clap.
one of those like, oh, that was awesome. Oh, no. I might have to surf against this guy.
Could have happened for Cross later today. Dude, what a talent, what a phenomenon, though. Just absurd stuff right there by the 3-time world champion. Gets his best.
Yeah, neighbor of the beast, 777. So Gabriel Medina now with a 7.5 and a 7.77. Already into the teens with a 15.27 total. So, look, I'm not a professional strategist or surfer, but if I'm Joao Chianca, I'm thinking whatever my plan was to go out there and catch a couple and put a couple baseline scores in, that plan's out the window.
Yep.
You need 9s.
He knows it, too.
You need about 100 points right now if you want to even stand a chance against what Gabriel Medina's doing. This is Medina at his best.
Mm-hmm.
You can just tell. I mean, he's already thrown away a 6.33.
And that was on the first wave,
And
too.
I'm thinking he's in like third gear, right?
You got to simplify it if you're Joao, though. Don't try to do it on just one wave. Make sure that you're at least matching the 7.5 right here. Seems like he's got a great wave.
Yeah, here we go. Prove us wrong, Joao. Cranks it off the bottom. Nice. Woo-hoo! That's how you want to do a layback. Up and in the critical section, throwing tons of spray. Beautiful carve there for Chianca. Okay.
Game on.
Here we go. I mean, that's the wave he wanted. It did kind of soften up through this mid portion, but he could have a little double up. Takes the low road. Gosh, his carves in the pocket are so sharp. A little bit messy on the finish, but that was a really well-surfed wave. He does have that subtle little kind of quick double pump bottom turn.
Yep.
It's like a little slingshot he uses to set himself up. Those big snapping turns.
Sebastian Zietz used to do kind of the same thing, little double pump.
I see some sea bass in Joao Chianca. I see a lot of fanning, because there's only a handful of surfers in the world that can do that tight of an arc and kind of the upper third of the wave and whip it around as quick as Joao.
Well, majority of the points are going to come from the outside. Just throws the tail and lays back right there on the opener. And then, as you said, these carves in the pocket are just beautiful, really pristine surfing. And then halfway through the wave, right here, just starts to get a little slopey. Still on rail, no doubt, way better than the 3.67. If it at least gets him into the 7-point range, he's back into this heat. And I thought it was just smart to be able to get towards the end of this wave and just get something to put the little cherry on top. But really, it's going to come from the outside. The layback right there, really strong. A maneuver that we haven't seen so far in this heat. Feel like it should score very well, especially when you combine it with this carve right afterwards, too. Great stuff by the younger of the Chianca brothers, Chris.
Yeah, that was amazing surfing. But you look at the wave comparisons. Gabriel Medina might have been on a little bit smaller of a wave, but way more critical
Hollower.
sections down the line. But Strider Wasilewski, he is right there in the zone. Strider, give me your take on the differences of those two waves that Joao just got in the previous from Medina.
Well, I think Medina's wave was a little smaller, but also had a nice bowl on it, and it had a consistent bowl all the way through, whereas Joao had to actually find those sections, but he linked them really, really well. I mean, that first turn was explosive, huge gouge off the top, comes back down, resets, double pumps into the next section. So all of that work that Joao's doing is now going to come to fruition, because we're going to see that score drop in. I think they're going to love it. You know, big snaps off the top, a lot of spray, a lot of water, a lot of power.
Well, spray, power, that's what we think of when we see Medina almost going for a wild
Sushi roll or rodeo?
something.
Either or?
Flyaway.
One of those?
Flyaway air. It was a pullout. But I like the thought process there for Medina. He's now has the luxury to get weird. And when Medina gets weird, we get psyched because good things happen. Joao Chianca hanging in there, 6.57, but unfortunately,
Good score.
even though that was a great wave and surfed really well, he is not matching Medina's secondary score yet. So unless he gets something above the 8.70 mark, that 6.57 isn't going to matter. I mean, I'd like to see that this early because that just shows us there's big numbers out there.
Well, now with the amount of time left, he might have to be looking at the 9, given that it's been a bit slow. But, you know, Gabe's already caught 5 waves himself. There's been a couple of small scores right there. But I do feel like even to beat him right now, there's a good chance that he's going to improve on the 7.5. You should be looking for at least an 8.5 yourself, Chris.
Yeah, and if you're in the remaining men's quarterfinal bracket,
The beast has
I don't know if
awoken.
you want to watch this heat, to be honest. You might want to go and do your own thing.
Yeah,
Put on some headphones, and you don't want to see what Medina's doing right now.
just kind of cover your eyes when you're seeing the surf
Avert
in
your
blue.
eyes. Do not look toward the water.
Oh, waves are firing, though. When they come through, seriously, this is as good as it gets right here. We have a high tide going down right now, Chris, and it is really fun. Whoa, look at that. Right next door. Second priority, and he's like, okay, I'm here.
We're basically tandem surfing at this point. He's sitting on the nose of Gabriel's board. Gabriel goes, man,
Chill out,
I got
Grob.
priority. I'm going to be all right over here.
Yeah. Hey, I like it, though. You got to put some pressure on the big dog.
Well, they said these guys were homies on the beach, and maybe I don't know them well because they don't
Not
look
in the
like
water.
friends right now. 12:20 to go. Punta Roca has woken up. Love to see it. I don't really want to talk about conditions that much. I don't want to jinx anything.
Okay.
I'm just
I'll let it be.
how are you doing today?
I'm
Mitch?
doing great.
Okay, good. 12 minutes to go. Medina in the lead. He's got a 7.77 and a 7.5. A huge start for our 3-time world champion Gabriel Medina out there in the blue jersey. Set rolling through. Joao Chianca needs to keep up. Pace has been set by Medina, who's just been hammering these waves on his backhand. Here comes a nice looking set.
Oh, yeah.
One of the biggest of the morning. And it's a paddle battle. Joao did have a kind of a sus tactical
Move
moment
against, yeah.
the other day.
Yep.
And I say sus just as in, you know, it was well within the rule book. And he said it, don't hate the player, hate the game. So, you know, you when you're serving against a guy like Gabriel Medina
You have
or
to push
Griffin
it.
Colapinto, you got to use everything in your, you know, in your arsenal. There's Griff. Wonder who he's cheering for.
At this,
Okay, you know,
this
a
point in
little
time,
bit
no
of
one.
spite. A little bit of spite is a good thing sometimes. 10:50 to go. Bonsoy Brew break is coming up, unless Joao Chianca stands up. Put that Bonsoy Brew break on hold because Joao Chianca has just taken off on a terrible wave. Now let's get to that Bonsoy Brew break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Stay tuned. We're live from Punta Rocas.
sentir este aire, esta brisa. Qué bendecido, mi bro. Las cascadas de San Antonio es un lugar mágico para visitar y para estar conectado con la naturaleza también.
Para llegar a la cascada está muy cerca de playa Punta Roca, está como a 10 minutos en coche, de ahí hay que caminar 30 minutos para llegar a la cascada, pero vale la pena toda la caminada. Muy fácil de llegar, súper lindo, no hay mucha gente.
Los salvadoreños pues protegemos esas partes que son bonitas y que son lugares que nos llenan de mucha gratitud y mucha paz en el corazón, la verdad. Me recargo de mucha energía positiva, estar conectado con la naturaleza, conectarme conmigo mismo, conectarme con lo que somos, los salvadoreños, y es una sensación demasiado bonita.
Cool little piece right there with who I like to think of as the official ambassador of Stoke from here in El Salvador, Brian Perez. And I'm sure he's down here, you know, even though he bowed out on the previous day of competition. He's just excited and fired up to have the world's best, literally in his backyard. He grew up, you could throw a rock at his house from here. I wouldn't recommend it because he is a beloved member of the community. But Brian Perez put on a show for us. His highlight package speaks for itself. We've got the receipts. We know how good Brian Perez is, and there will be more to come from that young man in the not-so-distant future. He is an Olympic qualifier, so congrats to Perez. Can't wait for it. So we're inside of 7 minutes now. We've got Joao Chianca out there sitting in his own private Idaho, just up against the ropes. Medina is going off. He's got a 7.5 and a 7.77. Let's get a conditions report from the one and only Strider Wasilewski.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I just want to touch on what we've got today, which is, you know, I think the best day of the waiting period so far. The size of the waves with this kind of like local storm stuff is perfect. It's hugging the point. It's got a great, you know, coping to it. The faces are super smooth, and we've got a light offshore wind, which is actually supposed to continue through the afternoon with a west wind kind of coming across this point. I mean, I feel like we're set up for a really great day of surfing. And the medium ones are really good, and the sets are looking really good. They were a little overloaded the last couple of days where you saw them kind of going out into the sea, and there was only a few really good sections on each wave. Right now, those sets are roping all the way through. They've got just bangos in them all the way to the beach, and I feel like that is a blessing for the day. I'm pretty excited.
Strider, buenos dias, first of all. Not only are the waves amazing, the surfing's been amazing too, but throughout the first few days of the event, not only have we seen the top of the point work, closer to where you are, there's a second peak right there. Is that peak still available on certain sets today?
Honestly, like, I think we've seen that second peak a lot because of the broken up swells. We've had a lot of multiple swells running. We still have that in the water right now, but there is a dominant swell. So that one is actually showing the line all the way through to the end of this point, which is really what I'm talking about. I mean, we're seeing consistent, long, rippable waves. So pace on the wave is going to be huge today. You know, kind of managing your expectation, not putting too much into, you know, 10 turns, but let's just see 3 huge, massive turns or 4 massive, you know, maneuvers on critical sections.
Yeah, thanks, Strider. Apparently, here in El Salvador, when it rains, that's a good thing for the local conditions. And according to Strider, I mean, he was making it rain at El Zonte last night when he was surfing. So thank you, Strider, for keeping these conditions in check. Local rainstorms last night, from what I hear.
Strider,
that's the talk of the town.
Strider the Raz Wasilewski was the name of the storm that one.
Exactly. Well, 4 minutes, 38 seconds to go. Gabriel Medina. The surfing he's been doing, I mean, you could describe it as meat and potatoes, but of course, the meat is filet mignon. It's top shelf. The potatoes are some artisan potatoes flown in from Belgium. I mean, he's that good. His fundamentals are that solid that even when he's doing, quote, simple surfing for his style of surfing, it's brilliant.
Yeah, and
did that make sense?
It did.
Any of that?
We got Yago Dora right there with his, basically his brother, Jack Robinson.
Shouldn't they be like arm wrestling or something right now?
No, those guys have had many mock heats, many actual heats, and they're actually coming off of a matchup over there in Tahiti in the elimination round where Yago finally got his first quarterfinal berth of the year, at least one more guaranteed here. we got 2 Brazilians in the water and 1 coming up in the next heat. And, you know, Luis Pinga Campos, who is Joao's coach and really been one of the most important talent scouts out of Brazil, you know, what, the last 20, 30 years. He went and spoke publicly about the big gap that there is between the Brazilian Storm of the past, which is, you know, Joao, Gabe, Yago, all these kids, and the generation right now. Like, everybody thought that Matteo Jordy, including myself, was the next big thing to come out of there. Still hasn't qualified for the championship tour, and I think he's absolutely right. There's been a shift in momentum outside of Brazil, and I think it was a wake-up call for a lot of other nations and regions of the world. And so far, after this generation, I don't know what's going to happen.
You know what it was called? The San Clemente Cyclone. That was a Brazilian stormbreaker. All those surfers from San Clemente coming up, I think they kind of shook up the world for sure. But I feel like right now we're in the zone where things are kind of balancing out.
Right.
We are seeing a real hard charge from our Brazilian surfers who made the cut. Incredible. Almost ridiculous to think that Italo and Gabriel and Yago nearly were cut. Those are 3 names that don't get cut from the championship tour. They almost felt the sting. So we see Joao Chianca now way up the point. Medina has been masterful in this heat. Started with a 6.33, hammered his way to a 7.5, and then just went full bore for a 7.77. Joao is still in it. He needs an 8.70. He's one of the best surfers in the world. That's why he's here. He missed out the first, well, over half of the championship tour. Got injured right before pipe started in a warm-up session. So regardless of the outcome of this quarterfinal heat,
fantastic
it's
result.
Awesome to have Joao Chianca back in the mix.
Yeah.
He adds a lot to the championship tour. Electricity, excitement, youthful energy.
Put it up against the very best in the world. We got to remember this guy was number 4 in the world at the end of 2023.
This could be an 8.70. It might not be, but it could be. I don't. Actually, it couldn't have been. Look, I mean, look at the inside of that wave. There is luck involved. I mean, there's no exact science to which wave is going to give you that perfect cup down the line like Gabriel's second wave was.
He's tried, though. You know, with the waves that he's had on offer, he's tried. The bad thing for him is that he was chasing the whole time, and Gabe had the lead from the get-go, and he always knew that he was going to need at least a pair of 8s to be able to make it out of this heat. There's still 50 seconds, though,
Yeah,
in Gabe.
and look where Gabriel put himself, too. He is in block mode right here. As you know, he knows the rule book more than anyone.
It's a good wave right here, Chris.
And so now Gabe needs to look and assess, and he takes off. There is one behind it, so we'll keep our eyes on Medina now. Snap float, comes around a big section.
Ooh.
And goes body surfing for some reason.
Here we go. Here we go.
Is this an 8.70? Starts off with a speed section.
Too deep.
Yeah, you saw Medina right there. He had to do everything he could to stay out of the way. So Joao Chianca, valiant effort, did get a 6.57, so great surfing for Joao to start, but just could not match the axe throwing of Gabriel Medina. There's the sportsmanship we like to see. All right, so we're friends in the end, right? That's a nice moment. Both those surfers put in full effort, and I mean the smile on Joao's face. Look, he's stoked to be back, and he realized what just happened. He just happened to be, you know, like tied to the train tracks, and the Medina locomotive was coming. And just like that, Gabriel Medina has now jumped Italo Ferreira. He is now in 6th place. Man, he's going to be in top 3 by the end of this contest. Watch out, world. Gabriel Medina is coming for you. Quarterfinal heat number 2 coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Gabriel Medina just went off the rails on the crazy train. What a heat for the Monstro. Gabriel Medina not only getting a huge statement victory over Joao Chianca, but also jumping up on the overall live rankings to number 6 in the world. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. Do you think he's going to be content in number 6, Mitch?
No, he will not. He's looking
think so
for that
either.
number 1 position right now.
Well, here we go. Back out to the lineup. Yago Dora has been the most entertaining surfer of this event. And right now, he's going to just pause the air game and lean on his power. Remember, this guy is one of the most well-rounded surfers in the world. Absolutely charged in Tahiti, and he's got a backhand whip on him that Indiana Jones would be jealous of.
Well, not just that. He's also been starting off the heat with a great score every single one, and he's going to get the lead once here again against his good friend Jack, but here goes Robinson.
Western Australia's finest Jack Robinson, big carve to start. It's going to be this is going to be another fun matchup. Goofy versus regular. These guys are legit BFFs, traveling around the world together.
That was
the
cool.
tail out there, stuck in the lip a little bit. And so far, the Goofy versus regular conversation feels like on your backhand, you can almost stay in that pocket just a little bit deeper, giving yourself more access to the critical section of this wave. And we saw Yago right there, just able to kind of tag the most critical part of the wave over and over and over again down the line. So Jack Robinson firmly entrenched in that fight for the final 5. Yago Dora kind of sneakily climbing up from the bottom. It's like a game of chutes and ladders.
We knew it,
You
too.
land in the right spot, you're shooting straight up to the top.
Well, he was just a couple of spots away from making the final 5 last year.
You don't want to surf against Yago at lowers.
You don't want to surf against any of these two anywhere, really, but Yago, to me, over there, one of the most complete surfers there is.
Well, speaking of one of the most complete surfers there is, one of the greatest of all time is now on the glass, but he's got to watch because the Yago show is on.
Whoa!
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, that's what Yago's been doing all event long, and it's been
Baby
working.
boy!
And then he just goes beyond vert.
Woo!
Straight up. Back 5 into a beautiful blaster on the inside section. Yago Dora, number 9, flying. Inside of 30 minutes, and we're about to see what we think is going to be a near excellent score. And look at this wave, was just nice on the takeoff, started to grow down the line. Here's where it happened.
How's this rotation? It's huge, Chris. Huge. A full rotor, perfect landing into the next snap right there, and then the combo to finish this wave off too. I don't even know what to say anymore.
I'm giving him credit for the back 5. Put whatever you want
That is
in
just
the comments.
ridiculous.
But that right there is a backside 540, perfectly landed. Rio Tavares, stand up. Yeah, Medina knows. Medina knows. When Medina reacts like that, you know something massive just happened. And with that, let's go down to the glass where a shocked Gabriel Medina is standing by with AJ McCord.
Game recognized game, and Gabe, coming out of the water, you saw Yago's wave, immediately recognized, oh, he did something good, and the look in your eyes was, hey, I'm ready for that. How fired up are you for this day?
Yeah, the waves are really good out there. I'm happy to make the first heat, and yeah, Yago did sick air. He's so good, and yeah, hopefully he can make it so we have a good goofy heat.
And for you, we're in the back half of the year, which seems to be a time that you thrive. The last 2 title runs, you've really hit your stride, finishing outside the semifinals in only one of the final 8 events in those years. 2 events into this one, you've locked your spot here in the semis here. What is it about you that you're able to meet the moment and elevate your surfing when the pressure is on?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, but I kind of like to surf in pressure. And yeah, I'm just focused on myself, you know. I'm not thinking about anything else. I just want to enjoy my time in the water. And yeah, it's time to do work, you know. I really want to be in the finals. I want to have a shot. Feel like 2021 was a long time ago, so I can't wait.
Another step closer. We let you get reset for the next one.
Yeah, thank you. I'll rest a little bit. Thanks.
He ain't wrong.
Yeah, I love that, he went from surf fan to super focused right there in about a second. AJ's line of questioning was exactly what we wanted to hear. So for Gabriel Medina, you don't want to poke that bear. Backside air like that will do it. Fired him up, got him motivated, got him excited.
He does surf better under pressure, though.
And then he just, you can just see his heartbeat level just go right back down into Terminator mode.
That would be an incredible matchup, wouldn't it be, Chris?
Oh, yeah. Here we go. 7.67 for Yago Dora. So just getting closer to that excellent range. Nearly an 8 on the strength of a huge back 5. Yago Dora is on a good one right now, and Strider Wasilewski was looking up underneath him as Yago rotated in the sky.
That was one of the moments of my entire career in the water, watching these guys do what they do. As he came off the bottom, I could see his eyes lock onto the lip, and it was just the perfect section that presented itself. And as he rose up above it, the rotation was so perfect and fluid, there wasn't even a sound. It was almost like snowboarding through powder, where you just can't even hear it. It's so perfect and feels so good. And as he did the rotation above my head, it was like chicken skin. It just like he was elevated, lifted, and everything was perfect with the flow. So I mean, I was like kind of scratching my head when he first started paddling for the wave, and then I realized what he was doing, and I couldn't wait for the show, and I had the best seat in the house for it. So thank you, Yago Dora.
And I mean, full credit to our water cinematographer, Jace, for knowing that he better open up and pull back a little bit. You don't want to miss Yago Dora. That could have easily had Yago flying right out of the lens, out of the screen, but our crew is on it. Love to see it. Every angle covered. This is so much fun.
These last 2 years have been crazy, Chris. Several people winning different events, unexpected results. Yago winning his first career CT event at home in Brazil, and we have to reconsider him being a threat. Also, knowing that he won there in Saquarema last year. Just look at the height on that thing right there, especially when it gets tail high like that.
Bro, that shot's got to win an Emmy.
For you to be able to control your speed that way, especially coming out of it. But once again, his positioning is just so perfect. It's the landing for me that just does it right there. He transitions so well into the next maneuver. It's flawless.
Even the drone team had to go extra high. They knew. They know. Not only do all of our judges shred at surfing, but all of our camera ops are amazing surfers too. I mean, I feel like you kind of have to be to know that what's about to happen. You've got to be able to look into the future a little bit.
I don't know what happened though. After the cut in Tahiti, something changed.
For Yago?
Something changed, and especially right here, he's been the most creative out of everybody. I still think Jack Robinson, if he wins this event, you better watch out for his hopes of winning his first world championship, but he needs to go through his best friend right here. This guy's on another level right now to me personally. Just the creativity, the performances, his wave selection, and the fact that he's been able to drop all these big scores on smaller waves too.
Well, here's the head-to-head matchup thus far on the championship tour for these two surfers. Jack's got the edge, 2-1. Pretty close on the average heat score. Max heat score goes to Yago. Max wave score goes to Jack, but I mean, all these numbers are just right in line with each other. Their last quarterfinal was the 2023 Shiseido Tahiti Pro. They went barrel for barrel in perfect waves at the end of the road. Yago pumping on his forehand. This is just a few weeks ago in the elimination round where Yago Dora took out event favorite Jack Robinson. This was a kind of a shocking turn of events, and you're absolutely right. Whatever happened post-cut for Yago Dora is working, because when you beat Jack Robinson at Tiopo, you've done something that not a lot of surfers in the world could ever say they did.
Well, let's remember, Jack Robinson was the defending champion at that event too.
Yeah, the event favorite, for sure.
With that event win, he qualified for lowers last year, knocking out Gabe of that final 5 spot right there. So there was a lot on line in terms of pressure and expectations for Jack, and Yago just said, heck no, I'm taking you out right here, even though you're my best friend in the elimination round. And outside of the 2 victories, it's been an up and down year for Jack Robinson, and the same thing could exactly be said for Yago Dora too. last person to make the cut, Chris. And right now he's making that count. At least 2 quarterfinals results in these last 2 events.
Yeah. I was just going to say, keep yelling at me because I like it. You're fired up. We all are. This is awesome.
Especially as a goofy footer, including yourself, too, to be able to see this masterclass of backhand surfing and one of the world's best right-hand point breaks, I think it just goes to show you that there's really no favorite in terms of the forehand or the backhand. Like, everybody's just so good nowadays. We're just seeing the very best of the very best do their thing.
Right now, Yago Dora is in the lead. Aerial artistry all week long. 7.67 on the strength of a massive back 5. But out the back, Jack Robinson does have priority with 21.46 to go. He's got a decent starter kit, 5.0. Coming up next, we've got John Florence and Crosby Colapinto. And what I'm liking here is we might see a completely different look at the Final 5 as we have in previous years. Look, there's nothing wrong with watching Felipe Toledo show his brilliance at lowers. I mean, I love it. Surf fans love it. He's one of the best to ever do it out there. But it is kind of cool that we're going to see some new faces on the men's side of the Final 5. I'm here for it. I would love to see Yago in that conversation. Obviously, John Florence at lower trestles. We haven't seen that yet. That would be amazing to watch.
We didn't see Italo last year either. He's still in the conversation right there. And obviously having Jake Marshall, who's basically a local boy right there at lowers, being on the cusp of doing that too would be something amazing for him. I still think that Jordy Smith, though, is a legit contender over there. He's won twice. I would like his chances if you're the South African over there at that wave, especially when we consider South Swells, late September. It's a good time of the year.
Well, don't forget about Crosby Colapinto. He is still in the top 10 picture and rising quickly. Put either one of the Colapinto brothers at lowers, and you're gonna have a tussle on your hand, my friend. 20 minutes, 25 to go. Live rankings are literally being tabulated with each and every heat. Here's what it looks like, at least for now. This could change after this heat. John Florence and Jack up in the top 2 spots. Griff drops 1 to 3rd. Ethan Ewing, you would have thought Ethan Ewing, a beautiful right-hand point break, is a match made in heaven, but it didn't go that way for Ethan. He's in 4th. Jordy Smith in 5th. Medina is the name that I think the top 5 fear the most at the moment. Not only just the way he's surfing, but the way he surfs in the back half of the season is always incredible. Big moves from Crosby Colapinto as well. The name you don't see on that list is just under that graphic line at 11th. Yago Dora. If he can ramp out this victory, he's going to be on that page.
Would be huge for him. Won in Rio last year.
Literally jumping onto the top 10 graphic.
Well, and then Fiji too. It's a good wave if you consider his style, his great barrel riding abilities, and how complete of a surfer he is.
When you say Fiji and Yago and look at me like that, it makes me feel good in here, inside.
I got a really interesting stat for you, though. Speaking of Jack Robinson, opened up with the 5, has had 2 big victories, and let's consider who he's beaten in the final, too. John over at Margaret River twice now, and then Kanoe Igarashi, who had more than 15 points in the final over there at Sunset Beach. Since 2021, since John won his last event, which was at Pipe, he has won all of his CT events within that time frame. How crazy is that? Like, you gotta realize he made his debut that year and won during the last event of the regular season over there in Mex.
That is a good stat. I never doubt your stats. You're really good at that. 18:20 to go. That was just a little test ride for Yago Dora. Jack's out the back with priority. I feel like Jack knows that he needs a pretty special wave. If he wants to match the pace currently being set by Yago with that 7.67. Jack's gnarly in the air too. I hope we get to see him exercise his aerial demons and show us something radical.
And not only that too, he is calm under pressure. And all that breath work, everything outside of the water.
He lives in the flow state.
It's really work too. Like, the guys made the final several years in a row, number 5 in the world last year, and coming from a free surfing background, and then to qualify for the CT in 2019, winning that last event over at Sunset Beach, where he's now won, at the CT level too. It's really big deal for him, but you can see right there, a bit of ups and downs. Didn't surf bad in Portugal, got a 9th over there, but it's that first place finish in Margs twice now that he's been able to win at home and against John. Like, the way John was surfing over there, Jack just told him, no, I'm shutting you down. This is my home.
Yeah, and he's the only surfer currently on the CT men's side that has 2 event wins.
Yep.
But that 17th in Tahiti, man, that's like stepping on a stingray.
But
everything's going great.
Look at the total.
You're about to go surf, and then all of a sudden, wham, 17th place in Tahiti. That does not make sense. It hurts.
He can't be disappointed about that, though.
He can't. I think he is.
But he had an excellent heat. It's like...
It doesn't matter. It's a 17th place. That's disappointing.
It is.
He's not one of those guys that's like, well, I got a couple barrels. I'm really stoked.
Yeah.
He's been barreled before.
That's
He's done
true.
it.
Okay. You still friends?
I don't want to fight. We're not arguing. We're agreeing here. 16:26 to go. Priority so far only really has come into play, I think, one time, but not in a major way in that first quarterfinal heat of the day.
Not in this heat.
In this heat, it's been nice and gentlemanly
Yep.
between these two friends.
Yago's trying to force him to go on a smaller wave, though, and I think Jack needs to hold his ground right here. You got to let Yago do his own thing.
All right, here we go. We know what Yago's capable of, even on a medium-sized wave. Some speed to burn there. Comes around this big section. He's going to go to turns. A little off balance on those first 2. Flow impeded, but flow regained. Backside reverse. Doing a backside reverse like that halfway down the line on a long wave is pretty risky, and I think the judges will give him some credit for that, but I think that'll fall right into that kind of 5-ish zone that he got in his first wave.
Might improve on the 5.5, maybe just under. He was always out of sorts, though, from the get-go. Like, he was chasing the wave a little too much at the beginning.
You see there's 3 big words that are kind of flashing in your mind when you see these surfers stand up: speed, power, flow. To me, the flow word was kind of just echoing in the background a little bit, because it was kind of a little off-tempo through this whole ride. Still good. It was fine, but it wasn't the Yago magic that we saw in that 767.
Yeah, right here, comes out of it and just catches the rail a little bit, and then even in the floater, too. That turn was gnarly, though. Great reverse right there, especially with the momentum that he still had down the line, straight into that carve. Really loved that turn right there, but then maybe try to make up for the bad start on this wave with a big finish. Incomplete right there at the end. So could improve on the 5.5, might just be under, but still doing his job. Trying to add more pressure to Jack.
And a backside reverse like that, you're more used to seeing those at the end of the wave as a finishing maneuver. So doing that, again, in the mid part of that wave with that much speed will get you some credit for sure. It's super risky. And being able to do that reverse, gauge your fins, and then whip straight into a bottom turn, it's subtle, but it's really hard to do.
Especially because you have to readjust your feet for the most part. Like, he didn't have to do it right there. That's why he's so complete, and especially when it comes to a lot of those maneuvers that are progressive, he's definitely in the upper echelon of that, Chris.
13.5, 13.50 to go. Yeah, the score comes through there in that range we were talking about, a 4.70 for Yago Dora, so he'll get back out there and back at it. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back. Can Jack Robinson get back to this heat? Stay tuned to find out.
It's just such a strange sensation to stand on top of water and be able to glide across it. I think that's the first thing that hooks you.
Late 12, 13 is when I fell in love with surfing, and that freedom to express yourself and to be surrounded by nature. It's cool.
It's never going to be the same thing over and over. So it's open to your expression. Yeah. So it's a thrill and it's art at the same time.
Well, if you're going to pick 3 surfers on the championship tour to go on a surf trip with, those are the 3 guys. 3 absolute sweethearts that rip. Liam O'Brien, Yago, Dora, and Matthew McGillivray. Free surfing in El Salvador. It's called El Paraíso. And if you know what that little square is, that's called a QR code. So for our younger fan base watching, you know what to do. For the boomers out there like myself, point your phone at that thing and take a picture. And then you'll be watching a rad surf video. Why are you laughing, Mitch? I know how to work a QR code. And I know how to enjoy a surf film. And I'm going to watch that after I watch today. It's homework. 10.5 to go here. Yago, Dora in the lead. Jack Robinson just hanging on to a mid-ranger, a 5-point ride. That's about to change. Here we go from way deep, too deep. Jack Robinson. Was he out of position? Did that wave just run away too quick? What happened, Mitch?
Yeah, there were a couple waves that he actually let go that was looking at over my shoulder, and they had some potential. They were a bit smaller, but I feel like he's just kind of trying to surf for that 817 that he needs right now and not trying to improve on the 5. So during the break, Chris, Yago with another wave right here. Great opening snap right there. Beautiful carve on the second one. This wave eventually just kind of shoulders off, though, and was looking to capitalize on something to improve on the mid-5 right here, but through this latter section of the wave, was just able to find the reverse. A bit forced, still pretty cool, though. I mean, if you ask the average person if that's one of the best waves they've ever had all of their lives, they'd probably say yes.
That was curb skating compared to park skating.
But a 4.87 standard of this heat with the 2 guys we have in the water, still a pretty adequate score, I would say.
Some people love when I start talking about skateboarding.
I love it too.
Surf heats. Some people hate it.
Well, I want to, maybe not a skate-influenced surfer, but a goofy footer that had kind of momentum like Yago did when he qualified for the CT. I'd say one of my all-time favorites, Sean Cansden.
Yeah.
You know, great style. Everybody thought he was going to be the next big thing out of Australia and wasn't able to really live up to the hype, the expectations that a lot of people had of him.
He was the next big thing for a while.
Yeah.
And
Campaign
I'm
2.
sure he still rips.
He does.
What's up, Sean?
He has probably the best style I've ever seen out of a goofy footer. I mean, if you ask me.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm
But like you mentioned the other day when we did one of Yago's heats, he brings free surfing into competitiveness, and you don't really see a difference anymore.
Yeah. For most
not
people,
one or the other.
You know, in the Taylor Steele days, in the Lost Film days, and then Kai Neville days, it took a year to make a video part.
Mm-hmm.
Yago Dora does it in 32 minutes. He'll make a whole video part in one heat.
Well, just in the first 4 or 5 minutes, he already had his heat total right now. And I think for people, including myself, that's already, a year's worth of surfing right there.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Time's starting to go pretty quick right now.
Yeah.
8 minutes to go. And Jack Robinson needs an 817. That's in his wheelhouse. I mean, he's a home run style surfer. He just needs that opportunity. And I already feel like I'm almost slightly going to give an advantage to the goofy footers today, because you can coil up and snap off the lip in such a tighter area on your backhand.
Well, one thing's for sure,
the pocket is pretty tight today. It's not as down the line as it has been.
And it's more focused towards the top of the point, too, as Strider was saying. There's a predominant south-southwest in the water right now, and it's not as broken up as we had seen on the previous days. There's not that middle peak anymore. Here's Jack's opportunity, though, Chris. 7 minutes.
Yeah, I don't live here. I haven't surfed out here that much, but to me it feels like they've been a little too deep in the last couple of minutes. So with 7 minutes to go, looks like Jack Robinson could be in position to do something major. Here we go. Jack Robinson trying to fight his way back into this heat. 6:47, 6:45 on the clock. He needs an 8:17. Comes around this section. Nice carve right there for Robbo. Here we go. A little bit more critical on the inside. Another layback snap. Strong surfing for Jack Robinson, but was it electrifying, Mitchell? Did it knock you out of your seat? I didn't hear you growl. You didn't scream. Did Jack Robinson's wave warrant an 8:17?
I don't think it's the best wave we've seen all day long. I feel like Gabe's had a bit more intensity. They're a bit stronger, too. All in all, though, it should be better than the 5, but I feel like he was still trying to break it up into 2 waves right here in the last 7 minutes. Great wave selection, though, I can't tell you that. Love the carve here to open things up, but not really trying to push too hard. Lay back a bit better, helps with the variation aspect of surfing, too. That carve, to me, was probably one of the best we saw all wave long, though, and then this little combo at the end wasn't bad. I felt like he could have pushed a little bit harder, though. It's not necessarily safe surfing, but by the standards that we hold these surfers to, they need to be pushing as hard as they can, Chris. And the combo on the outside was really good. Look at that. Great technique, always in the pocket, especially as a regular footer, as you mentioned. Goofies have been able to come from around the white water, fade a little bit more. For the regular footers, it's really hard. You're usually way out on the open face, and you don't want to do that. It just doesn't look as critical anymore.
I'm going to let the viewers in on some insider information. When Yago Dora got the 767, I literally broke my chair. And during Jack's wave, my chair was put back together, and that wave didn't break my chair. So the chair breaking aspect of Yago's wave compared to Jack's wave tells me something in my heart that that's not going to be a huge score. I think it's going to get him back in the heat.
It will.
Will it be an 8:17? Who better to ask than Strider Wasilewski?
I don't think so, but I do think that he had the opportunity to get the score on that wave. I don't think he surfed to the score. I felt like he'd been sitting a long time, and I felt like his rhythm was there, but his attack wasn't there. And I feel like you got to see the intensity coming off those rails. You got to see those fins flying out the back, and you got to really push a lot harder. I feel like I don't think the backsiders or the frontsiders have an advantage today.
Look out behind you.
Think, watch out for this guy. Colapinto's coming up. This heat is going to be bananas. Him and John are going to go crazy. But back to what's happening in the water right now. In this heat, with Yago and with Jack Robinson, I need to see Jack step up the game on the face and the intensity and the velocity that we know he can bring, because he hasn't brought it yet, and we know that he's got it in his firepower. But as we saw Yago and the flow and the intensity and the velocity, I mean, that backside 3 or 540, as you said, as he completely went all the way around, was so quick and so fast and traveled so far down the line. You know, you just felt it when you watched it, and it was a break your chair moment, like you said, and I think that we want to see that out of Jack.
His chair actually broke, Strider, just by the way.
No,
It did break.
I am honest with the audience. 3:30 to go. Jack Robinson's score comes through, kind of where we thought it would be, a 6.5, so it was good, and it actually helped him out a lot, because now he only needs a 6.68, so he's got that feeling. So I feel like that was a smart way to surf that wave for Jack.
I agree.
He's well within reach right now. Yago Dora, his low score is a 5.5. We'll see if that is the little poltergeist in his score line and come back to haunt him later on. All we know so far is that the best air of the day done by Yago Dora so far. But remember who we've got coming up next. John Florence, Crosby Colapinto. That's going to be a big one.
And then Matt McGillivray has also thrown a couple big airs throughout this event. Jordy Smith, also one of the greatest airlifts of all time. Repositioning right there, smart, trying to break away. 240, Chris, but don't see many waves on the horizon right here for Jackie Boy.
Yago's out the back with priority and a lethal backhand.
Ooh, forces him to go here.
Pulls out his sword, slash to start. Quick snap there. Here we go. Coiling his springs, finds the ramp, flipping into oblivion. But I like the idea there.
So do I.
Really like that idea. That was like an appetizer.
Don't think it was necessary though. I don't think it was necessary.
But we liked it.
Yeah, well, I love it. Somebody lands a rodeo flip.
But is that a priority mistake, I think is what you're alluding to.
I'd have to consider it that way, yes. Because a 6.68, Jack basically needs to do the same exact thing he did on his last wave. And that was a set wave, you know? Like, if he's forced to go on a smaller one, especially with the amount of speed that Strider mentioned that he needs to carry on this next one to be able to get that mid-6, feel like he left the door open for Jack to respond right here. And 90 seconds is a good amount of time.
Well, this is where Jack taps into that flow state that he's been able to access via some cosmic portal. He is a clutch performer. He's got a minute 26 to go, doesn't need a huge score, and there are lumps out the back. Here we go. Punta Roca. Will it provide? A minute 15.
This is the
Jack
wave.
sees it.
This is the wave.
Look, the other heat's already in the lineup. And does he go? No, he had a look at it. Not quite a paddle. Yago's going to take the scraps. Sometimes scraps can become a complete meal. Here we go. Yep, that's what you didn't want to see if you were Jack Robinson out the back. Yago Dora flying again. Rock and roll floater on the inside for Yago Dora. He likes it, but Jack Robinson is up and in and out and disappeared into the ocean.
Might be one more wave available, Chris, but I don't know if it has the size for him, no. Wow, so look at how much better Yago surfs under priority.
Yeah.
Like, he likes being freed up and not have to deal with priority and think about it the whole time.
Well, Yago is usually such a friendly fella, but he's being a menace this morning. Yago Dora will take out Jack Robinson. That means Yago Dora has just jumped up into the top 10. Luckily for Jack Robinson, he's still firmly locked into the second place position on the live rankings. And those rankings are absolutely alive. It's a living organism that's switching throughout the day. We're going to see some big things happening in that final 5 picture. But for now, let's celebrate Yago Dora. What a show. This young Brazilian has put on. His backhand has been stellar, and more to come. Don't go anywhere. Guess who's back? John Florence will be going up against Crosby Colapinto. We'll be right back.
Quarterfinal number 3 in the water at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. The playing field, Punta Roca, and we have a special guest for you here on the set, Kai Pagura, along with Felicity Palmentier, and a pioneer in California professional surfing, big wave aficionado, former tour commissioner, and surf coach, Mike Parsons. Thank you for joining us, Mike. I wanted to list all of your accolades. I think I missed some, but thanks for having you.
Thanks, Kaibo. Stoked to be here. What a magic finals day here. We got pumping surf, and what a heat in the water right now. These two, probably you could argue the two most informed surfers up to this point in the contest. Good contrast in approaches here. I think John probably, he's on a shorter board, a 6.0. Crosby's on a 6.2 pintail. John's on a squash. John's heat the other day was just unbelievable, the way he was able to sit there for 20 minutes and open up with an 8.8, so he's in blistering form. Crosby, on the other hand, looks like he's been kind of the free surfer of the event as we see John's first wave.
Yeah, talk about a great opener. Check this out, the replay, John Florence flick.
Yeah, big first air there from John, straight up into the lip, snaps it around, so great opening, big air there. Little another jam in the pockets, another little jab. So this is already looking like a great wave and a great start for John. Brings it through to the inside here. Some nice rail work. And is he going to finish? He's not, but beautiful air.
Well, the judges thought it was excellent as he shakes hand with Jack Robinson. John Florence opens up. This was an 8-point ride that we're seeing.
Well, just the level of commitment on that first turn, I think that was really a lot of pop out of that air. And I like the way John's able to stay really tight to the pocket here. These are really snappy turns, really vertical approach. And we've seen that throughout the event. Judges really loving that. A lot of variety in this ride, and the commitment on the first turn, I think, was why it went excellent.
Yeah. So great start for John Florence. We can take a look and break it down again, flick in slow motion this time.
Yeah, I feel like I've just got to reiterate what you said, Mike. I feel like the judges have obviously so much commitment on that first maneuver. I mean, it doesn't get any more critical. But then it has to be the tightness in the pocket, right? They're loving that. I mean, you've seen some big waves. I mean, crowds loving it, athletes loving it, Betty Lou. But yeah, it has to be that, right? Because there was some tight pocket work done, a little bit of variety there. But, I go back to even that last heat with Jack. He had some open face calves, bigger wave, but just not getting rewarded the same.
Yeah, there was the 8-point ride. When we look at, in history, yesterday was the day that Michelangelo installed the statue of David in Florence, Italy. And we're talking about John Florence here. And he's the Goliath in this David and Goliath matchup. Crosby, Colapinto, certainly David in this matchup as a rookie. Let's see if he has some stones to throw back at the giant John Florence, because the giant John started out on the right foot.
Yeah, it's a good contrast in styles, as I was mentioning. I think Crosby's that type of surfer who really likes to wait for good waves. He's really matured in his approach. His equipment looks incredible throughout this event so far. So that's a pretty big number that John just dropped on him, so he'd be feeling that little bit of pressure, but he's ready for this moment for sure. I think Crosby's going to fight back really strong in this heat.
Yeah. I'd like to talk about the San Clemente lineage a little bit with you, Snips. I feel that you coached Kolohe Andino, you influenced Kolohe Andino. Kolohe, in turn, handed down the line and influenced someone like Crosby Colapinto that you've seen. What have you seen developmentally from Crosby Colapinto? Because I'm sure that you've seen him surfing since he pretty much started surfing.
Yeah, it's crazy. Crosby was what we sort of called a late bloomer in his teenage run through the NSSA ranks and that stuff. He was a little bit behind some of the other kids his age, and then in the last few years he kind of identified that errors were maybe one area he needed to improve on, and I know he worked really hard with his brother Griffin, obviously. Now he's one of the best above the lip surfers in the world. He's unbelievably good in big surf, like pipeline, those types of waves. So he's the full package, and he's one of those surfers that analyzes everything. You're right, the influence of Kolohe, Griffin, and now you've got Cole, Crosby, Cade, Jet Schilling, San Clemente. It's just this town of super talent, and they're all thriving and off each other, and they're all just pushing each other to these new levels.
Yeah, it's baffling to me, Mike, that a small Southern California surf town has produced so many pro surfers. We're going to get back to more talk with Mike Parsons, but first we got to hear from Yago Dora into the semifinals. He's with AJ.
Yeah, Kaipo, Yago turning heads from the very first wave in that last heat. Even Gabe turning around and giving you a little bit of a nod. Okay, that's what you're going to start with. How did you make the decision to come out firing here in this heat?
Yeah, it's always good to get a good start. Yeah, thank you, brother.
It's always good to get a good start, especially against a guy like Jack. He has all the weapons too. He can go to there, he can get barrel, he does big turns. And to put some pressure on him on the start was really important. Then he knew he needed to wait for a good wave, and that got him like sitting for a long time, and that worked out kind of good for me. And it took me a while to back up that 767. I was really hot out there. I was falling on every wave, and then on the last wave I was like, hey, get it together, do something, like make it difficult for him, and I was able to do that on my last wave. So yeah, another heat.
And you've made it difficult for him. Now it's another difficult task for you in your first semifinal since Rio last year, going up against Gabe Medina. How do you prepare for it?
Yeah, I think Gabriel is my favorite surfer on tour, so it's always good to have a matchup against him. I love surfing against him. I think he's the guy that pushes the most out of everyone, and he's one of my favorite surfers, so it will be good.
Congratulations. Before we let you go para o Brasil, como você decide a sua estratégia? Você pensa no área primeiro ou apenas surfar a onda?
Eu tento surfar o que a onda oferece, né? Na minha primeira onda eu vim manobrando, depois a segunda eu vi que tinha uma sessão longa, ia ser difícil tirar uma nota só com manobra, então já fui para aéreo, arrisquei no começo da onda e consegui finalizar a onda depois. Então é leitura na hora ali, né? Tem que chegar ali e sentir o que a onda vai fazer e ler ela do melhor jeito.
Parabéns, see you in the next round.
Obrigado.
Let's take a look at our live rankings after that quarterfinal number 2. Yago Dora, he's up 8 spots with a semifinal placement, tied actually point-wise with Crosby Colapinto, both in the top 10. And look at Gabe Medina. The back half of the race, Gabe Medina, the race for that final 5, and he is gaining on the rest of the pack. Number 6, up 6 spots, right below that final 5 line. And note that Jack Robinson, Griffin Colapinto, Ethan Ewing, all out of competition. Big potential for Gabe Medina, Flick, to get into that final 5 conversation as we head to Rio after this event.
Oh, there's so much room for movement and so much potential, right? I mean, Gabe is right there. He's number 6. I mean, even for Yago and Crosby, I mean, we're watching Cros right now. We'll see what happens in this heat. But a win here for one of those guys, I mean, they're jumping up into that final 5 conversation.
Speaking of wins, if John Florence, who is ahead in this heat, I don't want to get too ahead of it, but I want to give scenarios. If John Florence wins this event, he clinches a spot in the final 5. So one spot could be taken, Snips, if John goes all the way to the W.
Well, you got to figure either way, he's going to make that top 5. He's just in that form this year. There's no way he's not going to be collecting a jersey down at Lowers this year. It's going to be really exciting, and I'm confident he'll get there. But yeah, that'd be really special for him to clinch at this event. He's in that form right now where he's the guy to beat in this event right now. I think you could argue Yago has been putting up the best airs, but John, for me, overall, the whole package, when you put the rail turns with the airs, I think he's the guy to beat.
Yeah, let's take a look at our bracket here and the road to a win for John Florence. Well, first, he's got to get by Crosby Colapinto. Then in the semifinals, he'll be matched up against a South African. Which one? We don't know yet. Matthew McGillivray or Jordy Smith. And then the final, he's going to have to win, and he's going to surf a final up against a goofy foot no matter what happens. So there will be a contrast in that approach in the final if John's able to get to that final position, Flick.
You know, also trying not to forecast here, but there's the potential that we could have another rematch from Tahiti, John v. Gabe. John's going now. Let's see what he's got.
Back up for the 8-point ride right here, John. Smooth rail turn. Paced approach. Nice snap there, just swinging the Paizel through its paces. He's going to keep it on the rail for this one. Maybe looking down the line to pop. A nice tidy air reverse to put a bow on it. He will back up the 8-point ride and really Snips now apply a lot of pressure to the rookie Crosby Colapinto.
Yeah, and that was an interesting decision for Crosby. He's got priority. John already has an 8 on the board, so Crosby realizing, like, hey, I need a big set wave here. John capitalizing on an opportunity under priority, going, hey, I can put a good backup on the score here. Super smart surfing from John to take that wave, surfed it beautifully. I think it's a solid backup. And I also don't fault Crosby for not going because he's up against that 8-point ride at the start, so he's really looking for a big wave. But John here just ultra smooth, taking his time here, nice cuppy wave, really nice jam right there in the pocket, gets that nose back, really critical turn. Another nice snap in the pocket, and then down here he eyes up the air section. Just nice little air reverse to finish. No hesitation in that maneuver. Perfect execution.
Yeah, great surfing by John and smart heat play. As a surf coach, Mike, how much of a pregame do you have right before a heat with a surfer?
Well, quite a bit. I mean, you really just study the lineup, and the main thing is identifying the best waves. I think going into this heat, I expected Crosby to have the approach of, I've got to be on better waves than John. And I expected John to be on the attack because his heat the other day was really sleepy slow. His backup score was a 4, so I'm sure Ross Williams was telling him, like, hey, let's get going a little quicker in this heat today. This wave is notoriously inconsistent. Right now you got a dropping tide, so you got to be leery that there might only be one good set. So if you get a quality score, you need to back it up quick. So I think John is playing a perfect heat, and I don't fault Crosby's strategy at all either, trying to really identify big set waves, and that's been what's been working for him so far in this event.
Do you talk about multiple scenarios? Like, hey, if you're comboed, or hey, you know, for example, right now Crosby's comboed, right? So do you talk multiple scenarios to the surfer before the heat?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and you also talk a little bit about their opponent, what they might do. So a lot of that is like, are they going to be stingy with the inside at the start of the event? Is there enough waves in a set that you can just give them the inside, or is there only one wave where you have to really battle for that? And then lots of scenarios on how that might play out. But ultimately what you want to do when you enter a heat is start by winning the first exchange as a competitor. Yeah. That's the real important focus at the start of the heat.
Well, John, with that second wave, we saw was a backup for that 8-point ride, a 7.17. So nearly already an excellent heat total for John Florence. And we talked about the David and Goliath match here, Flick. And again, looks like John is just the giant in the room.
Well, I mean, gotta say, Snips, you already said it, but he's in great form, right? And for me, I mean, you could kind of see him coming from a mile away from the beginning of the draw. He's just clicked back into that gear that is absolutely deadly. I mean, he's looking sure-footed on his board. The turns that we saw yesterday from here, was it yesterday? No, the day
previous
before.
Day, yeah.
Previous day was, I mean, unbelievable. The power that he was going into, it was unmatched in my opinion. It was just excellent surfing, and yeah, I mean, for me right now, I mean, what a great way to start the heat.
Yeah. Well, we got Mitchell Salazar in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and I think he has a question for you, Mike.
Yeah, just talking about, you know, this generation, guys. Obviously, we have Crosby, Colapinto in the water. Even John going to be considered out of this newer generation of surfers from that region over there. But, Mike, good morning. Great to see you in person. I know your kids here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone is packed here, guys. A lot of really positive energy. But the difference between your generation, Mike, and the one we're seeing out there out of the San Clemente boys right now, including Crosby, what's the major point of difference from yourself?
Well, probably one of the biggest changes for sure is we coached each other. We would travel together. There was no coaches. So now you've got all the top surfers with personal coaches, and like with the San Clemente crew, they all push each other. They hang out together. A lot of them share the same coaches. So really the professionalism in the sport is really lifted. I mean, coaching's one aspect of it. The trainers, all those things are very different than our era. You can see Jake Patterson on the screen there. I used to surf against him. Tommy Witz is coaching here. Those are the guys that we do kind of just help each other. And I think that's the biggest difference is the elevation and the behind-the-scenes stuff that's going on to prepare these athletes has really changed.
And obviously the equipment too, Mike, has really changed a lot too. Riding for Mayhem, Crosby, Colapinto, Kate Madsen, who got knocked off tour, but Cole Houshman, the big victor over there. What's the biggest change in the equipment that you've seen too? Well,
our generation, we were going a couple inches bigger for sure. We were riding flatter boards with less flatter nose rocker. The boards have really changed. We went through that era where they got too narrow. Now they've come back, but the equipment is so much better than what we were riding. But in general, the boards are a little bit shorter. I think Kelly really changed how we do that. And then you see like John in this heat riding a 6.0. We would be competing on a 6.3 in these conditions if back in the day.
Let's see if Crosby's interested. Nor John. One more wave in the set. Crosby, Colapinto with 18 minutes on the clock and priority decision time for this young surfer from San Clemente. We'll see if he goes. He's going to have a dig. Activating here, Crosby, Colapinto. Winds up off the bottom, slashes off the top. Looking quick on the Mayhem. Check turn there. projecting down the line, telegraphing something big, gets a snap, inside section stands up, lip glide, float, and goes down and tumbles on his board. You can see the gallery there and their reaction to the incomplete wave and also the wipeout. Wow. So not the start that the rookie wanted. Mike, how do you get back into the mind frame? I mean, is he feeling the pressure?
I think he's so far been pretty solid in his approach. He has been averaging over John's total. His last heat he had 2.8. So I think this was a good wave choice for Crosby. Unfortunately, I think he slipped on that last maneuver. Just finding his feet here. Board looks really good. He looks relaxed. Nothing quality yet. He sets up this turn beautifully, waits for it to steepen up and gets right in the pocket here. Beautiful snap. And then jumps up on the lip there, and I think his front foot just slipped. You know, the wax here is such an issue. You've got to wax your boards in the air-conditioned room and then come out for your heat, because that wax, just as you're out there, it's so hot out there that it melts and pushes away.
Yeah, we spoke about that earlier in the show in some previous days, is that, and it's a tip for everyone waxing, you want your board to be cooler than the wax, because if your board's hotter than the wax, there's just no application. Mike, I introduced you from San Clemente. I know you live in San Clemente now, but I always think of you as the Laguna kid. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I grew up in South Laguna in Three Arch Bay.
Yeah.
Was sparring partners with Jeff Booth from Laguna, who had a long career on the tour. A couple of really good surfers from Laguna, but I quickly moved to San Clemente because of T Street and because of Trestles. In that day, it was Matt Archibald and Martin Potter was surfing with Tom Carroll at T Street all the time, and I wanted to be around that action. And San Clemente, obviously the hotbed now, where all the best surfers, a lot of the best surfers in California live.
Yeah, and the boards have definitely evolved since those early Stewarts that you were riding, although they had beautiful airbrushes on them at the time. Flying by here at Punta Roca, and you can see the tide. Flick has been pulling out all morning long. Low tide yesterday was at 9:57, so I'm thinking it's about 5:30 mark or something. I don't know the exact, but it's going to be a later low tide. So we're still going to see a receding high tide through these quarterfinals.
Yeah, we will. And, you know, the last few, every day we've run and it's been on that draining out tide, it makes things a bit more difficult. We heard some whistling before, and that is because there is sets on the way. So let's see who's going to pull the trigger.
So Crosby, I feel wisely noticed that he's under priority and takes this one. Colapinto up and out, doesn't like the look of it. Bigger wave, the second wave of the set. John Florence taking a look at this one. And here goes John. High line to build some speed around this section. Loads up, big hack, catches the rail, and hands it over. And an opportunity now for Crosby Colapinto. Will Colapinto hold priority or take this wave? And he takes a frothy one. Needs something impactful. Pops it up in the air, full rotation, slips off again. And I almost heard on the microphone from the Red Bull Athlete Zone, I think I heard Snake saying no. Do you think that was a wise decision to take that wave, Snips?
Probably not. He probably should have waited for the next round of sets. I think he realizes he's against the clock, though. He's well past the halfway mark without a score. So if he lands that big full row right there, he's right back in it. So good effort from Crosby, came really close to making that. But that was the first mistake we've really seen from John the whole event. That was a really good looking wave. He was going for the knockout punch right there on that first turn, and something went wrong. Maybe just grabbed his rail a little bit. Let's take a look here. He's got a bunch of speed and really pressing hard right here, and just gets that nose caught a little bit there.
And then Crosby here, Flick, with this big air attempt.
Yeah, I mean, I personally liked it. I mean, if he sticks this, he's keeping well and truly at pace with John, right? He's kind of, you know, because he falls, obviously, you could say it's a mistake, but if he makes it, it's not. So one of those sort of sliding doors moments maybe in the heat, because, and like you mentioned, Snips, I mean, time is ticking down, right? I feel like this could be a critical moment, and if he didn't go that wave, he would have been out the back with priority. So
yeah, and when these surfers have so much firepower, someone like Crosby can, like we've seen with Yago, turn in nearly excellent numbers for full rotations. Here goes Crosby again. Nice looking little inside wave. He's got to get a meaningful score on the board here.
Yeah, Crosby Colapinto needs a 5.17 to break the combination he's currently in, the two-wave combination that he's in. So that would be his first you know, first task, but goes down again. John right behind him, and John tosses away. So the situation will not change out in the water. I feel we're waiting for score for John and for Crosby. See if Crosby could milk out, like I said, that 5.17, he'd be out of the combo. You think he did it?
I do not.
Yeah.
I think he's in a tough spot here. He needed to make that last error for sure. You can really tell he's pushing. He hasn't really been on the waves he wanted and envisioned in his head paddling out for the heat, so he's had to try to manufacture scores. And I think the pressure is getting to him a little bit right now. Obviously, the slip wasn't his fault earlier in the heat, but right now I think he's feeling the pressure and the presence of John.
Yeah, flick. Here's John on the replay.
Yeah, started off with a beautiful roundhouse there and lines up this inside section and got a bit of a bowl. He goes to the air and just falling again. I kind of get it, right? Like, he's already locked in an 8 and a 717. He kind of needs to push it if he wants to better that 717. This is Crosby. So a couple of little wraps here. This wave had a nice bowl to it too. So, I mean, I've got to agree with you, since I feel like that pressure is just getting to him and he's just overcooking it a bit, like thinking, okay, I've got to do something crazy to keep it pacey, which is it's almost true. But yeah, he needs to put something substantial on the board, and that's not it.
Well, as Crosby paddles back out, I guess it's a great time for a Bonsoy brew break. We're going to take that brew break. We'll be back with the conclusion of quarterfinal heat 3. We'll see if Crosby can come back. We got a couple of world champions still in the draw. John Florence, a 2-time world champ. Gabe Medina, a 3-time world champ. Event wins, that goes Medina's way. They're both 12 years on tour. Came on at a very young age. And we look at the 10-point rides. 17 for John Florence, 18 for Gabe Medina. By the way, Gabe Medina with that 18 10-point rides is second only to Kelly Slater in the history of men's professional surfing. Going to live action here with Crosby Colapinto, who's up against John Florence, trying to get out of a 15.17 two-wave combination. Is Kuiper Girl along with Felicity Palmentier and Mike Parsons on the call here, and we're under 9 minutes. And Crosby really needs to make some quick work of it now, Snips.
He needs to get going. That was pretty nice. Don't know if it'll break combo, though. The 717's a pretty... You compare it to John's 717, I think it's just under. Beautiful surfing. The first turn was really critical and nice in the pocket here as we take another look at it. This wave is really cuppy and good. Crosby lays into that turn, drifts a little bit there, lost a little control, really good second snap, and then just a clean float. Definitely his best score, but I don't know if it's going to go into the 7s.
Yeah, so we're anticipating a score for Crosby Colapinto to start his momentum in this 8-minute heat that he has now, Flick.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to break it, maybe, but I feel he's got obviously a lot more work to do, right? And I think I've just got to go back to what we were talking about earlier. I mean, the scores come through.
Well, step one, he broke the combo. So a 5.67 coming through for Crosby Colapinto. He got out of that two-wave combination, so he can now take the lead with a single wave score of a 9.5. Take a look at Crosby Colapinto and that 9.5 that he needs. Stepping in the right direction, Snips.
He is, and Crosby's capable of a 9.5. He's that talented for sure. He'll be looking for a real solid wave right now, and he'll go all out. If he gets huge air sections, he's the type of server that can do it. So he'd be stoked to hear that he's out of combo. And that's, I mean, when you're against John, that might be the situation, you know, you prep for. Like, hey, he practiced for this. You know, we saw his brother do it yesterday. He got the 9.4, close to a 9.5. When he got the interference, he surfed out of his skin. Crosby's definitely capable of that, but he needs the right type of wave.
Yeah. And when we talk about San Clemente and that whole crew there, and prep for this and practice, how many kind of practice heats do this whole generation do on a, you know, pretty much on a weekly basis there in San Clemente?
They do a lot. These guys love to compete. They do stuff with Brett Simpson up in Huntington. They do stuff with the LTR crew in Oceanside. They always are doing heats. Kaloe's having a million contests. They're like competing. They love competing. They're all into sports, and yeah, they love competing. They'll go, hey, if I see them on the beach, can we do a couple heats? Can you judge in the sand? I mean, they're into competing, and that's why they're so good.
Yeah, and I feel the camaraderie helps all of them as we look at Crosby's year in a snapshot there. Like,
yeah, you know what? He's had a pretty good year as a rookie, even just to survive the cut, first year on tour, you know, trying to find your feet within 5 events. I mean, it's a hard thing to do, and you've got to commend him, right? I mean, I go straight, obviously, the third glaring at me right there in Portugal. You know, that's his third CT event, and he's already cracking a third place finish. I mean, that's not an easy thing to do. And I feel like, you know, obviously a lot of that success is his own, but it must feel really good being on tour with your brother and so many other friends, obviously from San Clemente. Just, I feel like that would add to sort of the confidence level coming in, because you're not coming in solo, you know, like, oh, okay, this is a big bad world out there. It's daunting. Like, who are my friends? You know, it feels very at home for him, I'd say.
yeah, Snips. How, you know, having a crew is really important. We see that San Clemente, your generation had that crew, you know, with the movement of the Californians basically taking on the world. Yourself, Tom Curran, Chris Frohoff, Ted Robinson, I don't want to miss anyone, Scott Farnsworth. How important is that whole crew to gel together?
It's super important. I mean, it's kind of everything, right? Because Crosby's able to travel with his brother, who's giving him tips on where to stay. All those types of things that you're instantly wouldn't have in any other situation. So yeah, traveling with good friends, being comfortable around the events is a huge advantage, as we see John using his priority here.
Here comes John, winding up, hatchets the lip there, completely chops it, throwing a ton of spray, has to lip glide through that section, recognizes there's no more opportunity, he dives off. He will not improve upon his scoreline, so Crosby Colapinto will still need a 9.5. Now Crosby with priority.
Yeah, so a little bit of the door opening there for Crosby. John, I thought maybe was going to go to an air on that second turn, but he thought maybe he could jump up, float it, and get around that section. The wave looked beautiful when he took off on it. As we take a look here, John, this wave is just cupped out beautifully. Nice steep wall in front of him. This first snap was vicious, really nice turn. And then right here, he thought about the air, I think, but went, no, I can't get there in time. And unfortunately, that wave just running off on him.
Yeah, 2.33, so it does not affect the situation. Flick, 4 minutes remaining and opportunity for Crosby Colapinto, but it feels, oh, let's go to the water with Strider Wazalewski. I think he has some information for us. Strider.
Thanks, Kaipo. Yeah, just a note on what you guys are talking about in the camaraderie of San Clemente and that whole vibe. There is some really healthy competition in there. I ran into Cole Houshman last night or the night before, and he said that, you know, Crosby had just taken the lead in the Rookie of the Year race, and he was just so dirty on it, but you know, happily, friendly, but still does not want to give up that. And it's so fun to see that inside competition happening with those guys. And I really feel like that competition will elevate that whole party and that whole group of surfers from San Clemente. I'm sure that, you know, Snips could comment on that group and how much they kind of rise to the occasion over each other to try to bring that heat.
Competitive, and I think that kind of started with Kaloe for sure. And yeah, they don't want to lose to each other. I think, you know, it was interesting when Crosby said right when he made the tour, I can't wait to have a heat with my brother. We got to see that at Bells, but it's like he wants to beat his brother. And Crosby's got that kind of skill set. And then, of course, Cole wants to be ahead of Crosby in that Rookie of the Year battle. That's a huge award to win. So ultra competitive scene going on with that crew and crazy amount of talent.
Yeah. Crosby has jumped from number 14 to number 9 on the live rankings. Cole Hauschman has actually dropped 4 spots down to number 14 on the live rankings. So a back and forth between these two San Clemente rookies. No matter what, the Rookie of the Year, Flick, is going to take that trophy home to San Clemente.
Yeah, it's guaranteed. Yeah, I just think, you know, Cole would not like that, especially sitting there with a win at Bells. I mean, you've got to be thinking, once he got that, he's like, oh, wow, okay, like I'm miles ahead right now. But, I mean, you got to commend Crosby because he's just been super consistent. And, yeah, I feel like a very, you know, both Cole and Crosby, but very mature approach.
There's the leader. There's the leader of the pack of the San Clemente Hounds right there, Griffin Colapinto. And I just witnessed Griffin last year going on stops on the Challenger Series, really to help guys like his younger brother Crosby, as well as Cole Hauschman, as well as Cade Matson. Griffin committed and really, I mean, I love that, Snips. He's given back to his surf community and going above and beyond by going to stops and coaching these guys onto the championship tour.
Oh, it's amazing. He's such an incredible individual and so awesome to all these other kids. He's just been such a great role model. And I will say, Griffin, to me, looks like, it was a bummer what happened yesterday, of course, but looks like he's in, for sure, the best form of his life. Yeah. If he can just get to lowers this year again, I think he will have learned a lot from last year there. And boy, is he a threat to win that world title. He just got to get in that final 5. He's looking good still, even with the slip up yesterday. But wow, his surfing's so exciting right now.
Yeah, the battle back was incredible. 9.43, just like it got him angry, and we saw what he can do when he got fire in his eyes, Griffin Colapinto. So I completely agree with you. We're down to 45 seconds, and we're going to see John Florence, however, defeat Griffin's younger brother, Crosby. Crosby will take an equal 5th out of El Salvador, and John will move on into the semifinals. We're down to 30 seconds.
Yeah, just a really good heat from start to finish for John. That start really set him up nicely, the 8-point wave. That's, as a competitor, that's always what you want, is get that early lead, and it really just frees you up to move around the lineup and select waves with second priority, and John just surfed a picture-perfect heat there.
Yeah. Thanks, Snips, for joining us. It was so much. Enjoy catching up with the old friend and all of your insight. Love to have you again.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. It's super fun.
Flick, you're going to stay in here because we got another heat to call. Who's going to come up against John in semifinal number 2? We're going to find out when we return. A couple of South Africans in the water. Matthew McGillivray up against Jordy Smith.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by El Salvador, land of hosts, by Yeti, built for the wild, and by Bonsoy, the official milk of the WSL.
Quarterfinal number 4 in the water. 2 surfers representing South Africa. This is McGillivray in the red jersey. He's going to get the first wave of this quarterfinal. The J-Bay surfer likes long walls. Great projection down this long wall. Big snap there for Matty. And he will put up the first number in his challenge up against Jordy Smith, the veteran of the championship tour. Jordy Smith, who is above that cut line when we talk about the final 5. There's Matty McGillivray, 27 years old, J-Bay, South Africa, up against Jordy Smith, 36 years old, and currently number 5 on the live rankings. That he wants to hang on to that final 5 spot. Jordy Smith will definitely gain some ground if he's able to move into the semifinals. Kaipo Grow, along with Flick Palmentier on the call here. And the start for Matty McGillivray, a 6.33.
Yeah, it's a great start. You know that this you got to be thinking, okay, we're potentially finals day, right? And you want to be peaking now. You want to be in good form, and I feel like this is a good backup, right? He's going to obviously need another number, but it's just so good to get a nice score like this so early in the heat because it's inconsistent today, right? So if I'm Matty right now, if there's another opportunity coming through and I'm sitting under priority, I'd be trying to back that up pretty quickly just to apply that more pressure on Jordy. But yeah, great way to start.
Yeah, nice start, and applying pressure to a veteran like Jordy Smith. That's going to be hard. 17 years on the championship tour for Jordy. He knows how he handles his situations, but with the inconsistency, advantage to Matthew McGillivray. Speaking of advantage, I think this guy's got an advantage in this entire contest just from the surfing that we've seen him put down so far. John Florence into the semifinals, AJ.
Yeah, Kaipo, John into the semis, and looking as smooth as you have this entire competition. Such a redemption for you here in El Salvador, and to start off today with an 8. How did that feel?
Yeah, that felt really good to get the heat started like that. I just kind of noticed it was getting slower the last couple heats than it was earlier this morning, and so I was like, I'm just going to get started and start getting some medium ones. And I think Crosby was kind of waiting for one of those bigger sets. And funny enough, like the medium ones actually had a better line on them. The sets were kind of racing and hard to handle. It was like hard to time it right. So yeah, I don't know, I was really stoked to get those first 2.
As you should be, made it to your 3rd straight semis here in 2024. What are you going to carry from the quarters into the semis in terms of lessons?
Probably it's pretty similar. Keep an eye on the waves, see what it does. If it starts pulsing more, maybe try to be on more of the sets. But I don't know, for me, those medium ones were definitely like good waves. So it's good to know that.
Good to know. See you then.
Yeah, see you guys.
Yeah, Jordy Smith comes out with his first wave during that interview, so we'll be waiting for the score for Michael Jordan Smith, number 23 on the jersey, and we'll see if he was able to match that 6.33 that Matthew McGillivray started with. Matty looks here for his 2nd ride, lines up, projecting down the line, just clears the lip there with a float, and disinterested, he kicks out.
Kind of almost looked like to me he was almost about to go for an air on that first section, and then it was like, and then it, a little bit late maybe he decided float, okay, I'm out of there. Just didn't pan out the way he wanted it to. But I like that intention. It's kind of like what we're speaking about. It's inconsistent. Let's try and back up this 6.33 pretty quickly.
Yeah. See him paddling back out, and the inconsistency with the drawing tide as it will be receding throughout the morning. It's 8:27 local time here in El Salvador. At 10:44 this morning, we will have our low tide. It's a ½ a foot low tide. So we got 2 more hours, actually, of the tide drawing out. Let's take a look here of Jordy Smith's first wave.
Yeah, so Jordy just super paced approach there at the start. Beautiful wrapping carve. And like John said, I mean, this wave has a beautiful cup to it. Sort of that medium-sized wave today, definitely the pick of the bunch. And brings it through to the inside here and gets the finish. So I feel like he's on pace with Matty for sure. This is Matt's 2nd one. Let's have a look. jam in the pocket, little float, cracks it up in the lip there, and finishes.
So I think that was his 6.33 big opener, so we can compare that wave and what we saw from Jordy Smith, which we haven't yet seen a score for.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? I feel like they're very similar in my eyes. I feel that this, and Jordy's done a good job at keeping pace. What I noticed was, I think Matt's was maybe a little bit more in the pocket, whereas Jordy had a little bit more variety with being able to go on that open face, and yeah, scores come through.
Jordy comes up on top with a 6.83, so slight advantage to Jordy Smith. McGillivray kicking out of his backup score, that 1.57 early to establish priority. And we'll just wait for the next set. As we're waiting for the next set, we'll go out to the water with Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you. Yeah, just wanted to jump into the conversation about the Wisla Shaper ranking. So obviously into the quarterfinals, this is where everybody's making their points and they're trying to get to this next level, and we're going to see some interesting scenarios possibly in this heat. I have talked to Duma, who's out here with Jordy Smith's boards, and Jordy right now riding a Smith shape, 6'1.5", but it's got a little crease above the fins. So he said there's a good chance that he's gonna have to paddle over and give him the board that he has under his, and he's sitting on caddying for him, which is a Takoro. So interesting. I don't know how much of the heat do you surf on one board and then you get onto another? Will there be a separation of points with each board? And I don't know how to answer that question exactly, but I think maybe it's whatever you finish the heat on. So if Jordy breaks his board out here and finishes on the Takoro, Takoro is going to get the points. But right now, Matthew McGillivray is looking at a beautiful wall. Oh, wow, that was unfortunate for him. He's on a CI Pro 2, 6.0. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Yep. Surfers start earning points in the quarterfinals towards that Wisla CT Shaper rankings, and as Strider mentioned, the 6.0 CI Pro under the feet of Matthew McGillivray. His shaper, Britt Merrick, says this CI Pro that he's riding, Matty's riding, has a little bit of a lower entry rocker. The lower entry rocker, I would really would suppose that would increase the drive, and that's what you're looking for, is drive and straight line speed in a board down a point break like this. Let's take a look at the matchups now between the two South Africans. They've only met up 3 times in competition. 2 times for Jordy Smith, who got the best of Matthew McGillivray in 2022 at Pipeline, and then last year at the Rio Vivo Pro. Matty got the best of Jordy Smith in 2023 at Sunset Beach. Matthew McGillivray looking to even things up, but look at the maximum heat score. Definitely goes Jordy Smith's way.
Yeah, everything's going Jordy Smith's way, except for that max wave score, right? Matty getting the jump with the 8.27. But it's just, it's sad when you see these two guys getting matched up, because the only 2 South Africans on tour and they end up in this heat together. You'd think it'd be awesome if it was a final. Let's get back to that. Matt up and running.
Inside wave here. McGillivray tosses it up, and as he often does, tail high, air reverse, and puts it down. So just sneakily getting a back up to that 6.33. He's going to ditch the 1.57 he has in his scoreline and take a stronger lead over Jordy Smith. We're waiting for that score.
Yeah, he's definitely dropping the 1.57. I don't think this is necessarily going to go too high though. It's obviously just that single maneuver, and just had a look through the judging criteria that, let's have a look here. So Matty, this smaller wave, you can really tell that he's forecasting down the line here. Looks for this maneuver. I mean, it was done with a lot of speed, but yeah, can't go too high. It's just that one maneuver. Grabs that rail, super inverted, gets that tail really high. It's just so whippy once he hits the water again. It comes out of that with so much speed. But yeah, I mean, it definitely just can't go too high. It's just the one maneuver. But yeah, good way to back up 6.33.
So 4.67. So the need now for Jordy Smith is a 4.17 Smith with priority and a ton of time on the clock. 23 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah, it's, I was just going to say, but it looks like we might have a couple of sets actually, maybe on the horizon.
Lines coming through here. Jordy spies this, does not flinch on this first wave as of yet. And he's just going to sit stoically and hold his position. Second wave in the set. is a bigger wave. Matthew McGillivray getting the inside on Jordy Smith. Jordy, will he go on this one? Looks like a good wave. And Smith decides, hey, I'm going to hold court. And Matthew McGillivray says, I'm happy to take this insider. Little trip up there on the bottom turn, which led to a catch rail on the top turn. And that wave was actually very, very tapered off, so it didn't really have that much potential. So that's not going to hurt anyone.
No, not at all. He's just trying to apply that more pressure, right? He's trying to drop that 4.67. I mean, already, judging by, the judges are really liking Jordy's surfing, all right? You've got to look 6.83. I mean, that's a great score already. They're obviously really appreciating that variety that Jordy had on his opening wave. And, I mean, Matt knows he's not safe.
Yeah. Jordy Smith, the oldest on the championship tour at 36 years old. Look at his career highlights. 17 years on the championship tour, 6 event wins, 15 finals appearances, excellent wave scores, nearly 300 and 10-point rides. He's got 6 of them, but of those 6 10-point rides, Jordy Smith actually got 2 of those 6 in one heat. He's on that really, really elite list of surfers that have surfed a perfect heat, Jordy Smith.
Yeah, I think what was impressive about that, and we spoke about it in his last heat, is that happened at JB and that was on turns. I mean, which is super impressive. And these days you're seeing those 10s get thrown around, obviously barrels, but for big air maneuvers or combination, right? And to do it on, the strength of just rail work alone is very impressive.
Yeah, Jordy Smith, pretty incredible, with his stats and just how long he's been able to hang on to. Remember, he came on as a rookie in 2000. Well, he was Rookie of the Year in 2010. He was runner-up in the world in 2010. He was runner-up in the world in 2016 as well. And Jordy, along with Matthew, will be representing South Africa in the Paris 2024 Olympics. There's number 23, Michael Jordan Smith.
Yeah, and you know what? He absolutely charges. I mean, they're both these guys do, really. I mean, Matt's also had a perfect 10, or 10. He had it in Tahiti as well. But both these guys charge. But Jordy, I mean, he just always impresses me in waves of consequence, right? He's had some amazing moments at Pipeline, at Backdoor. But yeah, these two are going to be fun to watch in the Olympics.
So Jordy being ultra selective. He's only ridden 1 wave, in contrast to Matthew McGillivray, who's been on 5 waves in this heat and still trailing is Jordy Smith, but just needing a mid-range score, under a mid-range score of a 4.17. So I think the strategy, and I want to get your thoughts actually, Flick, on this, is just, holding it down, hold down priority, knows he doesn't need a big requirement to turn the heat.
Yeah, of course, right? And I think Snip's already kind of mentioned it, but I feel like everyone's so good, right? And this is finals day, but to win these heats today, you need to be identifying what the best waves are, right? And I think we just heard some truth as we see Katie get the jersey on. She's warming up, coming up in that semi-final heat 1.
Yep. Katie Simmers up against Gabriella Bryant. When we shift gears into the women's semi-final number 1, Katie Simmers has been an absolute phenomena. She will be wearing yellow into the Vivo Rio Pro, stop number 8 on the championship tour, and that kicks off, gosh, pretty soon. I believe the 22nd of June. So from El Salvador to Saquarema is going to be the story there.
And she won there last year. So
she'll be defending champ, yeah.
She's going back as defending champ, good positive memories, and she'll be wearing yellow. So, and she's already had 2 wins this year. I mean, wow. As so young, it's just absolutely incredible. 2nd year on tour. Big future ahead for sure. But yeah, right now in this heat, I honestly think, back to the point that I was talking about before, you just need to be on those best waves and identifying what they are. And John was speaking to that in that post interview a little bit. It's those medium-sized ones with that really beautiful cup. Sort of those big set waves today, they're pushing a bit wide and they're just running off a bit fast. So I feel that this heat kind of hasn't had one of those yet. And I feel like these guys obviously know that. Jordy's just going to wait now, right? He's going to wait for that moment, wait for this set to come through, and he'll pull the trigger.
Yeah. For more intel from the field, well, I'm going to go to AJ McCord. AJ, what do you have for us?
Kaipo, I was catching up with Britt Merrick, who of course is Channel Islands shaper, the board under Matt McGillivray's feet, and I asked him what was the piece of advice that you gave Matty before he paddled out for this heat against Jordy, and he said he reminded him, hey, Jordy's swoops right now are really hard to beat, so the point of difference for you is going to be how critical can you be and how well can you take to the air. He also reminded him that Jordy has the pressure on him in this heat. He's sitting in that top 5 picture. That's where Jordy's focus is, and so for Matty, it's about putting the pressure on Jordy early on in this heat, and we saw him do that pretty early with that 6.33.
Yeah, there we go with Britt Merrick. You can see him there, second generation surfboard builder. Of course, his dad, Al, legendary in surfboard design, both from fin templates, foils, surfboard templates. I mean, the high bump squash invented by Al Merrick, his dad. Channel Islands, of course, we saw multiple world titles won on Channel Islands surfboards, where we look at Lisa Anderson, and we look at Tom Curran, we look at Kelly Slater. I mean, it's pretty endless, and it's good to see Channel Islands still up there, still relevant. We took a look at our Vista CT Shaper rankings, and Channel Islands is currently in the number 3 position on that Vista CT Shaper rankings. We'll update you at the end of this event on any changes there. Matty up and out. Let's take a look at those Vista CT Shaper rankings. Coming into this event, it's been all lost. Sharp Eye in second place, but Channel Islands, hey, a win by Matthew McGillivray will definitely vault them up in that point total.
Oh, completely. And you know what? I mean, you got to look at Loss still gaining more points. Yago through to the semi-final, taking on Gabe. But Matt Biolis absolutely running away with it at the moment. And well and truly got that yellow jersey on for sure.
Paisel also with some potential. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson has been riding a Paisel. And of course, we know Paisel's #1 team rider, John Florence, is into the semifinals. So we'll keep you updated on those Shaper rankings at the conclusion of this event. It's just another great facet that we've incorporated on the championship tour. Still ocean here, but the good thing that I'm seeing right now, Flick, other than like a lull, is that the ocean surface is still relatively smooth.
Yeah, to me it even looks like there's a ever so slightly, it's had a little bit of offshore. Ever so slightly, very smooth. But I think that was forecasted, you know. I was checking Surfline yesterday afternoon. I mean, we were all checking it yesterday throughout the day, multiple times. But it was saying that it was going to be, you know, a little bit offshore. And it is way more groomed, you know. It kind of likes that here. I feel like today, I mean, we're looking at a different Punta Roca for sure. I mean, we already spoke about it earlier, but it's definitely focused way more up the point. We're not seeing, you know, I don't think there's going to be so much more opportunity down the line like what we've seen, you know, in the beginning of the event, surfers finding that opportunity on the paddle back out. I mean, that was my first takeaway this morning. It's definitely focused up there. They're a little bit more tapered walls today. So, I mean, we're looking at a great ocean right now, and I think it was a good call, you know, yesterday. I mean, we did do a lot of waiting around, but good call to call it off, and back here today with some beautiful conditions.
Yeah. Well, the strong onshore winds yesterday made it pretty impossible for us to run heat, so we were hoping that would change throughout the day, but it kept on blowing. Things calmed down overnight, and we got these glassy and, like you said, maybe even a light offshore conditions this morning. We're looking for this to be finals day and crown men's and women's champs. That is contingent, however, on those winds. We know how the weather can change here very quickly in El Salvador, and so we're just going to be on a heads up. The good news is that we're only day 4 into the event window, so we haven't had an off day as of yet of competition. So that means, you know, when we look at the entirety of the event window, we got a lot of stuff. If we can't get it done today, we have a lot of calendars to still play with.
Oh yeah, and even, you know, I had a look again tomorrow morning, still saying glassy, and, you know, similar sort of size, maybe a little bit smaller, but there's so much opportunity, and right now it looks like we might have our first set coming through in this heat.
Jordy Smith with priority. He looks interested in this one. Jordy's going to engage. Drops down, stalls a bottom turn, double pump off the bottom, slashes off the top. Talked about that swoop. Here comes a swoop from Jordy Smith. Just a trademark turn that he's able to apply so much pressure all the way through the turn on the Smith shape. And the little bobble there, but he gets his footing back. Makes up with it with a short turn, catches the nose there. We talked about, well, Strider talked about maybe the crease in the board. And so I don't know if that crease was affecting the rocker there. It did see like the board skipped out a bit. Here we go with Matthew McGillivray. Roundhouse cutback, a series of them. Snaps up into the lip. McGillivray racing this section. Floater clears into open water. One more gouge on the Channel Island surfboard. Here we go with Matty looking for a nice finish. Lip slide finish for Matthew McGillivray. This is going to tighten this heat up.
Wow, advantage Matty. I mean, he surfed so well there, and he had to pull the trigger, right? That's the first proper set we've seen come through in this heat. Jordy went the first one, and to me, I mean, first takeaway is that first wave of that set, it was just didn't have as much scoop to it. The second one that Matty took off on just had that nice bowl, allowed him to get more critical. And to, you know, AJ's reporting and to Britt's point, I mean, Matt's definitely sticking to that. He's trying to get, you know, that point of difference, be a bit more critical in the pocket. But you can't go past the beautiful rail work from Jordy.
Hey, let's go out to Strider Wazalewski.
Yeah, just watching the paddle by. We got caddies in the water. They're having the conversations. Matthew actually getting priority back into the lineup because he's further out as they ended their waves. I feel like Matty got the better of that exchange. I mean, he's way more intense in the lip and way more radical on the critical part of the wave. Jordy's wave had a great pace to it, but it had kind of a softer shoulder. It didn't have that lip line that, you know, Matty McGillivray was able to go straight up into and throw that board. He climbed the sections. He was looking intense, and I think he listened to Britt Merrick's advice, obviously, because he's really going after those technical power sections. He knows he can't win on the rail, so he's going to go to the lip, and that's exactly what he did. Jordy paddling out now. He looks like he's on a good pace, but he also knows he's got to get back out there and do some work.
Yeah, we saw Jordy paddling by there. He also paddled by Duma, his manager, as well as the in-water caddy, and he declined on switching boards. Here we go, Jordy Smith. We're waiting for the score.
Yeah, so this one, beautiful rail work, right? This is, you know, this is trademark Jordy. This is what we come to see. This is the surfing I love from him. This maneuver here, I don't know, for me, it's probably like one of my favorite maneuvers to watch, the figure eight, the roundhouse carve. But that moment, he just gets himself off balance, and
you know what happened? He was standing on his leash.
Yeah, he tried to. After that, I mean, it's almost like he shouldn't have tried to do that. It was all working, right? But I mean, there's nothing worse than taking off and that leash being caught on your foot.
Yeah, and that intel came from Strider Wazalewski out in the water. Jordy actually said that to Strider when he was paddling by. So straight from, you know, Jordy's mouth to Strider. Yeah, what was bothering him on this wave, and we can see, is that he's standing on his leash. And, you know, every surfer knows that feeling, and if you have a good wave, you're going to power through regardless. But he did have to do this one spot where he's like, getting rid of this under my feet.
Let's say you can see it there. It's just like, oh, it's just such a bad feeling, man. Oh, yeah, we hate it. We hate it.
But at some point in this replay, I hope we catch it there. He's like, get rid of that. Okay, now I'm back. Okay, now I'm fully on the tail pad.
Oh, yeah, but it's kind of like he maybe shouldn't have done that.
Yeah. He just overcooked it now that he finally had really good form. Here's a 7.77 for Matthew McGillivray on the replay.
Yeah, this was a beautiful cupped out wave. Second wave of the set. Had a lot more steepness to it, a lot more draw off the bottom of this point break. Gets a little bit caught behind here, drives around that section again, and I just love that he's just playing to his strengths. It's so evident, right? And he got the finish, which is super important. He's applied so much more pressure now on Jordy. And, yeah, really playing to that strength. That was a beautiful fin release there. So.
Well, Matthew McGillivray does go into the lead and has priority heat control to Matthew McGillivray. Jordy Smith, he needs a 7.24 to turn this heat. He's got 8 minutes to do so. We're going to step away for a sec. We'll see if Jordy can come back when we return. Quarterfinal number 4 in the water. It's Jordy Smith up against Matthew McGillivray. Jordy Smith needs a 7.24. Here goes Smith. Medium-sized wave, pops it in the air and just goes down. And that will not help Jordy's cause. He's still going to be searching for that 7.24. And he's under the priority of Matthew McGillivray, who has the lead as well as priority.
Yeah, that's a little bit painful for Jordy for sure, because we just know how inconsistent it is. Wraps around here, everything's looking so good. Puts lots of mayo on that air and just comes unstuck behind him. Matt in and out, smart decision.
Yeah, so Matt wants to continue with heat control. So rather than going on the offense in that position, he just said, hey, I'm going to stay in a defensive position and put myself back at King of the Peak. Priority with Matthew McGillivray and the clock at 6 minutes. So this is a control time and a lot of pressure on Jordy Smith's strider.
Yeah, you know what? 100% a lot of pressure on Smith's shoulders right now. Smith's sitting number 5. So in that race, he's right in there for the finals. But at number 6, you got Gabriel Medina, and Medina has just advanced. So he is going to be clawing away into that final 5 spot. And so not only the pressure of this heat, but the pressure of the final 5 resting on Smith's shoulders right now. There's a lot at stake for this heat. Let's see what happens.
Yes, and let's take a look at the live rankings. As Strider was saying, Gabe Medina right there behind Jordy Smith. Look at the point differentiation. Not much. Medina, he moves on into the final. He's going to be bumping Jordy Smith out of that 5th spot. And remember, at the end of Fiji, stop number 9 on the championship tour, we take our final 5 men to head to Trestles for the WSL Finals. September 6th through the 14th is the window for that one-day super event to crown men's and women's world champs.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, right now, Gabe's rubbing his hands together. He's sitting in that 6th place. And, I mean, it's not looking too good for Jordy. I mean, it's definitely doable, but he can do it in this one-wave 7.24. But, I mean, you know what? For Matt, this is great, too. This is an epic result so far for him. If he does advance out of this, he'd be equaling his best result so far this year, which is that 3rd that he got down at Bells. So Matt's not going to want to lose this.
Here he goes. He uses priority on this one. Quick slash off the top, long bottom turn. Fin release on that second one, getting rhythm down the line. And just smooth, no bobbles at all. Lip line float, clears that straight back up into a second float. And mistake-free surfing from Matthew McGillivray. And the Red Bull Athlete Zone and the rest of the surfers completely enjoy that wave.
Wow, that was so well done. It was so smooth. To your point, Kipes, no baubles, no little, tweaks or checks between turns. That was just such beautiful surfing. Great flow. Really pleasing to the eye.
So will he better that 6.33? What do you think, Flick?
Yeah, I think so. I think this was awesome. Let's have a look. I feel like he's playing to his strengths once again. He goes here, beautiful wrap, sort of carved setup turn, straight up into the lip there. I just love that he's fading his bottom turn so that he can get so critical in the pocket. And, I mean, this was a really fast little section here, and to do it so smoothly and finish how he did, I think it is going to better that 6.33. Let's have a look from this angle. That first turn was, the first little carve was really a setup so he could get so critical in the pocket. He looks connected. He looks like he's locked in it and sort of cracked the code here at Punta Roca. That maneuver there, I mean, it threw a lot of spray. I mean, I said it was a setup turn, but it was really a turn. But wow, I mean, even just that lip line. And then to transition straight out of that into this next section, which he hit so late. He has such a good ability to do that. I mean, even with the airs that we've seen him go to in this event as well, it's kind of his trademark, and he's very good at doing that, just like identifying that really late section, and it seems to me that he enjoys it.
Yeah.
It's like he's seeking that, that late section, and yeah, that's just something I've really noticed during this event. It's just, he feels comfortable doing that.
Yeah, and really the core strength to meet the lip, both with the airs as well as those floats, coming to a late section and stay stable through that entire maneuver, impressive. We're still waiting for the number. We're suspecting that it will increase his heat total and put a larger requirement to Jordy Smith. And Jordy's battling the clock as well, because really it's not against Maddie at this point. It's all Jordy and what he can do. But his biggest nemesis with priority is that clock and just 1:54 left.
Yeah, that, and he knows, right, that there's only been one, maybe two good sets coming through in each heat. They've had one, but I feel like it's gonna be hard work right now because he's chasing a 7.24. It's gonna be his best wave, and you know you got to be thinking that he wants to do it on a set.
He's going to be chasing more than 7.24 as the number dropped for Maddie. A 7.4. One judge goes as high as a 7.8 on that. Now the requirement for Jordy Smith is excellent. He needs an excellent wave of 8.3.
And that's hard to do on a really small wave, right? And he's going to need a really good quality wave. And is that going to come through in the next minute? I'm not sure. Maybe looked like there was maybe one line on the horizon there, but I mean, this is hard work. And you know what? Hats off to Matt. I mean, improving on his scoreline continually. And I mean, it's the best wave of the heat that he's got to score. So 8.3, big number.
Yeah, I mean, Jordy's been selective. He's just ridden 3 waves. Matthew's just been tenacious in this heat. Wave after wave after wave, looking to build his scoreline. Rode 9 waves, Matthew McGillivray, and that strategy of just staying busy out there seems to be paying off for McGillivray. We're down to 25 seconds and a pretty quiet ocean for Jordy Smith. Not a lot of opportunity.
No, I think it's all she wrote for sure. And you know what? I've said it's been inconsistent, but I mean, Matt's definitely found waves out there. I mean, 9 of them. And obviously, this approach is definitely the one to go for. I feel like it's just, he started off with that 6.33, great score. And then since then, he's just been sharking around, trying to back it up. And priority was also on his side when a couple of those sets came through.
Well, there you go. Equal 5th for Jordy Smith and a place in semifinal number 2 for Matthew McGillivray. McGillivray will be in that second semifinal facing off against John Florence. And speaking of semifinals, women's semifinals on the way after this. Caitlin Simmers comes up against Gabriela Bryan.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. By Eventbrite, proud sponsor of women's surfing on the WSL Championship Tour. And by Corona, this is living.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. The fans are here in full effect, and thankfully, they've got some fans themselves. Mind the pun, but it is sizzling down here at Punta Roca in the best way possible. We're living the dream here in paradise. Surf City El Salvador has provided, so far so good. The men's quarterfinals were awesome. I mean, every surf fan will agree. There were some magical moments happening in the men's quarters, and now the semis are stacked for the men. But before we get there, We got some incredible heats lined up for you. The women's semis are about to start. Chris Cote, Mitchell Salazar. Mitch, so far, so good, so fun. No tranquilo, no chill, all action. Here we go. Katie Simmers versus Gabrielle O'Brien. Give us the tail of the tape.
Well, Katie, already with a couple of wins this year, you got to expect her to be a contender here on finals day. But Gabby Bryan in the last heat surfed incredibly well. Here she goes, Chris. It seems like we got some action. Gabby with a huge turn outside.
I said there's no chill. And they got the memo, starting it off with a bang. Gabrielle O'Brien's power has been unmatched so far in this event. What a way to start. I mean, you know she's going to have her hands full. Caitlin Simmers has been on an absolute tear. Title threat. She's locked into that top 5 position, for now at least. So these are 35-minute heats. The very basic, the very essentials are that your top 2 waves will be totaled. Whoever has the highest heat total, they're going to make it through. You just have to surf better than the other person in your
in the time frame.
Yeah, in 35 minutes.
Sounds pretty simple, but
yeah.
You know, Jake Marshall said it, and he's absolutely right. You don't necessarily have to be the best surfer in the world. You just have to be the best surfer
at
within
the time.
those 30, 35 minutes, whatever it is. Katie, right here on her opener, frothier wave on the outside. Great opening snap right there. Good amount of release on the lip line, too. Carves it back. So strong combo to open this wave up, and unfortunately for her, Chris, wave just fizzles out. Should still be a great score, though, I feel, especially with the work done on the outside. This was amazing, though. Look at that. Even grabbed the rail just slightly. I mean, so degree of difficulty just absurd right there by Gabby. And she dropped an excellent score in her previous heat. Got to be thinking this is going to be a large number, too. She's done this several times, though. She loses control coming out of it, maybe stands a little bit up too straight. Needs to be careful of that right now. We're in the semifinals, spot on the final in the line.
That was a heck of an opening exchange, and I think this dude got sprayed multiple times. Strider Wasilewski in the channel. Strider, what's up?
Tranquilo aquí is insane. These ladies are on it. That first exchange was bananas to me. I mean, you know, I was kind of gonna get into the conversation of we got Gabby with that really heavy, powerful rail game, and then you got Katie with that in the lip, you know, just kind of technical game, as I would say would be the contrast of the surfers. But then Gabby catches that first wave and goes straight up into the lip and shows that she's got both sides of that. So I think we're gonna have a battle right now with this thing. We're really fortunate right now, you guys. We've got a beautiful west wind blowing, so it's kind of like maybe you could compare it to being at Rincon in the Cove when those onshore flow everywhere else. This beautiful west wind kind of grooming the surfaces here. We're so fortunate right now, and the waves have got a good spike on the energy via the surf line forecast. So we're going to see a lot of surfing go down with great conditions of the rest of this thing.
Beautiful west wind. That sounds like a Jimmy Buffett song, and I'm here for it. Conditions are stunning right now, and that turn was
crazy. Absurd. Poltergeist, whatever you want to call it, Chris. Bring out your adjectives right now.
Yeah, where's the thesaurus? Because we're going to need it. This is going to be a big heat right here. What a great start for Gabrielle O'Brien. So this is where we can all play judge. You know, we can pretend we know what we're doing here. Those two waves are pretty comparable, I would say. I feel like Gabrielle O'Brien maybe just had a little bit more power, which will never go out of style. Will always get you a good number. But you got to think, Caitlin Simmers, she's the most high-tech, high-performance surfer there is on the Women's Championship Tour.
Agreed.
Lightning fast. Her consistency rate, her strike rate has been just vastly improving with every heat that she surfs. But so far, a real even matchup between these two surfers.
Baseball analogy incoming right here. You'd think because of her size and stature, she'd be, you know, a double play turning shortstop or second baseman. She plays like an outfielder. She has a cannon, too, and she really packs a punch in that small frame that she has. But when she gets on the right wave, definitely can be up there with the most powerful surfer on tour. It seems like Gabby going to get a big number out of this opening exchange, though.
Yeah, so I was dead wrong. Not even at all. Gabrielle O'Brien with a huge number, 7-point ride, going up against Caitlin Simmers with a 4.33. You know, I feel like Katie just had that one big opportunity on the outside. She did a beautiful turn, kind of a tail sliding snap, but Gabrielle O'Brien using the rails of that board to the utmost effect, carving her way down the line, adding speed, adding some flair to the end of her turns as well.
Majority of those points coming from the first turn, though.
Yeah, that turn was
radical,
power hack,
absurd, and out of the women's division so far, this event probably have to go out on a limb and say it's the gnarliest turn we've seen all event long.
Definitely one of them, and we're going to see more turns just like that, thankfully. 26:58 to go. Katie Simmers having a look, and she's in. Couple pumps, generating speed. What's she looking for? What do we got here for Katie Simmers? She's going to stick to the wrap. Appropriate turn for the section of that wave. She's just waiting for this thing to get a little bit more critical, and when it does, it goes wrong. So the patience didn't pay off there for Katie Simmers, but I don't think that wave was really going to turn into anything too radical anyway. So with plenty of time to go, Katie Simmers will get back out into the lineup. Just a 2-5 for your surfer in red. 26:20 on the clock. Matthew McGillivray just took down one of his all-time heroes in Jordy Smith. He's on the glass now with AJ McCord.
Yeah, Maddie, I caught up with Britt during that heat, and he said his advice to you was to find the critical sections and land the airs. That was going to be the point of difference between you and Jordy. You executed that from perfection, it looks like, from the shore. How'd you feel?
Yeah, I mean, the waves were pumping. I was really lucky to be in rotation with the set waves, and I think it's because I started the heat on the inside. I got the first wave, and then somehow it put me in rhythm. Yesterday the airs helped me, and today I only did one on an insider, but the set waves were so perfect, so such nice shape for turns and carves. So yeah, such a great day to have the competition on.
And you'll have another chance later on to the semifinals, a place that you're finding yourself in a little bit more frequently here in the last few events. What do you attribute that consistency to?
Just being more patient in the water, and yeah, I guess build up of experience, and just realizing that I can win heats if I stick to my own surfing and I don't get lost. Just got to focus on yourself and believe.
We'll see you in the next one, Maddie.
Awesome, thanks so much.
Maddie's got to lean into it, right? This is what I hear my kids yelling this from the other room when they're playing Fortnite with their friends. I am him. I am him. That's what Maddie needs to bring, that kind of energy. Right. And you could kind of see it, a little spark in his eye, right? He's starting to realize that he is him. And he could win this contest.
But he's giggling all the time. He still feels like a kid. And self-belief, confidence, it goes a long way. And there's a reason why Jordy Smith has been on tour for 17 years now. It's because he's always had that in him. And as of right now, McGillivray putting on a performance for the ages, 15-1-7 against, you would have to consider him the massive favorite, Jordy Smith, going out into that heat with these kind of conditions. Matt with another semi, though. He's looking good, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's probably starts to sound like a little bit of a superlative here, but Jordy Smith is also one of the best to ever do it.
Mm-hmm.
And when you can take him out in a big quarterfinal heat like that, that's going to give you a launch pad of momentum and confidence. And look, let's just take a second here. How beautiful is the sky right now?
Yeah.
I'm liking this. A little
Looks like
moment
a
of zen. Soak it in. Book your ticket. Come to Surf City, El Salvador.
Breathing it in right now. What a fortune we have, right? Doing this for a living, getting to travel to all these places, and so rad. Yesterday I dropped a board off for a kid that I brought actually from JT from Dark Arts, and seeing the community so involved here, not just from El Salvador, but neighboring countries. A lot of people from Costa Rica come to watch this event. Everybody from Central America. I love to see the impact that it's having, not just within Surf City and El Salvador, but within the neighboring communities too. It's really rad.
Yeah, I mean, downtown El Tunco and Surf City was going off last night, and not just the bars and restaurants, but the surf shops were popping.
Mm-hmm.
There's a really cool local surf industry developing. There's shaping bays, there's ding repair shops. You can order a custom board shaped right here. So the idea to kind of lean into surf tourism is absolutely working, and why wouldn't you work with the natural resources that you have? There's an abundance of waves here, and a lot of places around the world I don't think you'd really be like broadcasting it to all your friends and, you know, all the fans and everybody on your social media. But the cool thing about Surf City, El Salvador is there are waves for days all up and down this coast. And I've been here. We both have been here for those events where there's 600 plus surfers in town. You can still find a nook and a cranny to surf.
You can, and always a good restaurant to go to as well. Food down here is just as amazing as anywhere else. And of course, the local cuisine, I would have to say a delicacy, the pupusas. And the scale of pupusas today, maybe 5 out of 5. I almost feel like it's better at this side than it is a little bit too big out here.
Yeah, I got to agree with you there. 21:50 to go. Gabriel O'Brien is in the lead, riding her trusty Lost Surfboard shaped by Matt Biolas. And I think Matt got the memo. He probably saw Britt Merrick all over the broadcast, and he thought, I'm getting down there. I'm getting involved. And yes, he is here on a working vacation, not only scouting the team right now, doing some on-the-fly R&D, but he's actually shaping boards down here in El Salvador. I love that. It's like an artist that does a residency around the world, right? You got one of the best shapers to ever do it, Matt Biolas, here in town. I believe he's shaping over at Surfboard Factory Papaya. So he's involved. He's in the mix. And he is leading the 2024 Vissla CT Shaper rankings.
Not just leading.
By a long shot. What am I trying to say? By a lot.
Also saw Marcia Zuby here from Sharp Eye over in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Britt Merrick from Channel Islands. Paizel having a good event. It's got both Betty Lou and John into the semis. Shout out to TNC, smaller manufacturer over there on Oahu.
But iconic. Absolutely iconic.
And some of the best logos we've ever seen all time, airbrushes too, but can't deny Shaper of the Year last year, Matt Biolas, and the entire crew over at Lost. Once again, they're having a great event here, and they're really far out in front right now, Chris.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, to talk a little bit more about Surf City here, I don't think you'd be able to tell the difference if between a Matt Biolas shape that he did in San Clemente than when you did here. The craftsmanship that you have down here in El Salvador is on par with anywhere else in the world. So shout out not just to the shapers and designers, the glassers, the sanders.
Everyone.
People who put your fins in. I mean, that can make or break a board right there. So
ding repair.
Thank you so much to all the surfboard builders out there. And to all the fans, keep ordering boards.
Yeah.
But don't ask if it's done yet, please. 19:40 to go. Strider Wasilewski, he's out in the channel. He's on a surfboard. And so he probably heard that conversation we had about the Vissla board rankings. Strider, what's the word?
The word is there was a lot of work done. Sorry, I'm just trying to stay out of the sun here.
Good luck.
There's a lot of work that was done before this event between Gabriel O'Brien and Matt Biolas. And the shaping and the little fine tunes that they do so that these athletes can have the edge over their opponent. So Gabby, known for her big power hack, and they've got the driver 3.0 under her feet, 5'10". But then they went into work and said, you know what? Matt called her in and said, hey, I want you to be able to have more flair. I want you to be able to go straight up into that lip and blow that tail out. I want you at the end of those carves to have just a little bit more turn to really punctuate that and give it a little bit more radicalness and a look to it that's more appealing. And so they took the back of the board, they lifted the tail up with the rocker, and they held it. Everything else is the same. It holds the drive, everything looks beautiful, but then right at the end you have the ability to kick a little bit out of it and really break that tail free. And so far it's been working really well for her, and she's super excited to have that relationship. And she talked to me about it while sitting out here in the lineup, how cool it is to have somebody call you in. The shaper called her in to do it, and she didn't have to do that work, and now we're in the semis and looking good.
Simpatico.
Hey, Strider, first of all, I love your little Slim Shady look right there with the hat positioning out in the
ear
lineup.
covered. I'm keeping the ear covered.
Hey, but in all your years of covering the sport, doing the job that you do out in the lineup, where would you rank this event? It seems like the waves have been nonstop throughout the entirety of the period.
It has, and Katie Simmers is going to be nonstop on this one. She's going to come off the bottom, get straight up into the lip, big front side air, can't pull it down. But that kind of surfing and these kind of waves you know, this wind right here, I feel like is what we were after this whole event. This west wind is always cleaning and grooming this lineup. And this place has so much swell, and we have so much opportunity here. I mean, we've been running every day of this event window, and that just goes to show you how, you know, the call for this event is right on the money, and having these kind of waves on tour gives the opportunity for the best surfing in the world. You get to see these athletes licking their chops. I mean, all the athletes in this event have been super pumped on the opportunity to have these waves. And now here we are on finals day, and we've got, you know, groomed perfect lines coming in. We're really fortunate to have this event on tour, and the surfers are loving it.
Thank you, Strider. Got to give a lot of credit to Strider. I mean, yes, he's got the best job. He's sitting in the best seat in the house, but he's also go find a buddy with a jacuzzi and go sit in it for 12 hours in a wetsuit. It's going to be tough. So, full credit to Strider Wasilewski. It's always great to have him out in the lineup, giving us that front row taste of the action.
Look at that.
And I saw in the background one of the orange jerseys. So that's our Water Patrol team.
Yep.
Got to give them a shout out too, because guess what? We haven't seen them, we haven't noticed them, and that means that they're doing a great job. If they're behind the scenes, and you don't see, you know, any of those skis flying in and out of the lineup, that means they're on top of their game. They're like, you know, they're like the SWAT team. They're down here just making sure everything's cool, everybody's safe. You know, we're within the realm, in the kind of the fences of this lineup. It takes a village, Mitch. It really does. It takes a village.
Yeah, Matt Rom, Chris Grimm, the entire crew over there for Water Patrol, all of our production crew. Really want to thank all of the local people that come down and work this event too, especially the volunteers. As you said, it takes way more than just a village, but most importantly, the job that it generates for the area too.
We're just going in and out, doing the rock dance, coming in and out on the jet skis, and coming in for a little break, get some water, a little bit of food, and head back out and try not to ding myself up again.
Couldn't have said it better ourselves.
That's a tough job, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
those
guys.
I don't want that job.
No.
I like this. We're in an air conditioning room right here with a beautiful window to the action.
Especially your feet, the walk in and out, doing that multiple times a day, especially after being out on the water all day, all dehydrated. Like, your feet take a beating out there.
Yeah, the men and women on Water Patrol teams around the world are a different breed. Here we go, 1450 in this semifinal matchup, Clash of the Titans. And so far, Gabriel O'Brien has had the edge by using the edges of her surfboard and throwing a lot of spray. Third turn. And she's been having a little trouble at the end of her waves, but I don't think it really matters because that third turn was an assault on the senses.
And whenever you see Dog smiling and not kind of grabbing his little notebook, looking down, it's a positive sign despite her not getting the last turn in. Shout out to Aaron Hughes right there, too. One of the best photographers in the world right there. But Gabby, great wave selection, excellent use of priority, too. Waited a long time after getting the 7 right here, and great opening carve, but these next 2 turns really impactful. Into the lip right there.
Give it a growl, Mitch.
Waka! Pulling a little strider right there, and then just a little bit mistimed right at the end, but it's going to come down to these second and third turns on these waves. Good carve, but look at the high impact and the amount of spray she sends on that second one, but especially the third right there. Bango.
You couldn't have placed those 2 turns any better. Look at right where she hit it. Just in the perfect pocket of the wave. And this one too. That was a incredible 2-turn combo.
See how she keeps her speed down the line still, though? Like, that's something that she has in her surfing that few people have on tour.
If you're into your bottom turn and the spray's still coming down from the turn you just did, you did something rad.
Oh, yeah. And your timing was perfect, too.
Your timing isn't in the judging criteria. I guess it would be kind of in that flow area, but
it's in the middle of speed and flow.
It's super important, obviously. So with 13 minutes to go, we're going to let the judges decide what the score was on that last wave. And when we come back, we'll tell you what's the scoop here in semifinal heat number 1. Gabby Bryan versus Caitlin Simmers. We'll be right back.
Now you can go to the beach, Punta Roca, you don't see that many trash because they save it. It can change so many lives. And see that, for me, is so beautiful to see.
Today at WSL One Ocean, we have learned how people take beach cleanup and making it into so much more.
Obviously, plastics pollution in the world's oceans is something that we've been grappling with for a lot of years. So what we've been doing is collecting plastics as it flows out of local rivers before it gets to the ocean and recycle it into usable products like this bracelet.
What I do is I work with communities of women who live in at-risk areas, and I design and develop products with recycled products. What's really special for me is to see how these women believe in themselves. I do it through economical empowerment, but what's really important is that they believe in themselves, because once you achieve that, they are unstoppable.
Show us what you're doing by posting on social media with the hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tagging WSL and WSL One Ocean in your posts. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, here on the cobblestones at Punta Roca, and there's no hiding from the sun here. That's why I have the Shiseido Clear Sun Care Stick. It's 50 plus SPF. It's extremely water resistant, and you can feel good about this packaging. 90% plant-based plastic in the packaging. Thank you, Shiseido, for keeping us protected from all of these UV rays out here.
Thank you, Kaipo, for that public service announcement. And yes, if you do come to Surf City, El Salvador, pack as much sunblock as you can carry. The elements are what you'd expect in a paradise. But yeah, they'll get you if you're not careful. Here we go. This was during the break. Caitlin Simmers. This is an answer back to Gabriel O'Brien's opening waves, and this is what we want to see from Katie.
Yeah, I was honestly surprised that the score didn't go a little bit higher, but she did get a little hung up right there. But the timing on that last section was perfect, and a really difficult maneuver right there, right at the end too. But great opening combination on the outside. Really love that turn right there in the pocket, very critical. And then you can see right here, she puts a lot of emphasis into these last closing maneuvers. I just feel like the flow from Caitlin is a big difference within this heat so far. A little bit more maneuverability in terms of the open face right here, Chris. And when it comes to the speed management from Caitlin Simmers, to me, perfect on this wave right here. Great combo. Gets a little caught coming out of that turn, but look at the way it actually set her up perfectly for the last one into the lip. Great stuff for the surfer who is now in live rankings in the lead, Chris. So looking good to qualify for the finals once again, the surfer from Oceanside.
Yeah, and she's pretty much alone in the top of the live rankings, at least for now. Brisa Hennessy, Molly Picklum, Joanne DeFay are out of this event. That means there's room up at the top. Caroline Marks hanging in there at number 5, but here we go, Katie Simbers. I like that you could tell, you know, what her intent is, and it's about to be criminal because you saw the little stall right when she took off. She's wanting something. She's wanting a section. She's wanting to do something radical, and she will. She still has 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Here are your live rankings. It's all happening. Katie Simmers jumps up into the yellow jersey. Brisa, Molly, Joanne out. Caroline Marks, she'll be moving up. Gabrielle O'Brien, she will most likely crack into that top 5 position. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson as well. She moved from 8 to 7. Big moves, Mitchell. Big moves happening.
And Sakura's still in the event. She's going to be coming up in semi 2 against Caroline. Big heat right there, especially with the small difference between points. Seems like Katie, she's going to be looking for an air here, Chris.
Yeah, we're trying to fill the field for the Lexus WSL Finals coming up September 6th through 14th.
She's just looking for that ramp. She's looking for that ramp on the inside. Doesn't have to be a huge wave either, but she's got that ability, Chris, and
I'm down for it. That's if she shows us a little something different, you know the judges are going to be into it. 6:40 now here in semifinal number 1. Mitch, would you call this an upset if Gabrielle O'Brien gets the win here?
Not necessarily. She was number 5 in the world coming off of her first victory on the championship tour over then Margaret River. Another semifinal right here. I would say not necessarily an upset, just a huge bounce back for Gabby, you know, especially after losing in the elimination round over there in Tahiti. I feel like she still hasn't done her best surfing, and give her a lot of credit. in almost 30 minutes, she's only caught 2 waves, and she is still leading, too. She has the best wave of the heat, backed it up with a 6.5 immediately after, putting a lot of pressure onto the world number 1 right now, Caitlin Simmers. Great heat.
Yeah, it's been entertaining so far for sure. Well, we do have an embedded journalist in the field. AJ McCord is on the case.
Mitch, you were talking about putting the pressure on Katie. That's exactly what Dog told Gabriel Bryan to do before she hit the water. He said to treat this like your finals because Katie is so good. He wanted to see Gabby attack every single maneuver, every single wave, and just leave everything out in the ocean here in this semifinal.
Thank you for that one, AJ. As there you see on your shot, Richard Dog Marsh. That's the crew right there. And, you know, you would think, all right, so a couple Australian fellows right here. Why are they cheering from a young lady from the Hawaiian Islands? Well, because they're in the same crew, right?
Yep.
They travel together, they train together, and they've become a really strong unit, supporting each other.
Their family, basically, it travels on tour together.
Oh, family first, like the Fast and the Furious.
Don't bring up Dominic Toretto.
Don't tempt me, bro. 4:57 to go here. We're at a bit of a stalemate right now. Gabriel Bryan in that big lead, a 7 and a 6.5. But Katie Simmers looking for a 6.71. She can do that
Yes,
with
she
one
can.
big air, one big turn.
She's
Her
looking for the
arsenal is
wave.
unmatched, Mitch.
You know, that wave that she just kicked out on, I know she was just a bit too deep, but the wave ran down the line, and it had some potential, and the 6.8 that she has as her best score so far was one that kind of had that extended line. And right now, what Gabby does very well is she sits on the other side of her opponent with priority. You don't need to overdo anything right here if you're Gabby, and I love the reporting there from AJ, getting the insight from Dog, because this should be the way you treat a semifinal like this against Caitlin Simmers. She's already won 2 events so far this year, has been a bit inconsistent outside of the victories, and as of right now, doing what she needs to be doing, Chris, a 7 and a 6.5. This is a great heat so far by the tactician, Gabriel Bryan.
So 3:52 to go. Caitlin Simmers, who in a previous post-heat interview, saying that she likes to listen to a little Billie Eilish before her heats. There is a specific Billie Eilish song, I think it's called Happier Than Ever, that starts off nice and calm, a little sad, and then it gets angry and wild. And that's exactly what needs to happen right now for Caitlin Simmers. She needs to get angry, she needs to get wild, she needs to lean into that Billie Eilish breakup song and go off.
I feel like most Billie Eilish songs are pretty sad and then uplifting and then angry. The only one that I can think of that I've heard is Ocean Eyes, that is like pretty calm the whole time, and it's like kind of inspiring. Everything else, like, it's pretty up and down, Chris. I don't know if I'd want to be listening to that before my heat.
Get mad, Katie. We're here for it. So inside of 3 minutes now.
We got waves.
Couple. I think that's probably one of the most used words in surfing. Couple. There's an Instagram account called Couple Fun Ones.
Yeah.
It's one of those words that really just fit in anywhere, right? How was your heat? Couple.
Couple out there.
And that can go either way.
Yeah. Like
However
couple
you-
really
however
good
you
ones?
say it.
Horrible ones?
I got a couple. That means you didn't do well. Or I got a couple. That means you had a great session.
Also, it depends on the way you emphasize it.
It's a one-word question. It's a
Okay.
one-word answer. All right, decision time for Katie Simmers. Well, it's not her choice to make because Gabriel Bryan had priority and she uses it. She's trying to close this one out, and that's how you do it with 2 big power hooks. Wave could have a double up through the inside. It's growing down the line. She's building speed, trying to clean up a finish. A little messy at the end, but she made it work. Those first 2 turns were solid. Might be in that 6.5 range. That is currently where her backup score is.
Maybe.
So here we are, 1:40 seconds to go. You got 1:40, Katie. Surfers in the water can't hear us, by the way. We do have technical announcers. Ixa and Mateo are giving the surfers all the information they need and nothing they don't.
Exactly.
They have to remain emotionless.
And
no excitement. They just go boom. You got to make your voice clear, loud, give the information.
Keeping it simple, too, as we look at Timo Simmers right there.
Katie's bro. You want to see how good he surfs? Watch the recent maps to know where that kid rips.
Yeah, he does. He's got a sick style, too. Just over a minute here, Chris, and seems like we do have some lines coming through, and I don't think Gabby's going to improve. So door open here. Here goes Katie.
All right, looking for a 6-7-1. This is one of the most exciting surfers on the planet right now, hoping for a clutch finish, building up speed down the line, looking for the section. There she see it, a lot of pumping, a lot of speed. Quick snap there, comes around it. Floats it again. She needs a critical section to work with. Woo! Woo! I'm with Mitch. That was awesome. Look at Timo. That's a nervous brother right there. And right behind him, you saw a nervous crew. So 6-7-1. Let's decode this a little bit here. Let's think about this before we start freaking out, everybody.
I already freaked out.
20 seconds left.
I don't know, Katie.
No.
I don't know.
Don't doubt yourself just yet. What would Billie Eilish do? Woo!
What an exciting finish,
that really is as close. I feel like that's as close as it gets. It wasn't a grand slam. It wasn't super obvious, but was it a 6-7-1? Thankfully, we get the best judges in the business.
Well, this was a very difficult wave to surf. I mean, for her to be able to keep up the pace with it and not get ahead of herself is one thing. So a couple floaters right there down the line. Once again, this turn is the most radical we've seen all event long, though.
I love it.
Progression, creativity, degree of difficulty, commitment, too.
Look at that.
Talking about seconds on the clock.
And look who sees it.
She has to give it her all. Look at how technical it is, too. Digs the nose right here coming out of it.
That's a turn that belongs in a video part right there.
Oh, man.
That was sick.
Wow. The creativity, the degree of difficulty, the commitment to that maneuver right there.
Think of the overall judging criteria. Did she do enough?
She had a lot of speed going into it, coming out of it, too.
I'll tell you what, that Chris Borst surfboard looks perfect.
What a heat. What a heat. Gabby, she should, regardless of the outcome, she should be really stoked with the way she surfed. She competed. She surfed a perfect heat. I mean, kept her off of the wave at the end, didn't improve. It's just going to be a close one right here. She's needing basically her best wave.
You think she's going to come into the beach and scream, "Get it right"?
I hope not. Ugh. Well, they're obviously thinking about it. We still don't have the score. A lot of speed.
Okay, there's the speed and the flow you're looking for.
It took her a long time just to get going, though, but in her defense, the wave didn't allow anything else.
Those two turns were cool. I mean, she was flying, but that's it right there. Is that the turn that gets her a 6-7-1? Let's compare and contrast here. This was a 7.0.
Yeah, so the commitment, degree of difficulty right there, the size of the wave.
A much better wave overall as well.
Yeah, but
then it flattens out.
But she does get this one turn at the end, too, so, you know, I don't even feel like they're comparable, you know? Like the 7 is so much different.
Huh?
Yeah, they're so much different. And this is where subjectivity and really your opinion comes into play.
Yeah, Billie, Miss Eilish, are you watching? Are you about to write a happy song? Or are you about to write a song about heartbreak? What's it going to be?
From my perspective, if she gets it, it's just because it's so different, you know? Like, we don't see that very often.
That turn was incredible. And she's looking for a 6-7-1.
Oh, yeah.
There's... Well, it's going to be a breakup song by Billie Eilish. After that, the turn was one of the turns of the event, but unfortunately, she just didn't do enough.
Great heat.
On the outside section. I'm going to agree with the judges there. As much as I love Katie Simmers, Gabriel O'Brien, she just outpowered her right there, got better waves, and got the victory. So all credit to Gabrielle O'Brien, who just ripped her way into the finals here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. What a day so far, and more to come. Stick around. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. We're straight into it. We got Caroline Marks versus Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Straight off the buzzer, Caroline, little tester right there. Kind of a no-go, but right behind her, Betty Lou. The waves are starting to fire. Absolute racetrack down the line. Nice carving. Snap for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Good little brief pause through her bottom turn to get herself into the critical section of that wave. Quick combo there, goes down at the end. Solid start for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. I'm Chris Cote, and I'm happy to be joined by big wave charger and small wave shredder, Felicity Palmatier. Felicity, you've been at every tour stop so far, and I know you've been enjoying the rise of the women's side of the draw. Each and every event, it just seems like it gets better and better and better. The performance levels through the roof. We're seeing upsets. We're seeing all kinds of just exciting entertainment from the women's draw. What's your takeaway from beginning to where we are right now?
Oh, wow. Okay, I mean...
Big question. I just went there you threw a
there.
pile of pupusas in your lap.
I mean, this year's been incredible. There's no doubt about it. I feel like the storyline, the narrative is the Women's World Tour. I mean, that performance level continually raised. I mean, there's been some key moments for me. Obviously, there was so much hype around pipe and the opportunity that, you know, the women had to surf absolutely pumping pipe and backdoor. You know, the heat between Betty Lou, Molly Picklum. It's really impressed me. So we had that heat. I mean, we obviously Katie Simmers as well, pushing barriers there, getting that win. And then, you know, I even go back to the Challenger Series too. And if anyone watched Snapper, that first event, and saw the 10 that Erin Brooks got, it was absolutely incredible on her backhand. I feel, and then we moved to Tahiti, you know, where once again...
I left the back of my brain there.
Oh.
It was blown out of my head.
Yeah, once again, it was just unbelievable stuff, right? That hero moment from Tatiana, Vahine getting the win. The waves were, you know, super consequential. And I was just talking about it yesterday as well to someone, and, you know, it's hard to pinpoint WSL have provided, which is epic, but then it also takes a lot of guts to be able to step into the arena when it's pumping, when it's big, when it's consequential. And it just takes one little step forward, and I feel like the women now, especially this younger movement on tour, you know, that's what they've always looked up to, sort of, you know, this tour that has these waves now. Now they're just inspiring each other continually. It's just one foot in front of the other, and the floodgates are open. You know, the performance barriers just are continually being pushed in every aspect. I mean, we just saw it in that last heat. Like, you know, Katie didn't get the score, but the way she surfed that wave was incredible, right? And
it was close.
In all aspects. It's, it's so inspiring, and it's continually happening. I mean, I mentioned about Erin Brooks, but, you know, she posted a wave yesterday.
Oh my gosh! At the Olympic training session that the ISA put on.
Look, honestly, do yourself a favor, get on the old IG, the Instagram, and search up Erin Brooks. Look at the wave that she towed into. It was absolutely incredible at Chopes, a big nugget, and, you know, that's just also another sign of look at this bright future that is about to hit this tour too, and she's going to continually raise that bar. But, you know, got to pay homage to the women that came before, because there's always been chargers out there and those people that haven't been scared to step into that arena. You know, you get to go likes of Rochelle Ballard, KK. You know, you've got Claire Bevel Aqua, who always pushed the women at pipe and backdoor. You know, there's, you know, Paige Arms. There's so many. There is women that have come before. I feel like the opportunities are just here now. And, yeah, women are running away with it. Let's go.
Love to hear it. 28:30 to go, and I feel like this year, 2024, is a good sophomore story happening, right? You had Katie Simmers and Molly Picklum really grab a lot of the attention, and I think that fired up Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She had great results at Pipeline and Sunset, but it just felt like she was kind of the third person in the conversation. I feel like that's changed with the way she surfed in the last few events. I mean, she has really raised her hand and staked her claim as one of the best of the best. She's a title contender now, and she's going to be for quite some time.
Sorry, I was getting caught up in my thought of how amazing the women were, and if I missed any other good ones. We're talking about Betty, right? Betty Lou. I was just so in the moment of like, who else do I need to mention?
You mentioned a lot of good ones, but I mean, we're right now watching this heat, and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson started that 5.33, and I think that narrative is spot on.
Head back in the game, Flicky. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's a spot on narrative, but I mean, you know what? Let's talk about Betty Lou, because the start of the year for me was so impressive with her. Obviously, she had that crazy heat with Molly, and we just talked about it. But then she went to Sunset and got a runner-up finish. And for me, I feel like her maiden CT victory is close, right? She's knocking on the door of that. She is, this year, I feel like we're seeing a different Betty Lou. I feel like, you know, she's got a bit more experience under her belt. She knows what it's about now. And I feel, and maybe as well, you know, obviously she's mentioned it, she's testing out all these different boards. It seems like, she said in a post-head interview the other day, you know, these Pizels are feeling really good. But yeah, she looks fired up. And I wouldn't be, you know, she's sitting outside that Final 5 picture right now. I mean, we're having a look at her results here. I mean, that start of the year, a third and a second, you know, Pipe and Sunset. Incredible, right? And
that locked her above the cut line pretty much.
Yeah, but right now she's outside of it. But this is a huge opportunity for her right now because Caroline, she's sitting there in 5th, right? So Caroline, obviously, she said it. She wants to defend her world title. I mean, she wants to surf back at home at Lowers and get the win again. But right now, this is super valuable for Betty Lou if she gets this win because she's inching up closer, you know. And if she won this whole event, I mean, opportunities there to jump right up in.
I mean, that's the most telling graphic we have so far as to what we might see in the Women's Championship Tour live rankings. We go towards the Lexus Final 5 at Lower Trestles this September. You know, obviously Caroline Marks has shown us what she's capable of there. She is our reigning world champion, won that at Lowers. Gabriel O'Brien knocking on the door. Betty Lou jumping up from 8th to 7th already. So you said it. I mean, if she can take Caroline out right now, she is, I'm pretty sure mathematically going to be up in that top 5 spot. But please don't quote me on math.
Oh,
you can quote me on music quotes, movie quotes, all that stuff. Do not quote me on math. That is not my strong suit. I just follow what the graphics tell me to follow. And I also listen to my heart. And my heart's telling me that Betty Lou will be in the Final 5 by the end of the season.
Oh, touche. You really? Wow. Okay, we heard it here first.
Write it down. I like to sound smart at the end of the season. 24:55 to go. Betty Lou's in the lead with the 5.33 and using the power to her advantage. Gabriel O'Brien went off, went hard, got the win. She's on the glass with AJ McCord.
A lot of power and straight on the attack for you, Gabby. In that heat, Dog told me that's exactly what he asked you to do, is attack every maneuver, attack every wave. How did you apply that to the heat?
Yeah, I think, like he said, just go out there and just do what works best for me and what I'm good at, and don't change that because it's unique for me. And if I just dig into what I know and how I surf, I knew I could do it. So just, it was a little slow wave-wise, but I made the ones that I got count, so I'm super stoked.
Speaking of super stoked, you're finding yourself in the finals a bit more frequently these days. What do you think is the biggest difference, the biggest reason that you've been able to do that the last few events?
I think I've just really found confidence in myself. I kind of started to lose it, I think, at the beginning of the year after 2 bad results. And after Margaret River, I was like, oh, I could do this. That was my first win and first final in 2 years, 2 years. So just believing in myself, I think, is the biggest thing. And like I said before, just using my strengths to my advantage and making smart decisions.
And now here you are in the finals again, 2 of the last 3 events. We'll see you there.
Thank you.
Well, the intimidation doesn't just stay in the water. Those shades are statement sunglasses. Gabriella O'Brien means business, and yes, she's in yet another final. What would a win mean for Gabriella O'Brien's season right now?
Oh, it's giant. I mean, that's Final 5.
That was such an easy question, wasn't it?
Duh. No. No, but you know what? I think it's just reaffirming because she's got a win, her first maiden CT victory in Margaret River, you know, and this year.
Post-cut, too, or on the cut.
Yeah, and
needed it.
Exactly. Big jobbo. And then she went to Tahiti and didn't probably get the result she was after. Probably a bit bummed that she wasn't, you know, in that conversation of pushing that performance because, you know, all these women want to be in that. And they all are in their own way. But then she's come here and I think it just must be reaffirming to her to just pick back up right where she left off in Margaret River, really play into her strengths and, just reaffirming and confidence boosting.
All right, 22:30 to go here in semifinal heat number 2. Let's check the pulse of the environment surrounding us. Oh, yeah, there we go. This is the pulse. Medina, the machine. In his last heat, dropped a 7.77 and a 7.5 for a 15.27 total. Dismantled and destroyed Joao Chianca, who put up a valiant effort, but you're not going to stop Medina when he's surfing like this, Flick.
Oh, wow. I mean, just amazing. On fire, so precise, so crisp. And yeah, another little goof moment here.
Yeah, battle of the homies. We're calling this Air Dora. That was one of the best shots of the event, one of the best airs of the event, expertly captured by our crew, and I could watch this all day long. It doesn't matter if you're a fan of skateboarding or not. That right there was Floripa's finest, Yago Dora, flying, but John Florence, well, he's just doing John Florence things. Yesterday, or the day before, he did the best 3-turn combination of the entire event, and today he mixed it up. John Florence on point. He got an 8 and a 7.17. That's the highest heat total of the day so far. John's doing it. And then the South African duel. Calling this brew versus brew. That's what they say in South Africa in lieu of bro. These two friends went out there and they were very unfriendly to each other. They both went off in this heat. McGillivray, who has no doubt looked up to Jordy throughout his entire career, got the edge on him. 15.17 versus 13.70. Matthew McGillivray was the underdog, but not anymore. Matty McGillivray back on top. Speechless, aren't you? That was a great edition of the Pulse.
Really left you hanging there,
Yeah.
didn't I? No, I was just locked in, and Gabby's looking deadly, isn't he? He's looking fired up.
I'm scared from here. I mean,
What do you reckon
about
he's
200
listening
yards
to?
over there.
Music.
Just deep, dark house. He's going into like a German basement and just listening to some gnarly house music.
All right, I like it. I like it. I can get around that.
Can we get a zoom in over his shoulder and really find out what if it's Taylor Swift or
It
something?
could
We don't
be
know.
Beyonce.
He's a mysterious guy. I will say that. It's very hard to read his emotions. Maybe he's listening to the broadcast. What's up, Gabe? Either way, 19:50 to go. And Betty Lou Johnson had second priority. She has to give way to Caroline Marks. And when you give a right-hander to Caroline, you got to be scared because her backhand is the best of the best. She shows us why right there. 3 turns out the back, another on the inside, probably the best one yet. And even her setups throw tons of spray. Technical, nicely done right there. That was just like a well-made sandwich. There you go. That's your lunch. Eat it up. You know, it's not going to be a 10, but it's definitely going to be above that mid-range score that most surfers have been starting out with, including Betty Lou. This was a nicely surfed wave, Flick.
Great wave selection too, and that's something that Snips was talking about this morning. Got to be on the best waves. Technically, like you said, Chris, just beautiful to watch, isn't it? It's like poetry right now. I mean, it's just beautiful as she's timing all these turns so well. She's placing them so well. There was great rhythm there and tempo throughout this wave. There wasn't much, bawbling between maneuvers. I mean, check that out. I mean, it was like vertical approach. She got the fins free there. It doesn't get the timing, just doesn't get better, right? It's just so well done.
If I'm thinking of the type of music that is, that's just a good rock and roll song, right? Nice and simple, no big guitar solos, nothing extra, nothing added, just pure rock and roll surfing right there from Caroline Marks. All power, very precise, expertly timed. Kind of to me like the epitome of the wave that you want to start your heat with, right?
Yeah, I also feel like that's the kind of surfing she does with her eyes
That's third
closed.
gear, right?
Yeah, I feel like she's got a few more gears to click into.
Boom. Judges loved it. They cranked it up to a 7.67. So one of the highest single wave scores of the morning so far. And you know why? Because she did everything perfectly. She didn't do too much. She didn't do too little. She just kept it all right there. Matching the tempo of the wave is so crucial and so critical. If you go too fast, you're going to miss the section. If you go too slow, you're going to get caught behind. She was right in the perfect spot from beginning to end.
Yeah, And I feel like this wave, this event, obviously the stats don't lie. We talked about it at the very beginning. You know, she's so successful out here. I mean, defending champ. And it just screams lowers to me. I mean, we've heard, you know, the Kohler brothers talk about it, how this is similar to lowers. And I just feel like, you know, she just feels at home. It feels comfortable for her. And I mean, it's just going to be so hard to beat. And she's the lone goof in the draw. Obviously, this heat we've got a regular footer, goofy footer, point of difference, but straight away, I mean, I just love what I see.
Yeah, that's a massive number to start for Caroline Marks. 16:50 to go, pretty serious out in the water, but let's not forget, we're in Surf City. We're surrounded by good times. And in the midst of those good times is AJ McCord.
That's right. The good times happening here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Liam, inside the ice bath. And Connor, I'm sorry, what was your official title here?
I'm chief of making everyone really, really, really freaking cold.
A hard thing to do here in El Salvador, but I think you're up to the task.
Yeah, I feel like his hair's become less curly because he's really cold.
How you feeling, Liam?
Yeah, I'm pretty cold. I have to get out pretty soon, I think.
Stay in there. Go lower. Ugh.
Oh, there he goes. There he goes inside the ice bath. He made it out. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, it's deadly serious in the Red Bull Athlete Zone right now, as you can tell. And those ice baths are less for, you know, kind of like the Wim Hof dramatic training that we sometimes see, and more because it's sweltering in a great way down here in El Salvador. One little ice bath a day that'll keep your core temperature cool for at least an hour or so.
Are you a talker when you get an ice bath, or do you go mute? There's two approaches here. I think.
What's an ice bath? That's the first time I've seen one. I don't get in there.
Come on, don't lie.
I'm a whinger, actually, when I get in an ice bath. I'm one of those people. that
Okay, so
complains.
you're a talker then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I go into full mute mode.
Well, it's 15:20 to go in the lineup. These surfers sitting out there in silent lucidity, waiting for the next set to roll through. We could see a bump. So this might be a random question, Felicity. I know you've surfed a million heats before. That buoy out there, does that help? And I hope this doesn't sound too dumb, but does that help the surfers identify the sets rolling through? Is that something that they'll look at to maybe aid them in like gauging if a set's good or not?
Yeah, I mean, look, you can see it right there. Beautiful demonstration.
Okay,
what
so it
timing,
wasn't a stupid
Chris?
question.
What timing?
Thank you.
Yeah, beautiful. Of course it does. I mean, it's bobbing up and down right now. Caroline sort of having a look at that first one. But then I think another good indicator here, obviously, it's a point break. Look up the points, see if any lines are hitting up there. And we obviously know that this swell is very focused more up the point today, so I feel like that is a great indicator as well.
All right, with priority, it's Betty Lou Johnson. She has a paddle. She can't get it. She's going to give way to Caroline Marks yet again. Caroline might make her pay for that decision. Comes around this section with fury. A lateral snap down the line, building speed with every turn she does. Another big whip on the inside section, waiting for it. Quick snap there, like a switchblade. Bam, down the line, Caroline Marks. She just got a 7.67 on a wave, kind of like that, but yet again we see Betty Lou Johnson missing that second wave. There could be maybe one behind it. She might have actually got lucky right there. That wave was kind of a burger. And a closeout.
Yeah, it was, right? But
so sometimes missing a wave can work in your favor.
Oh, I feel
Except
like
for the one before.
The one before as well, I feel like that's two misses. That's got to probably be playing on her mind right now. And then obviously Caroline, she's backing up this 7.67 so well. And, I mean, let's have a look. So Betty actually missed this one. Caroline says, thank you so much. I'm going to take this. I'm going to back up my 7.67 with some more beautiful textbook backhand surfing. That little carve here. And just really lining up this last turn, waits for it, gets the finish. This is not how Betty Lou has envisioned this heat going to plan, I feel, at all. I mean, this is tough. 13 minutes on the clock, and I feel like she's going to need a couple of scores now. She's probably going to maybe be able to do it in one way. We'll see. Maybe still be able to do it in one wave, but Caroline's doing a good job at making it hard for her.
Yeah, so as it stands right now, before the score drops, Betty Lou would have just needed a 2.85. That's easy. Stand up, one turn, you're good. But that's all going to change I don't feel like Caroline's last wave is going to be better than the 767. I mean, Captain Obvious, hello, but I think it's going to be above average.
Yeah. I agree.
There's a reason why I'm here and not over there where the expert panel sits. My emotions, ooh, they run hot. I give big
That's why
scores.
we give fun in the booth. We give personality, and I mean, obviously, analyzing things too. But yeah, I mean, I've got to agree with you though. I don't think it's it's not a major number. We'll get back to that, Betty. Looking for something.
That wasn't it.
Definitely not. I feel
That's
like
harsh times right there for Betty Lou. So not only got caught behind a little bit, but gets nailed by the lip of that wave, thrown over the falls. Sometimes a wipeout like that can be a little wake-up call.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I just see a rhythm shift, momentum, all these little things that continually keep happening in a heat, they all add up, right? And
Well, Caroline's score came through just as we expected, right there, upper mid-range of 5.93. Now that is troublesome for Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson. She now needs an 8.27. Most likely that would come in the form of a combination, or if she gets that magic wave that rolls through and surfs to the level that we know she's all capable of, she could get that number. She's only got just over 10 minutes left. So as Caroline Marks sits out the back with priority, Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson has some catching up to do. Well, while we wait for the next set wave, we're going to jump in the ice bath with the Colapinto brothers. This is a bonsoi brew break. They should fill those things with ice bonsoi.
El Salvador es un país súper bendecido, un país que tiene olas por todos lados. Una ola perfecta, tenés el tubo, tenés para hacer aéreos, o sea, tenés tantos spots y que los puedes surfear en un solo día. Aquí está Punta Roca, ahí está el Conchalillo, que es un beach break muy divertido, el Cocal, que es una ola increíble, una derecha, la Bocana, ahí está el Sunsal. Si quieres surfear olas de beginners para aprender, hay olas. Si quieres olas intermedios, también puedes encontrar olas. Si quieres olas ya de élite, o sea, hay olas de todo tipo. Es una oportunidad y poder crecer en este país lleno de olas tan buenas me ha llevado a poder estar compitiendo con los mejores surfistas del mundo.
And as we jump right back into this heat, that right there is a totally legal tactical maneuver. Caroline Marks had priority, and I mean, you got to feel for Betty Lou right now. Nothing seems to be going her way, and you know when your job, when your office is on display for the world, it's got to be rough to have a tough day at the office. Usually when that happens to the rest of us, nobody knows about it except our boss. But right now, you know, it's global sport. But the good news is, Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson is one of the best surfers in the world. If anybody can tap into whatever the flow state is, whatever she's been practicing mentally, physically with her coach Ross, whatever they've been talking about pre-event. She has the ability to tap into that. Don't count her out just yet. She needs an 8.27 to get through this one, but there are perfect waves out there. She's an amazing surfer, and there's still time.
Yeah, this is
100. Did I sugarcoat that enough for you, Flick?
Yeah, I believe all those things are true, definitely. However, I feel like clock, time, not on her side, and Caroline, really smart maneuver from her before, blocking on that wave, because that could almost, look, I don't want to sound what's the word, negative here, but just knowing that it's been very inconsistent today, as we see Matt Biolos on screen there, so he is here in El Salvador. And obviously got team rider Caroline Marks out in the heat right now. So he is going to be liking the situation for Caroline.
Yeah, and in the surfboard combo, there's a lot of world titles between these guys right here. John Florence, Team Paisel for life, has won all of his titles on Paisel boards. Caroline Marks, she won her world title on the Matt Biola shape board. So that's kind of what we're seeing in the lineup too right now. You got Paisel v. Biolas, and they are friendly rivals. And I would love to see their text message chain together, because they both love a little bit of prodding and smack talk, which is always fun.
Yeah, it's good. I think back to the point what I was saying. I mean, I think Caroline, that was such a smart maneuver by her just to block, because I don't know if she just took that opportunity away, obviously, but I don't know if we're actually going to get another opportunity, because, you just got to look back to the previous heats and just how today's been playing out, and it's been very slow, right? So Caroline going on that and just taking that opportunity away was really good. I just feel like the pressure is going to be on, because you got to think back, they've already had a couple of sets. They had a set right at the beginning of this heat and then one kind of in the middle. You think about the history of heats today, there's only been about 2 per heat. I hope I'm wrong. I hope there is another exchange.
Well, let's see what the heat recap has to say about it. This is how it all started for Betty Lucicura Johnson. She got a really strong start. This was a great wave. I mean, look at this thing. Nearly double overhead, firing down the line. She ripped it to bits. But I think the judges kind of knew that there was more out there. And, of course, she didn't get the finish, which opened the door for Caroline Marks.
Yeah, Caroline's just looking too good out here. I mean, on the backhand, just that ability to get so tight in the pocket, goes straight up into the lip. Her timing and placement of all her turns have just been on point, right? I mean, in terms of textbook backhand surfing, it really doesn't get any better. Locked in the 7.67, really put the pressure on Betty, and then had the ability to back it up with a 5.93. I feel like she's also doing a really good job at identifying what waves suit, the backhand style of surfing out here. These waves aren't running off. They've got that beautiful cup to them, She's been able to go up into the lip.
Look, if you're a goofy footer and you don't want to surf like Caroline Marks, there's something wrong with you. She's one of the all-time great goofies, that's for sure. And this wave just suits her style and her technique perfectly. And there it is, your road to the finals. Tatiana Weston-Webb and Katie in quarter 1. Caitlin Simmers went off, but Gabriella Bryant stopped her dead in her tracks, got the win there, made the finals. Now who's it going to be? Caroline Marks or Betty Lucicura Johnson? With 3:30 to go, it feels like the momentum is heavily in Caroline Marks' corner, but there's still 3 minutes, 25 seconds to go, and the good news for Betty Lou is she's got priority.
She does have priority.
How scary is that priority, though, right now with 3 minutes to go? Is it heavy?
I feel like the clock's going incredibly fast for Betty. This is how it always goes. I mean, and for Caroline, it's going slow. And it's so funny. I mean, I've just got to be thinking, right, and I go back to Connor's conversation we had with him a couple of days ago in the booth, and, he's kind of identified with his coach Dog that, if you're going to put down a big score, that the judges were kind of wanting you to get a bigger set wave, right? If you're locking in something 7 and above, hard to do. It's kind of, he mentioned, it's sort of like they've capped it at, under a 7 or even lower if you're on those smaller type waves. So already I think that, yeah, Betty is. This is going to be pretty challenging for her unless one of those nice set waves come through.
Yeah,
827's a high ask right now.
There's only been 2 ways to do it on those medium waves. One is John Florence with the 883, and that was 3 turns that no one else in the world is capable of doing in that matter of time of space. So that's one way to do it. The other way is go the Yago way, which is above the lip, up in the air. Do a giant, flashy air reverse, straight air, whatever you got in your weapons chest, and you could get into that excellent range on a mid-sized wave. But I'm right there with you. I mean, this has been partially a wave catching contest and just getting yourself in the right rhythm and using your priority at the right time. And is the right time right now for Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson. Here we go. Good start there. Quick snap. This one's a runner. Could have some meaty sections for her here on the inside. Nice second turn. She's doing it. Solid third bash. Goes vertical on her forehand, which is very difficult. But watch out because Caroline Marks is back on the escalator. Another big snap for Caroline Marks. I feel like she just kicked the door shut. Betty Lou's walking in with groceries in her hand. Hold on. Bam, the door slammed in her face. And then another big set out the back.
Wow, how's this one? I mean, right now, if you're Betty, you're paddling back out. I mean, she did such good surfing on that last wave. You're watching this one go through.
It was beautiful surfing, for sure. But was it in time? Was it enough?
I don't think so. It's definitely the best surfing she's put together in the heat, I think. And she looked fast. She looked whippy. She looks fired up. Let's have a look here. Takes off. Straight up into the lip and then flies around this section, jams it in the pocket here. I feel like she's leaning on that rail even harder, digging that rail in, gets the finish.
Yeah, that was a vicious combo right there.
It
That was
great.
awesome.
3-turn combo. Caroline also 3-turn combo. Little lip line there, lines up this end section, cracks the lip. I think she improves on her situation, makes Betty's requirement a little bit higher as well. 21 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Caroline's score came through to 417. They were waiting for, or I think the 417 might have been for the previous wave that she blocked Betty Lou on. So with 3 seconds left, our chances of seeing a repeat winner may have just skyrocketed. Caroline surfed a perfect heat.
Yeah, I mean, she just was on the best waves. She really was. I mean, she picked the eyes out of it. You know, a couple of tactical maneuvers blocking Betty on that one too. But, wow, she's looking so strong. And the backhand, I mean, it's undeniable out here.
Oh, yeah, with all the right moves on all the right waves and using priority to its best effect, Caroline Marks gets the win. Congrats, though, to Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson. A great result for her and more to come. Oh, my gosh. Medina, Dora, whoa, let's go.
Wowzers.
Semifinal number 1 out on the water, Yago Dora, Gabe Medina, Dora on his first wave, and just goes for a half a point ride there. Rolling into this semifinal, we saw some highlights from stop number 6 on the championship tour. Gabe Medina was in the semifinals in Tahiti. He's back in the semifinals here. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, along with Felicity Palmentier. A couple Brazilian goofy foots out there. Your thoughts?
Oh, just crazy matchup. And I can't wait to break down both of these approaches because there is differences between their styles of surfing. Obviously, they're both goofies, but the way that they've been attacking Punta Roca is completely different, really, if we think about, you know, both their roads to this semi-final. And, I mean, Gabe, he's just building with momentum, right? I mean, it was evident from Tahiti to here, and he's looking in good form, looks super strong, picking great waves, powerful. Yago, looking excellent, but different approach, opting to go above the lip multiple times and had some really highlight moments.
Yeah, in the quarterfinal, we saw an epic air by Yago Dora. My opinion, should have been an excellent score, but he still was able to win his matchup against good friend Jack Robinson and move into this semifinal against Gabe Medina. And it is two Brazilian goofy foots. Let's see how they match up head to head. Gabe Medina, it's been 1-1, so it's been a while. 2019 Gold Coast, Gabe Medina took a win over Yago Dora. By the way, the Gold Coast is back for 2025, and Yago Dora in 2017 was able to beat Gabe Medina. Remember that 2017 victory over Gabe Medina. Yago Dora was a wild card in Rio. He also beat Mick Fanning. He also beat John Florence that year. You look at the max heat score, it actually goes to Yago Dora.
Yeah, wow. I mean, you know what? It's pretty incredible that it's been that long since these guys have matched up, right? I mean, one thing I'm excited about, you mentioned it, Snapper's back. How cool is that next year? Yeah, next year we're going to have a trifecta, if you would, over on the Australian leg. So we'll have Bells, Western Australia, and Snapper Rocks and Superbank all on the schedule. Schedule will be released after the WSL Finals, so we can't tell you the order of those events, but keep tuned in, worldsurfleague.com for more information. Watching on to the semifinal. Who's he going to meet? Well, I actually don't want to project that yet for John Florence. He's interested in the conditions because he still has to overcome Matthew McGillivray in semifinal number 2. So he's got some work to do, but a studied eye, John Florence, on the lineup here at Punta Roca. What have we been seeing? Flick, I'm just coming into this heat. What do we see as far as consistency, as far as wave quality and everything coming out of semifinal number 2 for the women? There's really good waves still on offer, definitely, right? However, Snip said it when he was in the booth with us, and it's just ringing true throughout today, is that just those really big lulls, right? And I just feel like it's so important that when that set comes, that you're on one of those, okay? And when you're on it, I mean, you've got to be converting. And a fall or a mistake like that on finals day is just so crucial.
Yeah, we're nearly at low tide. It's 10:16 local time. 10:44 is a low tide of a half a foot. So I would consider that kind of Yago Dora putting himself in a little bit of a compromising position. Took that first wave, handing priority over to Gabe Medina. Yago Dora just with a half-point ride, so that was a big error for Yago Dora strategically. Now let's see if Gabe Medina can capitalize on that.
Yeah, I think Gabe is definitely going to make, capitalize on this mistake for sure. I think, and priority is so important when that set does come through. And even in the last heat, I mean, Caroline, I can't commend it enough. She made some great strategic moves as well, blocked Betty on one. You know what I have sort of noticed as well, just in the last sort of half an hour, we'll get back to that.
Here we go, Yago Dora, number 2 wave for Dora. Way up the point, you can see Mama Roca making her presence known. Really shallow section here, pops it up. Inverted cork lands on the cobblestones. Watch out for the rocks. Kicks out just in time.
Wow.
Talk about a high-risk maneuver in a high-risk section of the wave. Yago Dora, he's had those on command. Another incredible backside rotation from Yago Dora.
Well, that is how you kind of clean up that little mistake. That was so sick. Hey, let's have a look. So it's a little smaller inside wave here, but I like this approach. Like, let's go. Let's try and put some points on the board. Let's apply a little bit of pressure to Gabe. give him something to think about. This one had a few lumps and bumps in the face of the wave, but just goes for the full rotation and sticks it on the end there. You know what? I just love it. I love that he made something out of nothing here. I mean, this was a smaller inside wave, and, you know, we were kind of thinking, okay, is this a mistake handing priority over to Gabe? But, I mean, you can see Gabe just watching on here. I mean, this is not what you want to see. Oh, God.
So it gets corked, gets inverted, if you would, and is able to put it right back under his feet, just like a cat, reminiscent of his big air that he did back in last year here in El Salvador. Yago Dora at that time was testing a new foot. Look at Gabe. Look at disgust as he looks back out on the horizon. Here comes Medina, the machine. Easy carve to start for Gabe Medina. He saw the air from Yago Dora. Is he going to want to match it? Yes. Medina lands it. Oh, tricky landing. He's going to have to struggle for that, and he's just going to have to throw that away. He struggles on. So maybe forced into that maneuver flick after seeing Yago with his air.
I would say so. It's like the whole monkey see, monkey do thing. I mean, he literally just watched it. He's like, oh, okay. Like, and you could see he was forecasting for it. He was kind of stomping on the tail pad. He adjusted his feet. And, you know, it was a smaller wave, and I think he was just like, okay, if I've got to keep the pace, this is what I got to do. Let's have a look. Really, you know, sort of tapered approach here at the beginning, and you can see right here, he's like, okay, lining up, gaining speed, takes flight, but just has a bit too much weight on that back foot, and so he doesn't convert. And Yago having a good old look as well.
Yago hearing right now that he started with an excellent score of an 8.33 under Gabe Medina's priority. That is an incredible feat for Yago Dora. And we know one thing about Gabe Medina. He likes a quick start in his heats. He likes to take control at the beginning of the heat. This will be a challenging heat now for Gabe, because typically when you look at the history of his in heats, is sometimes he struggles to come back when he's behind, especially early on. So a lot of times Gabe will try almost too hard. And that was kind of the case right there. We got these surfers paddling, and we'll see if Medina's going to try to sneak one under priority. Let's go to an interview with Caroline Marks.
Yeah, Caroline coming out of the water, catching your breath, getting ready to prepare for another chance, a chance to defend your title here. Walk me through that heat, because from the shore, textbook is what it looked like. Great waves, great choices on the waves. How did you execute?
Yeah, no, thank you. I definitely, I feel like this whole contest I've had good moments, but I haven't put together a whole heat the way I wanted to personally, and so that heat felt like a step in the right direction, and I feel like from start to finish I just selected the right waves, and selected the right waves for my surfing, and was really patient, felt really calm, and just felt really solid. I don't know, so it felt good to put together a whole heat, and that's what I wanted to do, so I'm stoked.
How important is it to get that confidence boost heading into the chance to defend your title here in El Salvador?
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, everyone's so good and the level's so high that, you have to, you don't want to make any mistakes. And so Betty Lou's beaten me a lot, and I've beat her a couple times, but she's beaten me more, and obviously that's in the back of my head, and it just lights a bit of extra fire, and so felt really good to beat her, and I really like her as a friend and a person, but I'm stoked to beat her, and I knew she was going to be really tough, so yeah, that was fun.
Congratulations, Caroline. See you soon.
Thank you.
Wow. Well, during that interview, we saw Yago again up to his sorcery, up to his trickery. That was, this is what you got to do. You got to put Gabe Medina up against the ropes, and that's what Yago has done right here.
Yeah, this is beautiful, right? I mean, great way to back up his 8.33. Gets a couple of turns in, and just love it. You can just see the differences in their styles, and lining up this inside section. Kaipo, what's this called?
It's a varial.
Varial again.
Yeah, it's a varial. So this is a varial because if it was to turn the board 180 without the use of his hand, then it would be a shove it, or you could call it a pop shove it.
Okay.
So the fact that he used the hand assist to secure his board, that would be a varial. Now the varial actually came from in skateboarding in pools and bowls. Early on, Eric Grisham from Veriflex did that. Now we'll get back to that because Gabe Medina is trying to come back right here on this replay.
Yeah, already from the beginning of this wave, he goes for the air.
See?
Something's just not quite clicking for him right
Well,
now.
I think I said that. Just in that, in his history, when he is put up against the ropes early on in a heat, oftentimes Gabe gets emotional and has a harder time to struggle and get back because he's such a brilliant surfer that he almost tries too hard. He, because he doesn't need to try that hard because he's such a brilliant surfer, and his best surfing he does is when he's light. But I think the weight of being behind Yago Dora and knowing that he's in a two-wave combo right now, he needs 15 points. He needs to do it in 2 waves. So he's in a combination position. He does have priority, so that's the good news for him to get on that combo.
Yeah. You're dead on there. I think also, I mean, how many times does he really find himself in this situation? I mean, not a lot. Because he's always, I mean, he's obviously one of the best surfers in the world, multiple world titles, but he doesn't often find himself this early in a heat in a combination situation. I mean, he's usually the person that's doing the running away with it. And you know what? Like, let's talk and commend Yago, because for him to be able to, do that under pressure and without priority and score that 8.33, it's epic.
Yeah. Well, waiting for the next wave to come through. Medina with priority. We're going to take a look at our live rankings. John Florence is still in the competition and #1 on the live ranking. It's Gabe Medina, 6th, right below the cut line. Remember, he came in 19th to Tahiti, and he's been climbing those rankings ever since. Great back half of the year so far for Gabe Medina. Look at Yago Dora. Yago Dora, he's up to #9 from 17th coming into this event, up 8 spots, and he's up in the air.
What?
What was that? That was a McTwist, Indy McTwist. That's a full twister. That was as twisted as you could get. Now, like, that's gotta be excellent. Here we go, Medina. And in contrast, he's gonna go to turn, sticking on the rail here. Beautiful bomb turn, top turn combination, super powerful for the 3-time world champ. Medina looking down the line, sure-footed, solid surfing, clean rails, great flow here. A contrast to what we just saw from Yago Dora. Lines up for something, has to skip that section, looks for the ramp, and he's just gonna go for a little foam climb, catches the outside rail of the Chianca, goes down. But Yago Dora, I can't say enough, and he's been wowing me, and I'm sure a lot of surf fans throughout this entire event. Another incredible air from Yago Dora.
So innovative and so creative. It's incredible, right? I don't think we've seen creativity like this in the air. I mean, we know he's always been capable, but this is incredible.
That's a full rotation Indy right there. A rare bird. Even in free surfs, this would be a rare bird. This in a jersey is incredible. Gets the pop, gets upside down, Indy grab around, full rotation, nose to the beach.
You just got to take it. It's like we're playing a video game right now, and we're just, each different wave, we're just like, okay, let's go for this move, let's go for this. It's just, you've got to commend it. It's incredible. And to bring that in the heat with a jersey on.
Look at the reaction. Look at the reaction. Well, it's a big number. Big number dropped. And there's the score. I'd give him a 10, but he ended up with a 9.33. Maybe we're expecting more from Yago Dora, but that was the highlight moment. One of the highlight moments for sure for me of this entire event.
Think about the edit that he will be able to put together for social media purposes after this contest. Are you kidding me? The creativity, the innovation, it's amazing. And I just love that he's being able to do this best surfing in a jersey. It's amazing.
Yeah, a lot of what he's put down would make into a nice video edit for a free surfer that would have multiple tries at it and unlimited time in the lineup to get those clips. These have been going down in a 35-minute time frame with the pressure of a jersey, judges, and another competitor in the lineup for Yago Dora. So this is surfing progressing, competitive surfing progressing before our eyes right now from what Yago Dora is able to bring. And here he goes one more time. Can't wait to see what he's got. float through there. And a little caught behind. Time to take a breather, Yago Dora. He's got Gabe Medina in a serious combination. 17.66 is what Medina needs to take the lead off of Yago Dora. He's going to need 2 waves to do so, and he's going to need 2 excellent scores to do so.
Yeah, he is. And, I mean, this is major. I mean, how many times do you see that graphic come up on the screen? Not that often, right? That's a rarity, surely. Like, combination of, you know, situation, 17.66, huge total to break down. I mean, wow. It's Yago, I mean, hats off to him. I mean, he came into this event and, I mean, you could see him coming from a mile away. Every heat, he's just been incredible. But you got to be thinking coming into this up against Gabe with so much momentum, like, how are you gonna break this one down? I mean, this is exactly how you do it.
The news is spread, and everyone's gathering in the Red Bull Athlete Zone to witness what they know is an incredible display of surfing, some of the highlights of the year for me when it comes to progressive surfing. And Joao Chianca's in for the show, so is Ryan Callanan, Lobby, Liam O'Brien, had to get on the ice bath. He heard things were heating up. Connor O'Leary, all of them coming out to see what Yago Dora was able to put down. 17.66 2-wave total. We look at Yago's average heat score in this event. He's blown it away. His average heat score is a 13.2, I'm sorry, 2-wave total. He is on an absolute sunbender.
Oh, wow. I mean, it's so cool, right? Because he's got this really big total. I guess now, where does he go with this creativity? I mean, what are we going to see next? I mean, the shackles are off. You can kind of relax ever so slightly. I mean, if he takes off and he's either going to try to improve on this 8.33 or he's going to do something strategic and block Gabe. So, I mean, either way, we're going to get something entertaining happening.
The one thing that Yago Dora needs to be aware of and stay away from, Gabe Medina has a high heat IQ. He's a master tactician.
Yeah.
So if Gabe were to somehow draw a priority interference on Yago Dora, then Yago would only have a 9.33 heat total. So that would be like one of the outside chance playbook plays that still could happen, but don't ever underestimate Gabe Medina when it comes to heat strategy.
No, I agree with that 1,000,000%. I feel that he's, you know, I mean, he's changed the game and he's incredible. And you can't count him out. 15 minutes is still a lot of time on the clock. If anyone's going to break down a total like this, it is Gabe. You just got to have your wits about you right now if you're Yago. I mean, he knows that. He knows the kind of competitor he's going up around. I mean, he wasn't born yesterday. So, I mean, it looks like there's a line maybe coming through. Gabe's having a little bit of a look.
Here we go. Medina stomps on the tail. That means he's looking for a ramp. Projecting down the line, telegraphing in air. Oh, the frustration you can see. The clenched fists. He was with that tail stomp and that telegraphing down the line. He just wanted to blow it up, do a backflip or something, but just not. And look at the frustration on the paddle, full speed back.
Yeah, and I guess, you know, he knows, right, that 14 and a half minutes on the clock, just with this inconsistency today, how important it is to convert when you're catching waves. And, I mean, now he's not going to have priority as well, so that makes things harder. However, maybe it'll make him a little bit less selective, and because he doesn't have this priority, maybe he'll have a look at something that he might not necessarily have had a look at, and that's how Yago actually got that 8.33. He made that priority mistake at the start. Well, we thought it was not a priority mistake, but made that mistake by taking that first wave. We were thinking, oh, was that a mistake? Here we go, Yago.
Yago had a good sized set wave here. Dora making Mayhem proud right now with his performance. Part surfboard, part airplane wing. Yago Dora back again, and that time he could not get his feet underneath him. Gabe Medina pops it into the air, and again on his heels, not centered over his board, unable to put the landing gear down.
Wow, I mean, you know what? This is pushing Gabe right now. I mean, he's going for it, and he knows what he needs to do if he needs a big score. Looks like we're having another line, maybe roll through the lineup. This one looks a bit stretched out. But yeah, I mean, Yago is pushing Gabe right now. He's going for it. He's going to the air.
You are watching excellent surfing right now. Men's semifinal number 1, and Yago Dora is putting on a show. The show continues after this Bonsai Brew break.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by El Salvador, land of hosts, by Yeti, built for the wild, and by Bonsai, the official milk of the WSL.
Back in the semifinals here at Punta Roca, Gabe Medina on the comeback right now. He's a combination behind Yago Dora, speeding down the line, the three-time world champ. Skips through this section, telegraphs an air, big full rotation, stomps it in the white water. Gabe Medina wants to get a handle back on this heat and start reeling in Yago Dora. He's in a 17.66 two-wave combo. He needs a 7.66 to break that two-wave combo. It's Kaipuguro along with Felicity Palmentier on the call here in the semifinal number 1. Great effort by Gabe.
Yeah, that was great. And he's had a few falls now and a few attempts at that. So it's going to feel really good for his confidence sticking it, right? Let's have a breakdown. Let's break this one down. Okay, so get a little bit caught behind. You can just see he's just looking and eyeing up this end section, gaining speed. He sights it. He takes to the air. It was a really quick whippy air. You know, you just got to start comparing it to, you know, the sort of airs that Yago was doing, the scores he's put down.
Here's a place to compare it. Over the board, not as corked out. And honestly, not as dynamic as Yago's air.
He also gets a little
caught up.
Yeah, he gets a little caught there, and that little bauble is gonna hurt him.
Yeah, it will hurt him. It will, as we start, you know, coming back, and we'll look at the numbers for Gabe Medina. Remember, he needs a 7.66 to break the combination, and he gets a 6.73. So still in a two-wave combo. Gabe Medina, even though he did pull that air, still needs to do more.
Yeah, I mean, we knew it, right? As soon as we saw it, it was a great air. It was a full rotation, but just the execution of it, the fact that he didn't ride out cleanly. Obviously, it's a big thing with the judges on the notes every morning, you know, just making sure that you're really riding out of that finishing maneuver with control. Yes, he rode out of it, but there was that little bauble. And just the height, you know, and you got to go back to how, exactly to your point, how corked Yago's airs have been.
Again, looking for an air and goes for the varial, but I think what's the trap that Gabe Medina may be falling into that Yago Dora has set for the three-time world champ. The trap is he's trying to match Yago in the air game instead of just surfing his game. And we all know how brilliant Gabe Medina's game is. He can combine turns and airs. Unfortunately, he's kind of getting into a one mindset of just going for the airs to, you know, we know Gabe's ultra competitive, but just basically like to try to match Yago Dora. But I think he can match the numbers with another approach.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're spot on. You know, you think about how he's got to this point in this event, and it's with big, powerful combos on his backhand. You know, turn after turn, and also timing, right? He's been on those bigger set waves. He's been stringing those backhand hits together. It's been precise. He's been surfing with great tempo, and you're just on the money. I mean, this is exactly what's happened. We saw the shot, you know, on that first wave, the 8.33 that Yago scored. Gabe was right behind him.
He was disgusted.
His head was on a swivel, and he was having a good old look at what Yago was doing. Clocked it, and has now just been in the track of, okay, I've got to match this, I've got to match this, I've got to match this. And he's had a few falls, he's had a few attempts, nothing stuck. And I couldn't agree more that he has got to get himself on one of those set waves and just go back to that big, powerful backhand approach.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a challenge right now because we talk about heat control. The ultimate heat control you can have is having priority, having a small clock, and having a big lead, which would be the combination of 17.66. So everything is in the column. When we check columns of domination in Yago Dora's favor. Gabe, looking disheartened. This one, punches it in the air. It looks like he's just having fun at this point, and didn't look like he was very serious on that wave, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. The body language was definitely indicating that for sure. It's getting to the point where we're almost able to say that this could be almost impossible, maybe.
Yeah.
We're almost getting to that point.
Well, it gets a point for a heat recap, starting with Yago Dora. And Dora came up playing. Remember, this came under priority. This is the 8.33s, Flick.
Yeah, beautiful wave. Under priority, and he made that first mistake, and we thought it was a mistake, but being able to capitalize, Gabe obviously looking on, clocked that, was disgusted, and then he was able to back up that 8.33 with this. Absolutely perfection, variety, creativity. I mean, he just keeps showing us more and more of his repertoire. I mean, Gabe's tried to fight back, and he did. I mean, he's locked in this 6.73. However, he hasn't even broke combination. You know, I think, and it's got to do, obviously, great air, full rotation, but just that, you know, not running out of that maneuver, you know, with total control and that not being a clean finish. Yeah, unfortunately for him, that stings. It stings.
Well, we saw Gabe Medina in the round of 16 come in early from his matchup there, full of confidence and knows he did all that he could do. Yago Dora, I don't think he would be as bold as to do that at this point, but my feeling is that Yago, well, you know what, we're not going to count on Gabe because he's pretty miraculous, but he's in such a tough position. Things are going to really have to go his way. And this isn't a beach break, this is a point break, so we have to factor in the paddle back out if Gabe does get another good wave. Here we go, Yago Dora, heat leader by far. Dora. This time, it goes for a little mute grab there for variety. It's a mute backside, it's a slob front side. Front hand on the toe side rail. So, yeah, I like the fact that Yago's got that in his bag of about 100 tricks.
Oh, I mean, right now it is getting really hard for Gabe. I mean, if this is what we're seeing in a semi-final from Yago, I mean, if he's moving through to this final, what more are we going to see from him? Looks like maybe another opportunity.
Well, this also brings into a conversation on the development in surfing progression from wave pools, because a lot of this, what you're seeing from Yago Dora, has been developed in Brazilian wave pools, which Yago has been frequenting while not at events. So that's a whole nother conversation. We're going to talk about Gabe Medina right here, and he's just looking to break the combination with some smooth surfing on a rough texture. Stomps on the tail, wants a ramp, is going to have to go for turns here. No ramp opportunity, sees it down the line, telegraphing for an air, punches it through the air, lands on the white water again. So combination of turns and that aerial finish. We'll see if that's the 7.66 to break the combo.
Wow, that was great surfing. This is more like it. I feel like he's just registered, okay, let's just, and he's still fired up. This is good, you know, this is great. I mean, it's 2 minutes, what, 2 minutes, basically 2 minutes on the clock by the time he gets back out the back, possibly. Maybe a little bit less, a minute 30. And he's just maybe giving himself the opportunity here with potentially breaking this combo.
Yeah, it starts with breaking the combo and a sprint paddle back out to give himself another chance. We're tracking him right now. We'll see how long it takes for him to get back to the takeoff spot.
Yeah, you know, it is going to take him a while to get back out there. He's quite down the line. You know, good news for him is that if he ends up breaking this combo, it's possible to do it in just one big air. I mean, that's what we saw Yago do. I mean, the 933 is literally just that one maneuver. So it's possible, and Gabe knows that. I mean, so there is the opportunity. It's just, you know, Yago is going to make this incredibly difficult. I mean, you got to be thinking he wasn't born yesterday. He's just going to move right down the line, and he is going to, you know, he's not moving right now, but or Gabe's moving towards him, but you got to be, lines are on the horizon. Maybe we're going to see one more roll of the dice. You got to be thinking that Yago is going to utilize that little P next to his name and take that wave off Gabe.
Yeah, 90 seconds. Now, this was important heat for Gabe Medina, but he's climbing up the live rankings, but he's right below that line. And without getting in through this heat, he's going to remain below that final 5 line going into Brazil. Yago in pursuit, and Yago just is, as a sign of respect right here, Yago is not going to take anything for granted, and he's going to follow and position himself for the block, utilizing his priority.
Yeah, I think you just also heard too that Gabe didn't break that combination.
Yeah, 7.5. Gabe, through all his effort, remains in a 2-wave combo, a rare occurrence for the 3-time world champ, but a testament to what blazing form Yago Dora is here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. That was, in my book, a landmark heat and one of the most progressive displays we've seen on the championship tour so far this year by Yago Dora. We'll just enjoy some surfing by Gabe Medina. It was a short snack there, and it's going to be Yago Dora into the final.
Whoa. Well, oh, here we go. What creativity are we going to see here?
Keep the gas in the tank, Yago. You got a final to surf, and you're on the verge of taking a big win here at stop number 7 on the championship tour. Keep that board all together. Watch your ankles, watch your knees. Watch the cobblestones there for those fins. They're valuable. But let's all give a hand to Yago Dora. That was thoroughly entertaining.
Oh, that was just definitely one of the heats of the year for me. That was in terms of just pushing performance and creativity. Wow, I mean,
giant numbers.
Amazing.
17.66, a 9.33, an 8.33. Are you not entertained? The entertainment continues because John Florence is going to be in the water when we return up against Maddie McGillivray. Semi-final number 2 in the water. John Florence up and riding. John with a big snap to begin with. Power gouge. Looking down the line, John skips this section, comes around. Beautiful full rail carve. Bending the fins. John Florence pops it in the air. And a tidy little air to finish for John Florence. In his matchup against Matthew McGillivray, we've had, wow, I'm just getting my breath back. Kaipo Guerrero and Mitchell Salazar, that semifinal number 1 was mind-blowing.
What that guy's doing, Kaipo, I didn't think was possible on a surfboard, and he's done it 3 times in this event so far. Really excited to see him compete against the winner of the semifinal number 2.
Yeah, we're talking about Yago Dora, who's already in the final. There he is, walking up the cobblestones, and he's preparing for the final up against the winner of this semifinal number 2. And the winds have cooperated today. The lines are long, and it's John Florence up against Matthew McGillivray for a spot in the final, Mitchell.
Not only has Matt competed super well so far this event, Kaipo, he's in it against really big names, including one of his idols in Jordy Smith in the quarters. Going up against the most consistent surfer on tour so far, though, John Florence. He's made 3 finals, still looking for his first one so far in 24, Kaipo.
Yeah, John Florence, start of the year, finals in the Pipe Masters. We saw him again in the final at Margaret River, as well as in a final just coming off the last event over in Tahiti. John Florence opens up with a 6.17. John's on wave number 2. Fiery first snap for John Florence. Gets around this section via a float. One more float, biding his time. He realizes there's no more scoring potential. He kicks out.
Yeah, and the score coming through for the opener, Kaipo, 6.17, so the judges deeming the last maneuver, the air, incomplete right there. Still a good opener, though, when you consider that he only has to beat Matt in this time zone of 35 minutes, so you don't have to look at what Yago did in the previous heat, just do your own thing out there.
Waves firing through here at Punta Roca. Nice long lines. And we're happy to report that the swell is hanging in there.
Yeah, it is. Approaching the low tide right now, too.
Matty McGillivray. This is the second wave for McGillivray. Fades off the bottom, snaps off the top. And wow, he has a habit of coming late to the lip for those big frontside air reverses, but that time he just got projected into the flats, and not in a good way.
I get scared when I see that. Anytime the board flips and you see somebody really close to landing on top of it, I'm just really afraid of them landing on top of their fins. Seems like everything's cool with Matty, though, but you pointed out in the previous heat with Flick, it is really shallow out there right now. We just hit the low tide of the tide today, and you really got to be careful because there's some big cobblestones that really do stick out, especially closer to the top of the point, Kaipo.
Yeah. When you're looking for points, though, in the heat, it seems like surfers are willing to sacrifice boards and body. Talk about sacrificing body. Check this out.
Great carve to open things up, and as you said, a really steep wave, hollow right here for Matt. Just never really catches the grab right there, and that's what I'm talking about. See how close it was to not only landing on top of his board, but maybe even getting the whole board and the fins to the face, too. Got to be careful with those ones.
Yeah. Let's take a look. This is the first wave for Matty McGillivray.
Yeah, just a 2.33, so the little setup right there, same thing. Tried to go a bit too hard, and when he came out of it, seems like he was already looking down the line right there, Kipes.
That was right before this wave from John Florence.
And this one comes through as his backup. So good combination right here, and he was looking for more speed down the line. Wave just kind of fizzled out. He was like, okay, I'll kick out after this carve. Still some good surfing, though, but a really difficult wave to surf for John. It's actually a 6.17 right there for Florence, so that's his best so far, and you know, getting deemed incomplete right there at the end, but he held that rail for a long time, Kaipo.
Yeah.
Good amount of speed on that.
That's the stuff that we like to see from John Florence, that extreme rail pressure. And then this finish right here, the judges deemed incomplete.
Yeah, they got it right, too. I don't think he fully rode out of it with control either, so spot on right there by 5 judges upstairs.
Yago Dora. Oh, Yago Dora. Yago Dora, AJ.
Unbelievable, Kaipo. You told me, Yago, that Gabe is the one who pushes the most out of everybody. What does it say about you and your surfing that the most was enough to take down Gabriel Medina?
Yeah, for sure. You know, going up against a guy like Gabriel, you know you have to go with everything and try to go big, because I was pretty sure he's going to have 2 big scores. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to go for it every wave and every opportunity I get. And it worked out. I keep landing this air somehow.
Somehow, and everybody holding their breath for a long time while you're in the air. We've seen some incredibly impressive stuff from you already today. What can we expect in your first final since Rio in 2023?
Yeah, I'm really grateful to be in another final, and it's time to go for it again. Like, the final is the stage for it.
Para o Brasil, como você vai se preparar para o final?
Tô bem feliz de estar em mais uma final, minha segunda final, e esse evento tem sido muito bom para mim. E tô amarradão, surfando, me divertindo, com pessoas que eu gosto por perto, e tá tudo dando certo. Vamos lá para mais uma fase.
Parabéns, we'll see you in the next one.
Obrigado.
Yeah. Yago, Dora, I mean, just gaining momentum, right? He's coming off of an event in Tahiti and some heavy waves where he made some heavy statements, surfed to the quarterfinals there. So far this year, up until that point in the year, that was his best result.
Yep.
And then he took that momentum from the heavy left-hander and then applied it in a whole different playing field here on a long right point.
I'm going to go on record and say this is the best I've ever seen Yago compete in a jersey. You mentioned that this is probably the most progressive heat and progressive surfing we've ever seen this year. I'm going to go on record and say all time. All time. The grabs, the difficulty of the degree, especially with the waves. We're at a point break. It's not like we're at a beach break. And the fact that you brought up that he's been training at a lot of different wave pools, I think that's the key right there,
100%.
Kaipo.
Yeah, thank you for confirming my observation.
I hadn't thought of it. I hadn't thought of it until now.
Because that's what I observed with Yago. All his downtime he's spending in those Brazilian wave pools, and he's dialing in the airs. And that's the one thing that wave pools can bring to surfing is the chance to repeat over and over again. And repetition. Practice. And in the ocean, it's so hard to get that ramp.
Same lip
over and over again.
Yeah.
And then to broaden on the conversation, what's that going to bring to surfing? Because then you take that and you apply it to the ocean when the opportunity comes up to you. And that's exactly what we see with Yago Dora.
I fully agree. I fully agree. How many times can he count somebody doing that to Gabe?
Yeah. And what is it leading to? It's leading to up 9 places on the live rankings. Yago Dora is now 8th. He came in here number 17. And then he's up 9, and now he's knocking on the door. A win, we'll see if where that takes him.
What a year.
Yeah. Great year, right?
Dude, I'm so stoked to be part of surfing right now. It's so rad to see. And 7,000 points between John and second place right now. That guy is also having an absurd year. Seriously.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, can Yago get there to the final 5 and compete in the Lexus WSL Finals? That's going to happen the window September 6th through the 14th. That's going to go down in Lower Trestles. That's going to be a one-day competition to crown both men and women world champions. We're going to pick the best day out of that window at Lower Trestles, and that is an air-friendly wave.
It definitely is, and we've seen Yago do very well at waves like that in the past, especially over there in Rio. Right here, though, just under 24 minutes, Kaipo. Matt, nothing better than a 2.5. He wants to get to work because John's low score, just a 3.17.
We'll see if there's any sets on the horizon and if either McGillivray can take one underneath the priority of John, which he's interested in this one. Here goes Matt. And he didn't see anything eventuate on that wave, so kicks out. John, better looking second wave here. Florence. Speeds through a bottom turn and top turn hack right back into the pocket.
Wow.
Quick snap on the Paizel. Another quick snap. Oh, loses the fins a little bit. Has to regain composure, gets back up in the lip, and salvages a finish.
That was so difficult to do right there at the end. The way you had to recover after really the unforced layback right there. It was a mistake on his behalf. And to get into the lip right there at the end, very difficult. So it should add into the scoring criteria right there. And he's going to have a good backup for the 6.17.
Yeah, so inching ahead, of Matthew McGillivray with this effort, John Florence.
Excellent use of priority and most importantly, capitalizing on a golden opportunity here. Great carve. Love how he brings it all the way around Kaipo into the lip. So the variation is there. And there, a little misstep, but see how he recovers so quickly and eyes the next section? That is very difficult, and there's a reason why this guy is wearing yellow right now and the rankings leader. Another angle, brings it all the way around. That's been a maneuver that we've seen John do many different times over the years here on the CT. And you can just see right there the amount of power and push that he puts through that first turn. Kaipo very committed, especially from the get-go on that wave.
Yeah. I always often talk about fin bending and John doing that with the power and the push in his turns. But the recovery from this, impressive.
Yeah, and really difficult. He's basically sitting down at that point right there. Core strength, obviously a big thing for John right here. But the way he had to flex right out of that and go into the maneuver right afterwards should be a significant score right now.
Yeah. Well, it's not going to be a backup. It's going to be a keeper so far. He adds a 7.5 to the 6.17. McGillivray in a two-wave combo at this point. So John on the paddle back out. We can take a look at all the judges scored, Mitchell.
What a bounce back for Double J, too, considering how he lost to Rio Waida last year in the elimination round. 17th place finish here, leading the rankings at a pivotal point of the season 2, Kaipo. Great stuff from Double J.
Double J, I like it. So good they had to name him twice.
Yes,
John Florence.
You know, Hyan. And just his career trajectory, too. All of the injuries that he's had to go through. Love to see him physically fit right now.
John Florence, here's another stat, is John Florence in his career on the championship tour has missed 24 events.
That's 2 years.
24 events because of injuries. So that is an important fact to take a look at. That means he knows how to come back out of the 12 years he's been on the championship tour. We got a paddle here, and McGillivray with priority says nah, and John looks down the line and says nah. Second wave in the set, maybe a better wave, looks bigger, cleaner. John on the inside. Matt, take a look at, now taking a look, let's take a look at the head-to-head matchups between these two. It's been all John Florence, 2021 pipe. John beat Maddie. In 2022 at Margaret River, John beat Maddie in a big way, scored that max heat score at Margaret River in that heat, 18.9 John. And in 2023, John, he did it again to Matthew McGillivray. So it's been all John so far when we look at their history.
Yeah, not just the max heat score, the max wave score too. Over 3 points, the difference right there. And not surprising given the amount of experience that Florence has in comparison to McGillivray. But Maddie already with at least 2 semifinals in 2024. Looking good so far, but is looking for a good combination right here.
Yep, and then we also look at some other analytics between the two. Heat winning percentage at this break for John Florence, 67%. Heat winning percentage for Matthew McGillivray at this break, a 33%. But for the average heat score, Matt actually has an advantage. Average heat score at Punta Roca for Matt McGillivray, 12.45. John Florence, his average, a 12.32.
Pretty good stuff right there by Maddie. He's looking for at least a 7 right here to get into this heat, Kaipo. A couple waves coming through.
Yeah, the WSL buoy up and down. And a good indicator of an incoming line for our surfers. McGillivray uses priority. Hack off the top. Another snap off the top. Carve for variety, fades that bottom turn. Great flow on this wave and gets the finish. John behind him, giant alley-oop and puts it down. Continues on. Full momentum down the line after a huge alley-oop, and he's going to continue to assault Punta Roca. What do you want, John Florence?
There has just been a murder on the dance floor, ladies and gentlemen. Good Lord.
Woo! Mitchell, you're so excited. You're making me excited, but that's easy to get excited about surfing like that. John Florence, right when we thought, you know, Maddie McGillivray was going to like start reeling John in, right? Break the combo, start reeling him in, make it into a one-wave situation. John goes out there, and I dare say needs to go excellent.
Oh, no doubt. The height on that thing, where he landed, the combination that he had afterwards, and how easy he made it look. So, all the way on the outside, gaining speed right here. Click, bam, right there with the landing. As easy as Sunday morning kaipo, straight into the carve right there. And then how's this little combo right at the end too? Oh, wow, flawless.
You don't see a lot of claims from John. This isn't from the water, Mitch.
Whenever he claims a wave, that included over in Tahiti, it means that it's something special. Look at how perfect that was. The height, the angle,
the landing,
the rotation, everything.
And it didn't stop any of his momentum, any of his performance on that wave.
So difficult landing in the spot, having your feet in the same place. Degree of difficulty as high as it could possibly be.
Oh, love this in slow motion, Mitchell.
Just perfect technique, always well balanced on top of the board. Excellent stuff right here from John. But once again, where he lands, look at the back foot. Perfectly placed the entire time.
And then straight into a bottom turn.
That is just absurd. Wow, into the next carve too. This should be a huge number, Kipes.
Yeah, we feel it's a huge number. And we'll get the finish. And wow, the judges know that it's a huge number. A 10, and not just a 10, a perfect 10. A 10 from every one of the 5 judges.
Well-deserved.
John Florence scores that perfect 10. And a Yeti cooler stuffed with a bunch of Yeti gear. He already rides for Yeti, but he's just gonna have an extra Yeti cooler in the garage there. And whoo, boy, John, talk about Yeti cooler. It's time for him to chill out because he's got a big lead on Matthew McGillivray, a 7.5, a 10-point ride, 17.5 two-wave total. John Florence with that Yeti 110.
Well, cool off a little bit right now.
That's what I'm saying, chill out.
Do not break your board. Don't injure yourself. We're at the low point of the tide right now. Just take a breather. Let Matt try to answer back because, you know, he was close on the last one. He dropped a 6.5, and all of a sudden you go right behind, and John drops the perfect 10, which, by the way, nowadays, for you to get a unanimous 10, especially over there in Tahiti, you saw it firsthand.
Oh, yeah.
It is nearly impossible.
Yeah.
Nearly impossible to get every single judge to give you a 10-point ride.
Yeah, that was, hey, thank you, John Florence. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break because Mitchell and I need to chill out a bit. We're going to do a iced latte, you want, with almond Bonsoy? That's what we're going to do. We'll be back with more of this very entertaining semifinal. Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. Semi-final 2 in the water. John Florence, if you're just catching up with us, has already scored a perfect 10, and he continues his assault here at Punta Roca, throws that one away, giving an opportunity for McGillivray. McGillivray with a nice carve to start, sees no future in that wave. He kicks out McGillivray in a 2-wave combination behind John Florence. Needs a 17.51 2-wave combo to advance. John Florence putting on a show after we saw the Yago Dora show in semifinal number 1, and John continues to build upon his stats. John is the 2-time world champ, is just doing incredible surfing. If you're just catching up to us, check out this. This is a perfect 10 for John Florence. Mitchell?
Well, a perfectly executed alley-oop, and the way he places it on the landing, especially with his placement of the feet, is just nothing short of spectacular. It goes straight into the next carve, too. And the combination of major maneuvers, it's basically what we're seeing from the whole criteria on this wave right here. Has progression, the innovation with the alley-oop, and even these 3 turns afterwards not only fit that aspect of innovation, they also fit speed, power, and flow, which are the 3 most important ones. But once again, this guy, his resume, he's going to go down in the history books as one of the all-time greats, Kaipo.
And he knew it. A rare claim from John Florence after that wave. He impressed himself with that performance. Look at the 10-point ride totals. He just added to that. 18 10-point rides in his career. John Florence has now tied Gabe Medina with those 10-point ride counts. Look at the excellent wave scores, 391 throughout his career.
4 out of 10 heats he's surfing are excellent heats. And I would argue that the other 6 have to be at least 14 to 15 points too. The guy is just absurd. He's on a different level, especially when it comes to this year. 3 finals, he's 10 minutes away from his 4th, Kaipo.
Yeah, spot on, Mitch. We're seeing, John talked about it at the beginning of the season, about how last year was kind of a reset year for him. A little disappointing not making that Final 5 and being in the Lexus WSL Finals and not having a chance for that. And now John, had to recalibrate, had a great beginning of the season.
Yep.
Had to play dad and welcome his son into the world right before leaving to Tahiti. And with that dad power, made the final there in Tahiti. And he's on the precipice of making back-to-back finals.
And another thing, too, is that he's been the most consistent surfer throughout those events that he's made the final. And then he's just gotten a big slap in the face once he's gotten there.
True.
Like against Barron at Pipe. Great surfing. Barron gets the only 10 out of the event right there in the final on the men's side. Next thing you know, same thing in Margaret River, and over in Tahiti, he was 1 wave away from winning the event.
Well, great guys like John Florence have a lot of support. And one of the guys that supports John is Ross Williams. Ross is out in the water with Strider Wasilewski.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, sitting here with Ross. Tell me about the combination platter we got out there. What's on the plate?
A little bit of lobster, big steak plate for Johnny Boy. But yeah, he loves it. He loves displaying a combination of major maneuvers, right? And power surfing mixed with the air. What gets better than that?
Well, we got Matthew trying to battle back into this. Probably going to try to oversurf because he's really behind the ball here. I mean, I'm putting this one in the fridge. Would you agree?
Matty's definitely capable of getting an 8 or a 9, so it's not over yet with 8 minutes left. But yeah, John's tail's wagging right now. He's pretty stoked. Big chokes, point breaks. The tour is on fire right now. It's really fun waves. So John's really happy.
Well, the Happy John's a dangerous John. We can see that. And what do you think about Yago and John coming up against each other in the final? Is there a difference?
Yeah, I mean, just sitting there in a room, in a Red Bull athlete zone with John, watching Yago, we were getting inspired, like super stoked for Yago, and that lights John up. That upside down, corked out flip he did was insane. So, Yago's definitely deadly. He can get a 9 on a closeout, and that's going to be really fun because that's going to pique John's interest, and I think he'll want to rise to the occasion for Yago.
Thank you very much, Ross. Good talk. We'll get back to the heat and the women's final coming up.
That's right. And just to update that for our Yellow Leaders jersey, John Florence and Katie Simmers will be in yellow going into stop number 8, the Vivo Rio Pro, when the tour continues. That window starts June 22nd.
Excited. I'm excited. I can't stop smiling, dude. I'm like, as Ross was pointing out right there, you can't prepare the same way in this heat as you're going to do for the final, especially considering that Yago has that ability of doing it on one wave. But so far, our rankings leaders, they've looked amazing all year long. Caitlin Simmers and John Florence heading over there into Rio.
Yeah, yeah. And the diversity and the that you see on the tour, and how you have to adapt to different waves. We're like polar opposites, right? We came from Tahiti, where pretty much most surfers didn't do a turn other than just sitting in big gaping barrels. And then you come here where you're all about performance on long right-hand walls. And then next stop, we go to Itaúna, where, talk about a mixed plate. It's a mixed plate there, right, at Itaúna Beach. Could be the short, hollow right, could be the long left. There's the backwash factor always over there. And then there's just the headspace, right, of Brazil Lake, with thousands and thousands of fans that descend upon that beach.
Yeah, it's no doubt the most crowded place, not only on the championship tour, I'd add a challenger in QS alike too, but you know, for John, he's won there twice before. It's a good position for him to be in heading into that event, Kaipo.
Here comes John again. Uses his priority. Big gaffing turn off the top. Looks for another ramp and has to throw that frontside air away. Looks like he was going for the slob grab on that one. And Mitchell, you're glad that that board got away from John.
Please. No need. Back off a little bit right here. Like, we saw the same thing with Yago in the previous heat. He kind of understood. It's like, hey, I'm 6 minutes away. The other person's comboed. Don't peak too early, first of all. You already have the 10-point ride. You have a 7-5. You have the other person in the combination. There's absolutely no need for this right now. Just chill out.
Yeah.
Be
I
on
like
the
what
outside.
you're saying. Keep the board in one piece. You don't want to, like,
Yourself,
that board's
too.
looking really, really, really good for him, right?
Yes, it
so
is.
you don't want to buckle that board. You don't want to do any damage. And John also keep the knees intact. Right?
Yeah,
We talked about
everything.
We talked about the John's resilience and having coming back from injury, and even with that Brazil conversation, we saw him, in the past, hurt his knee out there, Barinha.
Right, 2018. I remember that.
Yeah, and that took him out for a while, and in that heat, he was way out in front as well.
17 points against Wade Carmichael, I remember.
Yeah. Heat recap. It's been incredible, Mitchell.
Well, not only have we seen the 10-point ride, opened up with the 617, then eventually got the 7.5 afterwards, which is this wave right here. Excellent combination of maneuvers for John Florence. And this, no doubt, one of the best waves ridden all season long, Kaipo. Perfectly executed alley-oop, not only with the placement, with the integration of the other maneuvers afterwards too. Just ridiculous stuff from the two-time world champion.
Seamless transition from a giant alley-oop into a flurry of snaps. John likes it, and every single judge did as well. 10s across the board for John.
To see that guy claim a wave, which is not very often, you know that it had to have been something ridiculous, and really like to see the perfect 10 right there. Well deserved for John. And Matt, unfortunately, after the 6.5, kind of the same thing that Gabe tried to do a couple of waves in a row, where he maybe tried to go a little bit too big too early on with enough time on the clock. With just 4 minutes to go, it's going to be really hard to break the combination right here and even take the lead.
Oh, yeah. It is John into the final with Yago, Dora, and we can anticipate that. The rest of this heat is a formality given the two-wave combination and the distance of paddles between a long wave. We got 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, and we can already start talking. What do you anticipate in this final, John Florence against Yago, Dora?
If I were Yago, I'd be doing the same thing I've been doing the last 3 or 4 heats. Open up with a wave under priority. Doesn't necessarily have to be a set. Get things going. Anything above a 6.5 could be a keeper. And if you're John, you stick to your guns. You make sure that you're on the set waves. Make sure that there's clear separation between your scores and his. And don't try to fall into an air game. Don't try to go air for air like we saw Gabe try to do in the previous heat.
McGillivray does have priority. There is a line coming through here. He looks like he's interested in this one. The South Africa is going to scratch into this. Long bottom turn. Top turn combo is very smooth on the Channel Islands surfboard. Pops it into the air.
Yes, sir.
Nose picks out of it, a little bit hung up, but no problem. He gets right back into the open face to continue down the line. He'll catch the rail there. That may cost them. He's looking for something dynamic for the finish. Pops it up and eases through another air reverse. Gets a bonus section on the inside here. One more time, and he can make it 3 on one wave to the applause by the fans here at Punta Roca. I like the fight back, and maybe he should be out of combination with that. What do you think, Mitch?
Could be. The 7.5 was a bit cleaner.
Yeah.
Personally thinking, I'm just dizzy watching that wave. Couple rotations right there, and you know, we got to give Matt a lot of props.
Yeah.
Beating Jordy in the quarters, who's having an outstanding year, getting his second semifinal in 2024. He's been surfing great, and he's just always underappreciated when it comes to a lot of these waves on tour. Great opening roundhouse right there. I thought that nose pick right there was really difficult to do, especially with the landing inside of the whitewater, and then comes around it, gets to work right here with the rail work. Unfortunately catches an edge, breaks up the flow, and then this is where he gets the 2 extra air reverses in. A bit lateral right there, still with a good amount of height, and fits in the last one a bit forced. Still very difficult, so maybe it's right around there of the 7.51, maybe just under, but even still, like, the guy's got to be really stoked with the way he surfed.
Yeah, and to commend Matthew McGillivray in his young CT career, just 4 seasons on the championship tour. This is his 4th semifinal appearance. So, you know, we got to acknowledge Matthew McGillivray as an upcoming talent as well, and an incredible surfer. He did some beautiful surfing throughout this entire event. I think he took down Ethan Ewing on the way up to this, who would have been one of the favorites here on this point break.
No doubt. Ethan had only lost with big numbers, and his results don't really translate into the way that he surfed so far, but he's going to have to settle with the semi here, because that big dog on screen, that guy's moving through to his 4th final of 2024, Kaipo.
Here we go. John. Florence.
Juan.
So good, huh? Named him twice. That was really good. McGillivray, by the way, as the numbers come through, should break the combination, and he does with a 7.93. So he's going to go out of this heat not comboed. And a great last effort for Matthew McGillivray, and a great result for Matthew coming out of El Salvador. Anticipating Brazil, the South African took down Ethan Ewing, took down Jordy Smith, had a great run here in El Salvador.
Got to be really happy with his performance and his result, but that guy, Kaipo, he's looking good.
John Florence and Yago Dora in the men's final. Women's finals coming up after this is going to be Gabriella Bryant and Caroline Marks. What?
Estamos acá en Playa El Sonte, uno de los paraísos del Salvador.
Y para ver el atardecer queda muy cerca también de Playa Punta Roca, está como unos 20 minutos. Yo voy con mis amigos, con mis primos y la paso súper bien, la verdad, siempre lo disfruto a lo máximo.
Un lugar que se ve el atardecer es súper bonito, un lugar mágico, la verdad para mí. Yo vengo acá siempre a despejarme la mente, a escuchar música, a pensar, disfrutar de este paraíso, disfrutar de la vista que tenemos, ¿sabes? De la vista, del sol, de las olas. Y disfrutar con una cervecita siempre cae rico. Salud.
Well, as Glenn Fry said it in the theme song to Beverly Hills Cop, the heat is on. Caroline Marks is up and at it already here in the final of the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. Let's go back to back, why don't we, Caroline? Up and out real quick, but Gabriel O'Brien has got a little something to work with here. It shoulders off quickly, so a bit of a false start. But the good news is we still have nearly a full 40 minutes of action for you in store. I'm Chris Cote. That's Felicity Palmatier. Both of us are very excited to talk all of you through what we expect to be an epic final. We're talking goofy versus regular, power v power. The waves are firing. This is going to be a classic flick.
Oh, it is. It's this heat is stacked, and you know what? I mean, both of these surfers, power surfers. Gabriel O'Brien, in my opinion, most powerful woman surfer on tour at the moment. Just the spray she's displacing on these right-hand point breaks has been incredible, but then coming up against Caroline, defending event champ, current world champ. I mean, it's going down.
Well, tide is low, but starting to switch. That's a good sign. The wind is on our side as well. 36-28, both surfers resetting themselves in the lineup. This guy looks good in yellow. He looks good in the sky as well. John Florence is on the glass with AJ McCord.
John, we gotta start with that 10-point ride you had here in the semifinal to all but punch your ticket to the finals. Talk us through that wave.
Yeah, I had like a 6 and a 7 already, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna try to do an air now. And I was just pumping down the line and had a good wall to do like an alley-oop. And yeah, I did the air. I was really surprised how clean I came down. I came down on such a good part of the wave, and I was like more in front of it than I thought I was gonna be. And I was like, oh my gosh, I can go straight into another turn. And the wave just kind of stayed lining up, and it was a really fun wave.
I can tell by the smile on your face how much fun you're having, but I know how badly you want to win this competition. You've made the finals a few times this year. What's it going to take to get your first event win of 2024?
Yeah, I'm just going to keep sticking my plan. I don't know, I've been surfing good, and Yago has been ripping too, so it's been fun to watch him. And it seems like he's kind of gone the same strategy on the medium ones and doing those crazy airs, and so it'll be interesting. The waves are pumping, so I'm stoked.
Looking forward to it, John.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, I had a minute between heats. I just popped into Salema Masekela, who was doing a live feed on his Instagram talking about the similarities and differences between surf skate, snow airs, and the way they're judged. And the point being that the judges have really made an effort to not just score airs that are landed, but landed well. And John Florence right there rewarded because not only the height and just how amazing that air was, but also the fact that he landed in transition like you're supposed to, you know? Like, yeah. he landed like he's been there before, which we know he has, but then landing and going straight in the bottom turn, straight into the next turn. I mean, that is, if that wasn't a perfect 10, I mean, this rocks would have been flying. It would have been madness in here. But the judges were spot on right there. Easy call for them across the board. And we've been saying it. There's a difference between a 10 and a perfect 10. And that, my friends, was a perfect 10.
Yeah, it was incredible, right? And to your point, just the landing from that big alley-oop, he cleared a section. It was kind of just like he'd just taken off again. You couldn't have been any more perfect. I mean, he kind of said it himself. He kind of surprised himself too. But yeah, it's just that seamless transition between turns. It was awesome to see. And yeah, performance just keep on being raised here at Punta Roca.
Well, not only is this wave being ripped apart, but so is the live rankings scenario. Here's what we see right now for the Women's Championship Tour live rankings. These are alive, they're moving. It's an organism. It's fluctuating up and down all day long. If Gabby wins, Caroline will be third, Gabby will be fourth. If Caroline wins, Caroline will be second, Gabby will stay in sixth. So there's a lot more at stake in this final than just, the prize money, the trophy, the glory. There's also the year-end rankings in play now, Flick. That makes it just that much more exciting.
Yeah, it does, right? And there's so much more on the line for Gabby right now because, she has to win this to get inside that final 5 picture. Whereas, Caroline, either way, she's still in there. Obviously, if she gets a win, she moves up in a second, which is awesome. But either way, she's going to be in there, right? But for Gabby, this is super important because she wants to crack that final 5 picture.
Well, you know who's feeling good about this final is the leader of the Vizsla Shaper rankings, Matt Violas and Lost Surfboards. Both of these surfers riding his art. I'm reticent to call surfboards equipment just because of the fact that they're so hands-on. They're, every piece of this board is shaped to perfection, especially the boards that these elite athletes are riding. I would lean more towards art, rideable art, functional art than sports equipment. But either way, when you see surfers do what they do on these boards, it makes you want to go into a surf shop and squeeze some rails. Please squeeze lightly, though. Be gentle in the surf shop. And as we saw earlier on, John Florence riding his Paizel board to an amazing effect. You know the inbox of John Paizel, the factory just blew up a little bit. I want one.
Oh, what a good day for Matt. 2 women in the final. Absolutely.
And his lead in the rankings is wild.
Oh, and Yago on the men's side.
Yeah. He's cleaning up.
You're kidding me, right?
He's going to have to go straight back to the shaping room. He's going to be busy. All right, so 2 openers on the board now for Gabriel O'Brien and Caroline Marks. 3.17 for Gabby. Caroline's was a no-go. Set rolling through here. So just a little low-key note. We've moved up to 40 minutes for our finals. And you'd be surprised what an extra 5 minutes can do.
Oh, a lot. Definitely. It's incredible, sometimes what happens in that last exchange. Looks like Gabby may be having a look. Lets that one go. I think that was a wise choice.
Yeah, that was smart. And I think that's just another aspect of the elite surfers that makes them different than a lot of the rest of us. I would have gone in that way. Anytime, just when you're free surfing or even when you're doing a club contest or whatever, it's just like there's a difference between those of us that just see a wave and go and those of them that are among the best of the best that know exactly the type of wave they want it. And Gabriel Medina said it earlier a couple days ago. It's not always a lineup point. It's not always a whistle or something from the beach. A lot of times it's just a feeling. And they just have a different feeling. Only an elite surfer knows the feeling.
When you've been doing something so long, though, you'd hope you have that feeling, right?
Have you seen the waves I catch?
Well, I don't know. This is the thing when you're so conditioned to heats and performing and trying to squeeze the best performance out of every session. And most sessions, they're always working on stuff. They're going out with an intention. There's intention behind every wave they're catching. Looks like, nope.
Caroline with priority. That was kind of sketchy. Low-key sketch factor there for Gabriel O'Brien, who was directly in the path of Caroline Marks. If she had chosen to paddle straight from where she was at, could have been a bad situation for Gabriel O'Brien, but luckily nice and clean.
Looks like a little bit more interest maybe from this one. I'm actually surprised they let that first one go. It kind of looked like it had quite a nice bowl to it, but Caroline pulling the trigger.
All right, with priority, Caroline Marks. Here we go, the wind-up, the swing. Setup turn to start, but still her setups are glorious. There it is. Quick jam there for Caroline Marks. The wave bowling out perfectly through this mid portion. You see her fin is just tickling that power section right in the whitewater. She goes into a bottom turn. That's going to be a good start. Her current coach right now, Mike Parsons, looks excited, but it's a tempered excitement, right? He's not freaking out just yet. That's probably going to be a mid-range score, but it's a starter kit for Caroline Marks.
A really good choice to let that one go through before, because this wave here, a lot more size to it, and starts off sort of like a cut back to the source, but this wave here just really starts to bowl out and really cup out I really like how she just redirected on that second turn just to make, that turn really critical, and really good finish there too. So she goes up into the lip here, carves it around. This wave had a real big bend on it. So she kind of just, that little redirect there was super important. It was so minimal, but it just set her up for this turn really perfectly. And, I mean, the finish was great as well. I feel like, I think you're on the money. Like, it's not going to go massive. It was great surfing once again. It's just such textbook Caroline Marks backhand. But, it's the final, right? So,
yeah. And look, we all love waves like Tahiti. We love watching Pipeline. Oh, it's just the carnage, the drama. It's all so exciting. But when you watch a wave like this, as a surf fan, that is so relatable. You saw the bowl in the mid portion of that wave. If you're watching this as a surfer and that didn't just make you jump out of your skin wishing you were on that. There's no waves in the Tahiti event that I wish I was on. Nearly every wave out here, I wish I was on. How about I wish I was on and could handle? But these waves, most surfers can handle this, right? It's perfect. It's long. You will get pounded out here. I mean, this wave's got a lot of power, but this is just relatable perfection. And Caroline Marks, I mean, she's feeling right at home, right? That was a very. I'm not going to say that was too close to lowers because that was a perfect bowl on the inside. But I mean, again, her backhand on this wave. It's big numbers all day long. She starts strong with a 7-point ride.
Yeah, big score already on the board, and Gabriel Bryan looking to answer back.
All right, let's turn on the power. Here we go. Just like that, you hear the oohs and ahs from the crowd, and she gets up and into the lip and goes over. Right when I said this wave will pound you, it does it.
Demonstration right there.
But I love her intent. You got to go for it.
Yeah, no, that was absolutely going for it. And this is the final. I mean, there's nothing else after this. So, you're not going to leave anything on the table. You're not going to leave anything to chance. It was a big section. Potential to get a big score if she did make it. Let's have a look. This wave, long wall, really stretched out, right? So, obviously, not offering this first carve, beautifully timed. Goes up to the lip, bit late there, and just gets absolutely belted. Got the lip to the head, it looked like. So that first carve was just beautifully done, and yeah, she got absolutely detonated.
Oh,
but,
that bottom turn.
That right there. Look at all the water she's displacing right now.
That S right there was powerful.
Yeah, I mean, oh my.
No hesitation. I love that. Did not even think about it. She wasn't thinking about her board. She wasn't thinking about anything but attacking. She got attacked back, of course. She got mauled, but...
yeah, she got slapped hard.
Yeah, I just love that she didn't care. She's going for it no matter what.
Yeah.
25:19 to go. Gabriella Bryan makes her way back into the takeoff zone. Caroline Marks with the lead for now. The contest area is going off, and AJ McCord is right in the mix.
Could not ask for a better finals day here at Punta Roca, Surf City, El Salvador Pro, and there's no better spot to watch it all go down, the finals, figure out who the champions are gonna be, than right here on the VIP Corona deck. They got some Corona Ceros, some Corona Extras, so come on down. This is front row seating to some of the best surfing we have seen on tour, you guys.
Agreed. And I love this venue. Not only, of course, for the waves. I mean, it is firing out here, but just the vibe all around. It's epic. Caroline Marks now trying to cement her place in history to go back-to-back here in El Salvador. Surfing like this, she's making a strong case for that. Perfectly placed turn. Winds it up again. And there is repetition, but when the repetition is that good, I'm fine with it. I'm here for it.
I'm here for it too. That was very, very well surfed. Just the slight adjustments that she's doing to allow her to place the perfect turn in the perfect part of that wave. I feel like, yeah, it's great surfing where you can focus on the turns, but it's the little movements that she's doing, the tiny adjustments, just so that all her turns are placed really well. You know, she gets a couple of maneuvers here, but then realizes that this wave's got a bit more speed to it, cracks it up there, comes around this section, belts it. Little adjustment. Did you see that? Just ever so slightly. Turns that board, the nose, straight back to the beach. So she can wind up, get a little bit more vertical. I feel like yeah, her read is just really good.
I mean, I'm taking mental notes as a goofy footer. I want to surf like that, and I know this guy does too. Strider Wasilewski, what are you seeing?
We're seeing patience. We're seeing tempo. We're seeing, you know, that moment where you set it up and wait for it. She's kind of foreshadowing down the line of what the wave's going to do and then just attacking the lip. There was a turn in that wave in the middle that was absolutely perfect. And I feel like that's where our score is going to come from. And being it was such a beautiful, well-timed, perfectly placed, precision turn. Caralupo going off. Caroline Marks is on fire. That said, there's a young lady out there with something to prove. So we'll see if Gabby gets back in there and starts throwing some belts into the lip, because we've seen her just throwing down this whole event. She's got the power and the tech. Let's see it.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. There's still 22 minutes to go here. I noticed a little something in Caroline Marks when she surfs. It's like a little subtle double swivel in her bottom turns. Is that an element of style, or is that a technique that she uses to give herself a little boost?
Well, I mean, Caroline definitely has a distinctive style. There's no doubt about it. I mean, we just heard Caralupo, I mean, her little nickname there, that's been coined, obviously, reminiscent of Mark Ocalupo. But, you know what? I feel like, she's got this distinctive style. But, I mean, I was sort of pointing it out in that last wave. She does a little adjustment, right? And I feel like she's obviously got this great read and doesn't want to project too far out, because otherwise she's going to be too far out in the pocket, right? She just really wants to be able to square up. So I think a lot of it is actually intentional.
This little thing right here. It's just a little double pump.
Well, I mean, yeah, that little double pump. There's another moment, actually. I mean, that was great timing, but every now and then she'll point the board a little bit more straight back to the point, right? And then she'll set her rail, and then she'll go into her bottom turn. I mean, that two-turn combo, fantastic. I mean,
yeah, and I love that she's not just blindly going into the bottom turn, top
moment.
turn. Yeah, it's the subtleties.
It's that little subtlety that just set up this moment. Otherwise, she would have come out. And I mean, yeah, fair enough. It was out on the face. But if she didn't do that subtle little, you know, adjustment of her board, she would have been way out in the face. So it's these tiny little things that, you know, to the naked eye or someone who's just getting into surfing, I just don't know if you'd necessarily pick that up straight away. But, I mean, it's years and years and repetition. And, I mean, years of living at lowers and just absolutely perfecting it.
I mean, she's kung fu fighting. She's doing it with expert timing. It's amazing. And she's got a lead now, that last wave of 5.93. So the judges are keeping her honest, right? A lot of turns down the line, but it's very obvious that 7-point ride, more power, bigger wave, a little bit faster. So the scale right now, to me, in my eyes, is set perfectly. Gabriella Bryant had 2 opportunities, 3.17 and 3.23. She got slammed on her last wave. Maybe that will be the catalyst that she needs to get fired up. I mean, I don't think she needs anything extra. She's obviously in form today and has been all week long. And, she's been doing it with a lot of joy, which I think counts for something, She's been smiling post-heat, pre-heat, just having fun, enjoying herself down here in El Salvador. And if you can, love what you do and do what you love at your job, I mean, look at their office. It's pretty awesome.
It's pretty good, isn't it? It's
yeah.
Pretty good. I mean, it's not a bad job, is it?
It's the best.
Oh, no, I feel, Gabby has impressed me this year. Obviously, she's got her first maiden CT victory. Margaret River, wave that really suits her surfing. Powerful, big, open ocean wave. And then, it's just been really cool to see her, obviously she didn't get the finish she wanted in Tahiti, but to come here and find herself in a final again is epic. And that turn that she did on that in her first heat this morning against Katie, I mean, that thing was incredible on a bigger wave. I mean, it was so critical. It was so late. That single maneuver for me really stood out. I know Katie had an awesome one moment in that heat as well at the end, but in my eyes, I mean, she's just got so much power, so much ability, and it's so awesome that we're really getting to see it, now on tour.
Yeah, every heat's felt like a video part so far, and the waves have been plentiful through the day. There's been these lulls like we see right here, but I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm just gonna let it unfold. I don't want to jinx anything. I just. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, mate.
All right, 18:38. And I guess that worked because here comes another set. Here we go. Caroline Marks, second priority. She's got to give way to Gabrielle O'Brien, who looks like she is about to fully engage in this wave. And I was wrong. She did not. And that one looks real nice. Let's just mind surf this together, Flick. We're going tandem.
Oh, wow. How cool.
Look how smart these two surfers are. But yeah, on any day, that's a great wave. We'd all want that. But in this heat, that's not going to be the score that you need.
Yeah, this is like, it's just, they've just got such a good read, obviously. And
that's impressive.
Yeah, that wave wasn't it. I didn't really have that bowl that really fun for us to free surf and go tandem on. But yeah, not great for, if you're chasing a single wave, 9-7 for Gabby. Even just to break it down, here we go. Caroline's going to pull a trigger under priority.
Yeah, second priority of Caroline Marks, and it looks like it could potentially build up for her nicely on the inside. That's that patented Caroline setup turn, but didn't like the looks of that one. Wisely pulling out, but I don't see anything wrong with that, Roll the dice a little bit when you've got the time and the opportunity to do it. I'm wondering if they're looking for waves that almost have that appearance of a closeout. Because the ones that look like they're going to be perfect have kind of been slowing down through the middle, but the medium-sized waves that look like that line is just going to break in front of you seem to be giving these surfers the best opportunities.
Yeah, I think my take is that I think these two are looking for slightly different waves. One, just because Caroline's on her backhand, and I don't think she necessarily wants one that's super stretched out. I think it's been evident to me that she just wants those ones that are really cuppy. In my opinion, she's actually been looking for ones that have got a bit more of a taper on them. Whereas Gabby, I even think back to this morning, I think she's definitely searching for those ones you were talking about, Chris. Those longer, more stretched out ones. I feel like it's two different approaches here. I mean, we've already seen it. Even Caroline's 7, it just had that cool little bend, and it's really bend, and it was like cupping out. Whereas, Gabby, I feel like is searching for a sort of different wave.
Is the search over? Oh, it looks like it. Gabrielle O'Brien paddling hard. But that was good because she didn't make any effort to get into that wave. More out to it. So with 16 minutes to go here, Gabrielle O'Brien, Caroline Marks here in the finals of the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. With about halfway left to go, Yago Dora, whatever he's been doing, he should keep doing it because he is ripping. He'll be up next.
Corona is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. By Eventbrite, proud sponsor of women's surfing on the WSL Championship Tour. And by Corona, this is living.
We are back. We're live from El Salvador. Surf City's going off, and Caroline Marks is utilizing this canvas to full effect. That was a real announcer way to say she's ripping. Makes her way to the inside section, belts it again. Nice and tidy 4-turn combo for Caroline Marks. She's sitting on a 7. Second score was a 5.93. That one felt good. It looked good. We heard cheers from the grandstands. I think it's going to be a solid number. My hunch was right. Let's pay it off here. A 7.40 for Caroline Marks.
Wow, okay, so she's making this jobbo a lot harder for Gabrielle O'Brien right now. I mean, backed up that 7 beautifully, 7.4, and 13 minutes on the clock. I mean, it's just that textbook surfing. I mean, she's looking so good. It's just, I mean, there's the score breakdown there. I mean, one judge obviously went high, 8, but we do drop the highest and the lowest and average out the 3, so 7.4. But she's just, you know what though? I still feel that she has more gears to click into. Let's have a look at this one. Cracks it up in the lip. So much spray flying. Beautifully timed second turn. And just those little subtleties in her surfing are just so evident to me. It's just really the thing that's setting her apart. And just the read on the wave is so well, it's just so well done. I mean, think about how many rights she's caught in her life at Lawrence, right?
Yeah, and this wave was under priority?
Yes, this wave was under priority. So,
ouch.
Yeah, this stings, right? This is painful right now for Gabby. But, I mean, think about how many times she's done this bottom turn. Think about how many times she's coiled up off the bottom, cracked a section at lowers, so similar to this. I mean...
That's never going to get old. That combo right there,
No.
bottom turn snap like that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's fresh all day long, all year, any decade, any time, any era. That is great surfing.
Oh, it's just really pleasing to the eye. That's what it is. It's aesthetically...
I'm pleased. The judges are pleased.
It's aesthetically pleasing.
All right, here we go. Gabrielle O'Brien's got to fight her way back into this. She's got a big wall to work with here. This is looking like a nice wave for Gabriella. Quick snap there, goes vertical on her forehand. Underrated for how difficult that turn is.
Oh.
Carving hard, right back into the pocket. Solid surfing for Gabrielle O'Brien. I mean, that's exactly what she needs to do. Just surf to her superpowers, which is powerful, quick, great decision-making there, variety down the line.
Yeah,
that's going to get her back into this.
This is good. I like seeing this because two different approaches, right? Caroline's coiling up. She's getting in the pocket. We've now seen Gabby's strength, her rail game, big power gouge in the middle there. Let's have a look. Taking off. Got to weave past this first section here, but, I mean, nice up into the lip. This power gouge was really cool. Just great technique there. And then cracks it up in the lip one more time. So good bit of variety there too. And this is going to feel good for her, right? Like, she kind of needs to make some bit of a charge, you know, basically now. I mean, you're leaving it any later and things are getting really difficult, right? Up until this wave, I mean, Caroline had her in a combination situation, you know, needs 14 points or more. So this is going to feel good. This is the best wave she's put together. Really well timed. And this is going to aid her confidence too, because before this, things were starting to look pretty tricky. You know, you factor in point break, long lulls, paddles back out.
It was feeling grim.
Yeah.
But now there's some light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, there's definitely light for sure. And just good for her confidence too, you know, like if she would have taken off, had a fall, another thing like that, I mean, wow, you're almost thinking, okay, this could be all she wrote, you know, it's hard yakka to come back from there. But yeah, this is looking good.
It was a short wave, but it's short, but it's impactful. You know, like a good Ramones song, right? Just everything you needed, bam, 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 and she's right back out there. And she still has plenty of time. I mean, 9 minutes, 15 seconds to go. Cadence of the sets have been really favorable in this final. Score comes through a 6.93. She's out of combo and into this heat. A 7.47 is now the required need for Gabrielle O'Brien. You said it. That's a feel-good wave.
Mm-hmm.
Could be the feel-good hit of the summer if she gets back out there and gets in position for another long runner like that. Inside of 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, that was really cool. And you know what? You said it too. Short but impactful. We knew it was good surfing. There was variety there. And now she's broke the combo. She's chasing a 7.47. So, look, it's going to be the best wave of the heat. So, still a big job. But you got to be thinking she's got herself back in this game, and there's plenty of time on the clock to do it. She's just got to ask a couple of questions of Caroline now, you know.
Well, as an Australian that likes to add O to the end of
Jobbo?
words and names, would you say Gabriel is Gabbo? No, that's a different conversation. John Florence, Jono.
Jono.
As Flick may say, but John's been on fire all event long. He seems rejuvenated, re-energized, and ready to go out there and hopefully put on an air show mixed with the power that we've seen him put on display throughout this event. I'm so excited. I just can't hide it. I feel like one of the Pointer Sisters. It's all happening. Yago, Dora coming up against John Florence. And get this, Flick, the numbers there. John's number 1 in the world. Yago's number 17 in the world. After this final, do your own math, because I sure can't, but I'll tell you one thing. He's going to be way up the rankings. That might be the jump of the year, at least here in this post-cut landscape. Yago, Dora v. John Florence coming up next, but we've got a heat on our hands, surf fans. 7 minutes, 13 seconds left. Caroline sitting on a hot pair of 7s. Gabriella clawed back into it. Fangs out, 6.93.
Yeah, look, it's so doable right now for Gabby. Only thing is and the question mark right now is that Caroline has priority. If there's a set that comes through, sets today, 2 to 3 waves, and you know, the need right there, you see it at the bottom of the screen, 7.47. It's got to be the best wave of the heat. So you're going to be comparable to, Caroline's last wave, 7.4. Think back to that. What did she do? Obviously, it's different type of surfing. But anyway, she's got to, if this set comes through, right, it's going to be 2 to 3 waves. Caroline's going to have to make a decision, multiple choice question. What wave am I going to take? And she's got to be thinking, okay, well, Gabriella is going to get a chance to get this 7.47. I've got to improve on my 7, right? So let's hope for the surf fans and for us and for some excitement that we do get one more exchange.
Do you by any chance have a seatbelt on that chair?
Fasten
if
your
you do,
seatbelt.
Buckle up. Here we go. 6 minutes left. Richard Dogmarsh, coach to the stars, and that includes Gabriel O'Brien out in the water. Here we go. This is a set, and it's going to be Caroline Marks using her priority, taking the high road. Now waiting patiently to drop down, cutting into that bottom turn. Big snap. High-speed turn for Caroline Marks. Quick whip there, comes around this section, straight up into it. 3-turn combo.
Wow.
Another impactful yet condensed wave. And here we see Gabriel O'Brien late to the first hit, but makes it out. Quick under the lip snap there. Comes around this section, has a big chunk of whitewater to attack. She does it.
She likes it.
Fist bump right there. That's fine with us. Love to see it. So 5 minutes, 18 seconds left. Live rankings updating by the minute. Before this event, Yago Dora was 17. Now he's 8. John's still in the lead. Same thing's going to happen in the women's side of the live rankings as well, as we get to see a paddle battle, Flick.
It is on. Strato, do we get you commentating on this again, please? Wow, amazing. Okay, so looks like Caroline kind of has the jump at the moment. Yep, she does. Well and truly here.
Well, I mean, Gabriella could be drafting like an F1 car there.
This is true.
Good duck dives. Oh, they duck dive so good, too. They do everything so good.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's crucial right now that Caroline takes this spot because, I mean, it's going to be cool to see what. Here we go.
Strider.
Yeah, well, we got Caroline on the outside. She's going to take this thing all the way out. I think she's going to win this way. Looks like Caroline in the blue. She's got it, no problem. But let me tell you something. I'm going to slow down here and talk about Gabriel O'Brien and what she needs to do, because I feel like Caroline has got another gear to get to win this final. And she's going to get priority, but she's going to be out there and she's going to understand that she's still going to need to back up her low score, because I feel like Gabriel O'Brien hasn't really opened up yet in this final, and once she does, we're going to see some excellent numbers drop. I feel like this is what we've been waiting for. This is what Gabby's been waiting for. So we've got 2 wave sets coming in almost consistently. We've got beautiful glassy conditions, and it's right in the wheelhouse for both of these surfers. But Caroline, I feel like, hasn't 100% committed to her surfing out here yet. So I feel like we're going to see the next level out of her, hopefully, because I think she's going to need it with Gabby on her heels.
Yeah, spot on there. I mean, this isn't by no means over, but let's take a look at the last exchange of waves ridden, starting with Caroline Marks.
Yeah, so she's just highlighting it there just to get around this section, but she cracks that first bit, and little setup maneuver here, but this last turn, very well timed. Got a release on the fins there. And then behind her, this is the wave that I want to see. I wanted to see the start, if there was any other work done here. So she goes straight up into the lip, really late. Little jam in the pocket, and she's lining up this end section. She's really stoked about this. Okay.
Sometimes you're late to the party, but you're still at the party.
She's
going to get some points for that. Just not sure if it's going to be up in that 7-4 range that Caroline Marks is in right now. So Caroline's just paired her first 7-4 with a second 7-4.
Yeah.
Gabriel O'Brien now needs a 7-8-7. It's a big number, but I feel like anytime your requirement's under an 8, it's got to feel just a little bit more attainable.
Oh, definitely.
Even if it's that close.
As soon as it hits that excellent mark, you're like, oh, God, okay, here we go. we require something excellent, something great, something really, really good. But, and mentally, you know, confidence-wise, it's definitely feels more achievable for sure. I don't see it on that last wave. You know, it's good surfing, and I feel like, you know, it's going to feel good for her to, you know, finally put a couple of scores on the board where she hasn't fallen and she's clicked into gear. But Caroline's making it just really hard. I do agree with Strider, though. I feel like this is great surfing from Caroline, but this is not her best. Like, she has more to give. She does. I know. I feel like there's more gears.
6th gear? 7th gear?
Well, I feel like she does. I feel like this is awesome, right? 2 7-4s. But I don't know. I've seen her go more vertical. I mean, just check the IG. Check the highlight reels. I feel it's possible.
Check the receipts. We have the receipts. They're in the computer. They're in my phone. I'm going to be up late watching the highlights tonight over and over and over again. The post show is going to be epic. But guess what, surf fans? We're not there yet. We're still waiting for a score here for Gabriel O'Brien, looking for a 7-8-7.
Oh, wow.
And watch out.
Okay, I eat my words.
All right, well, power is never going to go out of style. And the judges are rewarding Gabriel O'Brien for what she did on that last wave. And, ow, man. 7.53. I mean, that was a millimeter under the required need. I think she needed a 7.57.
Wow. One judge, you know, threw an 8.5 too. I mean, obviously that's the high number, so that gets dropped. But, well, okay, like I'm definitely eating my words there. Judges really appreciating it. Judges must be appreciating that first hit through the lip, I think. Just
that's what I'm saying. You're late to the party, but you're still at the party. She went vertical, up into the lip, showed power, showed control, but by the slimmest of margins. I mean, you can't see through that margin. Caroline Marks gets the win. She is our back-to-back champion here in El Salvador at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Caroline Marks does it again. That backhand is unstoppable. She's the Terminator. Crown her.
It's undeniable. And like I said, she has more gears, people. That was great, but, and you know what? To back up this and defend, you know, she's a defending event champ.
This is where she started her title run last year, too.
Scary history repeating itself, people.
Here she is on the Red Bull ski, the victory lap. I mean, she's literally been here before, and she's acting like it. Look at that. She's not surprised. She knows what's up. Your 2024 Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona winner is Caroline Marks. Starting to see and feel a little bit of deja vu in the air here. This is looking like a mirror image to what happened last season. Caroline got the win here. Went on to surf in a lights-out manner all the way to a world title.
So number 2 in the world.
I love that it was close, though. I love that it was so close. And now Strider Wasilewski is with our winner.
Well, back to back, I mean, come on, that's an incredible feat right there. You are the champion here, Surf City, El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. You just went to #2 in the world.
Wow, that's crazy. Geez, that feels really good. El Salvador's just been really good to me, and it kind of kickstarted my campaign to win the title last year, so I don't know, it's just been good to me, and I love Punta Roca, and it's so fun. It was also really cool to have a final with Gabby. She's a really good friend of mine on tour, and gosh, it feels good. Winning feels really good. I'm really happy.
You just said, you know, it would set up your world title campaign. How are you feeling about that this year?
Yeah, for sure. That's why I'm here. I want to, you know, win as many titles as I can, and I'm super aware of how hard that is and how good everyone is, but yeah, I'm just kind of focused on myself and my performances, and absolutely would love to go back to back for sure, but right now I'm going to enjoy this.
Talk about enjoying it. The waves today were absolutely cracking. How cool is El Salvador?
El Salvador's awesome. It's, like I said, it's been really good to me. It's been really fun. Being from Florida, this was a short flight for me, so I'd come as a kid a lot, and I just love it here. The vibes, the people are nice, and the waves are fun, and I don't know, it just feels really good. I'm really happy.
All right, well, we'll let you get to the beach and celebrate. Congratulations. #2 in the world at the moment. Ready to keep going. Yeah. Can't believe it. You're on fire, girl.
Thanks, Strider. Thanks to everyone at home for watching. Love you guys. Woo!
We love you too. Caroline Marks, your winner. And wow, you're in for another show. That was an epic final, and get ready, because we've got John, and Yago heading out into the lineup. Yeah, this is going to be awesome. We'll be right back.
Surf City, El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Some of the highlights working into this final. Check this McTwist. Indy, full rotation, Yago, Dora. Check out this alley-oop. John Florence flies high into a perfect 10-point ride, lands on the roof, and unimpeded continues straight down the line. Multiple maneuvers, scored a perfect 10, and that sets up these two in this final. Yago, Dora coming up against John Florence. I can't wait to see this getting going. It's it was fireworks in the semifinals. And also I want to congratulate Caroline Marks for her win on the women's side. Let's crown a men's champ, Mitchell Salazar.
And it's the first time we're going to have a new men's champion too, Kaipo. Outside of Griffin Colapinto, outside of Felipe Toledo, neither of these two gentlemen had made the final here in El Salvador before. We're going to crown a new men's champion.
Yeah, we sure are. And these two have been putting up impressive numbers in their road to this final. For example, Yago, Dora.
Too many to count.
No, I'm going to just, coming in the semifinals, Yago, Dora, think about what he did. An 8.33 under priority, and then a 9.33 for a 17.66 heat total, Yago, Dora, in that semifinal. John Florence, 7.5 start, and then went perfect 10 for 17.5 two-wave total for John Florence. some of the biggest numbers we've seen all competition working their way into this setup, and we applaud what is on the way, and we're applauding Caroline Marks. It's a difficult chair up to beach on the cobblestones.
Those rocks are hot too, so hopefully they're not barefoot, whoever's carrying her up, but what a performance from Caroline Marks. Back-to-back champ here, Kipes.
Back-to-back champ and our reigning world champion, Caroline Marks. 40-minute final. The clock is starting to tick down before these two surfers, and they've had some matchups in the past. We'll get to that as we wait for the first exchange between Yago and John Florence. Again, open priority at the beginning of the heat, so nobody with that priority, Mitchell.
Yeah, but as always, Yago, he's been doing it all event long. I think it's the smart move. You take the inside right here and you start off with anything better than a 6.
Let's take a look at their head-to-head matchups coming into this final here in El Salvador, and it's been 2 times, and both times went to Yago Dora. In 2023, just last year, Yago beat John in the semifinal on his way to his maiden championship tour victory. In 2017, as a wild card, Yago beat John. He also beat, in 2017, Gabe Medina and McFanning as a dangerous wild card. And you can see, look at the max heat score. When these two are matched up, it goes Yago Dora's way.
Yeah, nothing has really been going the way of John in both of their matchups before, and I believe 2017 was the first year we went over to Saquarema and didn't have the event in Rio proper, so major props right there for Yago handling the pressures of wild card in 17.
That's right. And that's when, you know, the world came to know Yago Dora as a competitor, not just as a free surfer. And really put everyone on notice. What at the time his nickname was the Skinny Goat. And the Skinny Goat came through and did some grazing on the entire field back then. Since then, he's developed as a surfer, and he's gone on to become one of the best in the world. Yago Dora.
Yeah, 1 victory so far on the championship tour. That was last year in Saquarema, as you had mentioned, over Ethan Ewing. Dropped a 10 in the final, too. The only 10 out of the event, and I've had the pleasure of knowing Yago and his father, Leandro, for many years. Stoked to see him in another final here, Kaipo.
Yeah. Yago Dora came into this event number 17. With this finals appearance, he's up 9 spots to number 8 on the rankings, so now really making a push for that final 5 conversation.
Yeah, and being from Floripa originally in Santa Catarina, the southern part of Brazil, excellent surfers out of there, very consistent waves, but in comparison to here, it's much colder, Kaipo, especially during the winter time of the year over there, so big contrast, but it ain't his first rodeo right here. Remember, he's dropped 9s in the past, especially in 2022 in the first round.
Yeah, well, it's warm in Hawaii, and that's where John Florence is from, so he knows how to handle the heat in every situation. John, 2-time world champ, and John, the scenario for Florence is he wins this event, and he clinches his spot in the final 5. So one of those chairs will be taken in that final 5 if John goes on to win this event.
And regardless of the seeding, right, it doesn't matter if it's 1 all the way through 5. He's just stoked to be in there, and he's been very vocal and expressed it throughout the entirety of the event. Would be awesome to see him compete for the first time ever at the finals too, given the new format that we have in place. But back-to-back world championships, and he's been really surfing well under pressure too. I think that's been the most impressive thing. 4th final, looking to get his first win.
Yeah, and John, you know, regardless of his placing, at minimum, John will be 8,540 points ahead on the rankings of 2nd place Jack Robinson.
That's a lot.
That's a big lead right now that John's starting to show.
Well, and given that he's made the semis multiple times in Rio, he's won the event twice too. That is a big statistic right there. So everything in favor of John not only qualifying for the finals over at Lowers, being one of the top seeds too, but he's got a difficult task right now. 32 minutes still on the clock. Nobody's caught a wave, Kaipo.
Yago Dora with a win here will get above that line.
Really?
Into number 5
wow.
on the live rankings. Let's take a look at the live rankings going into this final.
He could go from 17 to number 5 in the same event, Kaipo.
It's 10,000 points for first.
That's absurd. Look at the massacre that we've seen so far, 2 all the way to 7. especially considering that Italo lost in the elimination round. Jordy Smith still right there in number 5. He wants it to stay that way. Ethan Ewing, he's had a couple of early exits in the last 2 events, and Griff, once again, still with more than 30,000 points. But Yago, as you said, could move up to number 5. That's really incredible stuff right there, Kaipo.
That's why, and you know what? I mean, we can't. Sometimes there's you know, people go on lucky runs, and there's brackets, and there's seeding, and there's whether you're on the top or bottom of the draw.
Certain matchups, yeah.
Kind of how you make it, but the numbers that these two have put on their road to the final, undeniable through the entire context of this contest, right? So I feel like you got the 2 best surfers, the 2 best performers
matching up, yeah,
matching up in the final. Good
point. But that's the whole point of the finals too. You should have the 2 best surfers in the world match up in those final 3 matches.
Sometimes there's those hot, like super hot heats that come in early and that take out, you know, some top performers. But Yago Dora is really, you know, started off with a lukewarm start this year, 9th place, and then 17th, a string of 9ths, a 33rd. That was painful.
Yeah.
At Margaret River. Then back into form, quarterfinals in Tahiti as we look at his year end. But here we go, first wave. John Florence, glassy conditions, slightly offshore. John with the opening snap. Pops it up, puts it down, John Florence. Wants a little bit more, is not going to get back up into the open face. Stuff to get excited about.
I'm definitely excited right now. That was a major air right there. Cool transition coming out of it too. Unfortunately, that wave just a little too fast coming out of it, but still, combined with another major maneuver at the beginning of the wave, should be a hefty score in the first 11 minutes, Kaipo.
Another look at it.
So comes off of the bottom right here. He was already eyeing this bowl coming off of it. Great first snap right there. Love the way he took his time too. Didn't try to rush anything. Made sure that he was able to get the grab. Look at the height on that thing too. Impeccable stuff right there from Double J. Another angle here from the drone. Off of the bottom, into the lip right there. Good variation. Kind of throws a little tail slide into it too. And a major air right here. Anytime you see big spray like that coming off of rotation, Kaipo, it means that there was a lot of power involved too. Look at the spray off of that thing. Bang.
Puts it down, and he's going to take the early lead. One more time, let's take a look at the Red Tiger from Paisel in flight here.
Yeah, that's a modified one too, so tail brought in a little bit more, and you can just see right there, a lot of control coming out of the maneuver. So should be a major number right here. We're still looking to see an answer by Yago, though.
John's dims on that Red Tiger. 6 foot, 19 1/8 and 2 5/8. It's 36.6 liters squash tail. The Mayhem board under the feet of Yago Dora, looking to respond. Dora pops it up and has to throw it away. Whoa. Came close to the fins.
I think he might have hit the board.
And with a smile on his face, so that indicates he's fine.
Yes.
Waving off our water safety.
He's switching up the equipment, it seems, Kaipo.
May have, yeah, I don't want to speculate. We'll see if he makes yeah, he's going to make his way down the point to the water caddy.
Yeah, Leandro da Silva, his caddy over there.
Now, we have water caddies at this break because that in and out through the cobblestone is just too dangerous to run.
Not just that, it takes you a long time, too.
Yeah, so, you know, under the guise of safety, we have these water caddies, and there's a switch off for a new Mayhem.
Well, let's see what happened to the other board. It might have been the fin. It might have popped out. But riding the driver 3.0, it's a round tail too.
John opened up with an 8.5. He's already gone excellent. He wants more. Back up in the air, straight air for that one. Pokes the nose on the way down. But John already has a valuable, excellent wave with that 8.5 on that first huge rotator.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to recover priority right here too, which is extremely beneficial to him, Kaipo. Lots of time though, 27 minutes on the clock. He can't let the foot off of the gas right here. Was looking for a quick backup. Love to see that from John, and it's a testament to how he's evolved as a competitor too. Look at that. Nice little tucked in. Straight air right there. Just unfortunately maybe a little bit too much weight coming off of the nose.
Ooh. That's what you saw.
I think he made contact with one of the fins right there. Looking at the slow-mo right here.
Check it out, and Yeah, that might have buckled the fin right there. Roll the fin.
Man.
John, wave number 3, slashes off the top. One more time, a carve, 180 degrees, all the way back into the pocket. Layback hack, he's got some variety so far on this wave. Smooth in transition. Through this sleepy section, has to beat some whitewater, pops a nice, tidy air reverse for the finish. Yago up right behind him. Yago, nice nose pick reverse there on the backhand. Goes for it again. Double spins for Yago Dora.
Yeah, and should be a decent little answer back. I don't think it's going to be comparable to either John's scores, though. So 2 rotations right there on that one. One different from each other, which is major. But it seems like John's going to get a little decent number right here to back up the 8.5 at the beginning of the heat, Kipes.
Let's go out to Strider Wazalewski.
Okay, so we checked out the board that Yago was riding. You guys are right. He did connect with the fins, and the back fin box completely busted out of the board. So a lot of velocity, a lot of power, and going through those turns and those airs. So everything happened compressed. I don't know what happened to him. I don't know if there's any damage to Yago's body, but he definitely damaged the board, broke the fin out on the back up, and you saw what he's doing.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, we had a vision of Jack Robinson picking up that board that started as a thruster and is now a twin fin.
I mean, you got to be going at a fast speed to break that thing out, too, especially a Futures fin box.
Yeah.
They're a lot more stable. To rip that thing out, you got to be really, at a full throttle pace right there.
Well, yeah. I mean, in a side glancing blow to a fin with, either FCS2 or a Futures, that's the most vulnerable way, right?
Yeah.
Another look here at John Florence. We're waiting for this number for John.
So good combination on the outside. Went into the lip, carved it back. Great layback right there, too. So a lot of variation in this one. And the response right here at the end, too, into the air antics of Yago. Nice little reverse. And then we saw Dora on the outside, had the one snap, then threw the little rotation right there. And one extra just for good measure, too. A bit forced right there at the end, though. Should be a decent little number, but I feel like John going to get another big score right here.
Yeah. Yago on the paddle back out. The judges recognize it a bit forced. He got a 4.67. John, on the other hand, nearly goes excellent, so starts pulling away. John Florence with a 7.83 and an 8.5 has put Yago Dora into a 2-wave combination. Yago needs excellent 16.33 to take the lead off of John Florence. John doing a lot of damage, and we're only at the 24-minute mark.
Yeah, and we got to expect Yago to try to take to the air once again. It's just really unfortunate that happened so early on in the heat, like if it's towards the end, at least things are competitive by now. We don't know, how it's going to affect his performance, whether or not he hit it at full speed, and hopefully he's okay. But it seems like the board's working great too. Same exact model, same exact dims.
Well, he was smiling after that.
Yeah.
So that's a sign to me that it's fine. And like I said, a side glancing blow to a fin box will break the fin, but at least you're not on top where you're going to get hurt yourself. Let's take a look at that broken equipment, at that broken fin. AJ's on the cobblestone.
Yeah, that's right. I'm here with Jack. Super caddy. Got that backup board set up for Yago. You can see the damage that we were looking at earlier. What's the backup board, Jack?
I think he's on a 511 round pin now. And yeah, I don't know the model because I don't ride Mayhems, but they look good. And yeah, I think he landed on the fin just now. So yeah, hopefully he's all good and get back out there and get a good one.
Caddy, surfer, all the things.
Yeah, look out for my brother. He did the same for me. It's okay. He's good.
Back up to you, Kaipo.
That's right. Look out for your brother. Those two, super close. Yago's dad, Leandro, is also Jack Robinson's coach. They travel together as a family. Their family unit and their love is very, very evident when they're on the road together. And Jack and Yago push each other, and that's why I think both of those surfers, we see them, their performances gain new heights every season on the championship tour.
They elevate each other. They push each other to levels that they probably didn't even know were imaginable. Kaipo, love to see the camaraderie right there, but as you said, not only the brotherhood, they truly admire and love each other and want to see each other succeed too. It's beautiful stuff.
Yes. Gotta love the family on the road right there, and Jack Robinson, again, a new family man, and he's got that dad strength. He's number 2 on the rankings, and he's been traveling with his son Zen, wife Julia, and it's just been a cool to see Jack Robinson grow up to be, not just a great surfer, but great human being, great father.
He's happy.
Yeah.
Love to see him happy, too. Same thing could be said for Papa John, right?
That's right.
Double J. He's got that dad strength, too, and seems like it's working right now because he's got the lead and a pretty hefty one. But as I said before, Yago on his way to the final has just been relentless.
Yeah.
Excellent scores, different grabs, which major point of difference, too. And that could easily be the way that he wins this final right here in these next 21 minutes.
Yeah, Yago looking to make the backup, and we got some news out in the water with Strider Wazalewski.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, just wanted to jump in on the conversation about the combination platter. So, obviously, Yago's in combo, but he put Gabriel in combo on that last tee. So now it's a reverse situation. How's he going to react? Is he going to be able to go over to John's plate, take the lobster off, and wipe the butter off of John's face? You know, is it? You know, this is like a high-pressure situation, and I do believe that Yago can rise to the occasion. We've seen him all event. His theatrics in the air are just unbelievable. So can he get back in there? Can he grab some of that steak off the plate from John? I can't wait to watch it go down.
Making me hungry, Kaipo.
Wave coming through here. Yago with priority. He's going to use it. Let's see if he can get back into this heat. Smooth off the bottom, quick off the top. Smooth off the bottom, and another nose pick, but goes a little too high on that one. Incomplete. And, you know, we saw Gabe when Yago had him in combination. Gabe started trying really hard. And some of that actually, you know, it worked against him.
Right.
Is Yago trying too hard right now?
Well, he was off to a great start on that one. The first snap was incredible. I do think, though, he maybe got a little ahead of himself trying that rotation too early on the outside. Maybe save that a little bit for down the line, especially given that he's coming off of that broken fin right there. But technique-wise, positioning, timing, that first turn is as good as it gets, especially on the back end out here. The section just wasn't allowing that reverse right there. It was a bit forced. I think it's going to be an error for Yago Dora. Still half of the heat to go, though.
Yeah, and really, you know, a 6.33 will get him out of combination, but really to be comfortable, Yago Dora really needs to match John's score, right? So he really needs an 8-point ride. Yeah.
I agree.
I like that you agree with me so easily. We're on the same page, Mitchell Salazar. 19 minutes and 20 seconds on the countdown, and now he control to John Florence. He's got the big lead. He's got Yago in the combination, and he's got priority, so he can again really control the entire, you know, tempo and mood of this heat by what he does, whether he goes, whether he sits. Let's check in with our heat check so far in this final heat and break down all the numbers that are available for us. On the bottom, you see our top scores for each of the surfers. Look at John Florence with that 8.5. And it was straight across the boards with all the countries, Mitchell.
Yeah, it's not always unanimous when it comes to excellent scores like that. We've seen it twice in a row now for John. The 10 in the previous heat, and of course the 8.5 right here. Yago only answering back with a 4.67 as his best. But John's been very efficient. He's caught 3 waves, and out of those 3, he's caught 2 that are higher than a 7.83, Kaipo.
Yeah, and Dora on 4 waves with 2 throwaways and still yet to break the combination with the remaining 2 in his scoreline. Here we go. Yago. Beautiful snap to start. Carves through that second turn. Aggressive third snap. Putting it together right here. The rhythm evident down the line for Yago Dora. Repeatedly snapping on the lip on the backhand. Pops it up, puts it down, and stands up out of it, back into it. John goes down. And Yago, with that last wave ridden, now we have a final on our hands.
Yeah, no doubt. Should break combo right here. Needs at least a 6.33 to do that. Great combination on the outside, and you know, mix in the air right there on the inside too. Degree of difficulty very high for that maneuver right there from Dora.
Sweet flow, right? He didn't try to do something too far outside, but what he did do is tap into the rhythm of the wave.
Yes.
And once he tapped into the rhythm of the wave, he started full assault. And this right here should get Yago Dora back into the game. We're going to start actually with John Florence on this wave.
Well, he's looking to improve on something close to an 8-point ride. Combo outside was okay. Got a little hung up right there. And this is where we caught up to him. The major air down the line and wasn't able to complete the rotation, so that won't change anything for him.
Here's Yago.
Little bit of a smaller wave, Kaipo. I don't mind it, though. Combination was really strong on the outside. Beautiful stuff right there, especially when you consider him going on the back end and having to be a bit more varied in terms of his attack. That whip was beautiful right there into the lip. So a lot of different maneuvers on the outside, and then reaches this point of the wave and throws the Hail Mary. You know, I'm a firm believer in just letting your guys do their own thing, kind of feel it out when it comes to in the water situations like this with the caddy out there. You just got to give him props, words of encouragement when he's paddling back out. Look at this combo right here. The timing was impeccable, just beautiful stuff on the backhand from Yago, and then when you combine it with the variation, the creativity, the progression right there with that air, should be a big number right here for Dora.
Oh, look at this. If it wasn't hot enough here, it is on fire in this final between John Florence and Yago Dora. Remember, Yago in a combination, but not anymore for Yago Dora. He has broke that combination, and he's broke that combination in a big way. A 9.77, Mitchell.
Yeah, and he is just on another level right now when it comes to competitive surfing, Kaipo. His strike rate in terms of the airs, as high as it comes.
A couple of 3 9.8s out of the 5 judges, and a 9.7, 9.5 throughout weight, the high and the low 9.77. Now he just needs a 6.56 to take the lead off of John Florence. So it looked like at the beginning of this heat, it was all John. But Yago Dora, as we've seen him throughout this entire competition, relentless.
What did you say a while ago, though? You're the heat leader, control the pace,
right.
Make sure that the other surfer's trying to catch up to you and not the other way around.
So couple missed attempts by John, and with the use of the priority, when John used the priority, just got a 6-point ride.
Yeah.
Did not increase his lead, right? Opened the door.
Yes.
Yago Dora, and Yago said, thank you very much. I think I'm coming to the party. 9.77.
He did it again under priority, though.
Yeah.
Majority of his waves today, majority of his waves throughout the event that have been in a scoring situation have been under priority.
I'm glad you pointed that out. Well, we're going to catch our breath right now, and we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Mitchell and I will be back with this incredible final from the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by El Salvador, land of hosts, by Yeti, built for the wild, and by Bonsoy, the official milk of the WSL.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Oh, the fans are spinning. Both literally and figuratively here at Punta Roca. Kaipo Guerrero, along with Mitchell Salazar.
They're even lucky they have those fans right there, too. It's a hot one today.
We've had a lot of wow moments, Mitchell, and the wow moments have not stopped all day long. What a final we have on our hands. John Florence opened up with an 8.5, 7.83 back up, and then Yago Dora pulled him straight back in, got out of a combination with a near perfect 9.77. John holding court right now with priority and the lead, but there's lots of time on the clock for Yago Dora to change the situation.
Yeah, there is, and he doesn't need that huge of a score either, a 6.56. Pointing out again that his 9.77, as like most of his scores throughout this event have come under priority. 6.56 could easily be done on a medium-sized wave too, especially when you consider how creative he can get with his airs.
Well, we got Strider Wazalewski out in the warm water. Strider.
Well, the warm water just started boiling. Man, this is ridiculous how insane that was. Yago, we wondered how he was going to react. Well, in a big way. I feel like now he's in the driver's seat. He went over to the plate and took the lobster off of John's plate. Now my question is he going to be drinking the champagne at the end of this thing? Because Yago looks unbelievably comfortable. Did not seem like he had any nerves now, and he's in the driver's seat. But he is poking the bear. This man, John Florence, is ready to attack. Ross Williams earlier stating in the channel that he has to just try and keep him on his feet and kind of settle him down. All John wants to do is kill a wave. He is a wave killer. So he's going to get right back into this. He's got priority. This is going to be an amazing finish to the rest of this final.
Yeah, John, you know, featured in a lot of finals, a few finals this year, but his last final win was back in Pipeline in December 2020. So it's been a while since John has taken, you know, the Corona shower, if you would, and he's looking for one of these two are going to take that Corona shower and celebrate a win here. John Florence, 3 finals this year. Can he take this one out?
You know, I'd love to see him win right here, especially considering that if he does so, he automatically clinches a spot into the finals too. That being said, the trajectory of Yago Dora, the last 2 events, including this one, has been miraculous. We're looking at a superstar right now, somebody who made the top 10 last year, was really close to qualifying for lowers too, and coming off of a quarterfinal finish over there in Tahiti with what I would say was probably one of the heaviest waves of the event too, one that he charged that he didn't even make it out of. Coming up against John right here, who's posted excellent numbers throughout the entire event. Massive statement if he's able to win it in the next 9 minutes.
Yeah, and Yago with a huge bounce back, right? I mean, stop number 5 in Western Australia, Margaret River. Yago dead last with a 33rd. Had to regather himself, right? Regain himself, and got that quarterfinal finish. He barely made the midseason.
He was the last person to qualify.
Yeah, last person to make that midseason cut, right? And then great performance quarterfinals in Tahiti. And now we're talking about a potential, well, now he's in the top 10. So pulling everything in, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves right now with everything, but we can take a look at our heat check again and update what has gone down, because I want to see Yago Dora's on the top score on the bottom row. You can see all the judges' numbers and the countries represented for those numbers.
Yeah, and as we've said before, a lot of efficiency on the side of Florence throughout the event. He's caught 4 waves in this final so far. His worst out of, you know, his top 3 has been a 6. Meanwhile, you look at Dora, he's slowly progressed into that 9.77, still needing a mid-6. But in terms of the scoring so far, props to the judges, too. It's been really difficult to compare apples to oranges in this final.
This is what we like to see in a judging panel. Not a big spread. A high of a 9.8, a low of a 9.5. 8.5s, we like to see that straight across, straight agreement. So now when you don't see a big spread between each of the judges' numbers,
the average is tighter.
The average is tighter, right? And I feel it's just like, it's a not a more legit score, but it is a score that has numeric science behind it when we break it down by the individual judges. So
it's clear cut that it was that score right there. It was fitting within a couple of decimals of each other.
Yeah, we don't have to have a conversation about it, right? So far, Yago Dora right back in the game, 9.77. That's the highest single wave of this heat. And he's, unfortunately for Yago right now, the clock has been drilling down, burning through, and he's down to 7 minutes with John still with priority. But you made a great point, Mitchell. I feel like Yago maybe doesn't even need priority. He just needs a wave.
He doesn't, and ooh.
That one you can see a little bit far in, right? You talk about the cobblestone and some of the
little reverb,
reverb that happened. So that one, he probably recognized that as well.
Good eye, though. It seemed like that one was kind of shouldering off a bit more, too, and maybe got a bit too small for what he was looking for. He's capable, though. He tried a rodeo a few heats ago, and feel like he gets the right section, the right ramp. He could easily pull one of those. And as I said, not only the strike rate for the airs, for the grabs.
Yeah.
That's the craziest thing. We have to consider how many different grabs we've seen over the years, which aren't many that are successful over the Championship Tour. Probably the straight air, the most single but most efficient grab there is in the sport of surfing. He's doing slobs, he's doing stale fish, he's doing mutes, or at least trying them. And the Indy air, he's done it twice so far within the event.
Yeah, and they're stylish Indy airs, right? With like the inverted rotation on those Indies. Well, that's not an easy grab on the backhand, too, to put yourself into that position.
Well, one part of your body's going one way, another part of the body's going the other way.
Yeah.
So it's like you're fighting yourself just to position yourself right on the board. And, you know, I personally feel that airs are probably the hardest, grabs are probably the hardest part of airs.
Yeah, and it's good to see the judges acknowledging that. Everything is crowded here. All eyes on Yago, Dora, and John Florence. The stands are packed. The capacity is actually overflowing into the cobblestones, and the Red Bull Athlete Zone is packed as well.
The who's who of surfing right there. Boy, what a final cup. What an event. What a year. You know, I'm on the hype train for real, too. I think we're going to have another great event over here, but 5 minutes to go. I just want to see them have a final exchange right here. Can Yago get the 6.56? Can John respond and improve on a 7.83? Also, shout out WSL CT Shaper rankings. Mayhem having another great event. And Paizel can take out the win right here with John's performance.
Take a look at our heat recap. John Florence, this was his 8.5, Mitch.
Yeah, he opened up real quick with this one, Kaipo. Excellent surfing, and no doubt one of the larger waves we've seen during this final, too. That air, absurd from Double J, drops the 8.5 and was able to back it up with a 7.83. But Yago does have one of the single highest wave scores of the event so far. 9.77 on this one. Just picture perfect surfing, always in the pocket, as precise as you could ask of him. And technically, too, as proficient as you could possibly be. Fills it in with the air right here, and just a beautiful rotation. Great landing for a 9.77 on that one. Not every day you get to see that guy claim a wave, especially when it's close to perfection, too.
Oh, man. And another takeaway from this event is Caroline Marks, Gabriel O'Brien, and Yago Dora all riding those Lost Mayhems, and Lost is getting closer and closer to a shaping world title. We're talking about the Vizsla Shaper rankings, and
back-to-back years.
Yeah.
Could be.
Well, I mean, it's early still, but he's going to get a lot of points out of this event, Lost will.
I feel like with the lead, which is humongous by this point now, it's going to be hard to dethrone him unless they just go on a rampage during these next two events. But props to everybody involved within the shaping world, too. All the glassers, the sanders, everybody that works at the shops, too. Appreciate you guys very much.
Yeah, and I know you talk a lot about that on the lineup with Dave Proden and breaking down equipment, and we love breaking down equipment, and it's something that, you know, not just for the elite pros. You can see these guys are the Formula Ones, but the Formula Ones, the trickle-down effects makes our normal luxury sedans that we ride, Mitchell, that much more efficient.
Well, luckily I got an SUV. It's a hatchback, too, so thing works great. No, but just really stoked. It's a part of surfing that we should celebrate more, and I'm really stoked to have the WSL CT Shaper rankings on board for the second year in a row, too. And time winding down here, Kaipo, 250, and we haven't seen a wave in at least 10 to 15 minutes, I would say.
Now we're at the point for John Florence where he can almost, it's a tipping point where he can almost play defense on his lead, because he's got the lead and he's got the priority. Doesn't want to give Yago Dora a chance basically for a 7-point ride.
Well, outside of the two outliers in the CT event on the men's side, Philippe and Griffin, every QS event here had at least one Hawaiian finalist.
Oh.
You look at Alessa Quizon on the women's side, Hank Gaskell, a former winner, and of course can't go past Ezekiel Lauser. There's always been that Pacific connection between here in El Salvador and the Hawaiian Islands.
You know why? The Islanders, we do good in warm weather. No
Yes,
problem. It's not going to affect us too much.
Stay hydrated.
No heat stroke here. All right.
We tried to bait him.
That was a potential bait there, but John's like, no, I'm not taking that lure. I know exactly where I want to chomp. 1 minute and 45 seconds. Yago's going to take this insider and needs to surf it to a 6.56. Yago, nothing on hand.
Woo. Getting nervous here, Kipes.
Oh, Yago Dora, I mean, got a 9.77, and I feel like Punta Roca has been doing him kind of no favors in this final 8 minutes, because it hasn't even given Yago an opportunity to back up that 9.77. So Ocean going pretty flat right now. The conditions looking good, but we're down to just over a minute.
I see the buoy moving just a little bit. Seems like a couple lines might be coming through, Kaipo.
This is what we need.
Hopefully it's a two-wave set.
This is what we need. Yago going way up the point right now to ensure that he can get on a wave. He has to be aware that John's looking down the line and has the ability to block. Repositioning here, Yago Dora. John is well aware of what Yago's doing. Let's see if John blocks. Okay, John takes the bait. John Florence skates down the line, pops it up, and Yago has 30 seconds to respond. That's not going to do it for Yago Dora. There isn't a third wave in the set right here. I don't know if there's opportunity, Mitch. What do you see?
Wow. Well, John just made an executive decision right there. Kaipo went on the first one, and it was the only wave that broke.
Oh, this is a tiny insider for Yago. And even Yago knows that there's not a 6.56 in that wave at all, but great performance by Yago Dora. Exceptional surfing for John Florence. He's our champ for the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Give it up for John Florence.
Yeah, finally, fourth final this year. Gets to convert on his first victory. First one since Pipe, as you said, in December 2020. And the two best surfers, they truly matched up in the final here.
3 years, 5 months, and 20 days from his last CT win, and this feels good for John Florence.
No doubt. He must feel on top of the moon right now. Stoked to see him not only leading the rankings with this result. Guess what he does, Kaipo?
He clinches his spot in the final 5. So we're going to see John Florence for the first time at lower trestles for the Lexus WSL Finals. There's only 4 more spots left for the men, Mitchell.
That is a huge accomplishment right there for John. And look at how stoked he is right there with that result, hugging his coach, Ross Williams. Not only have we seen him really put in the time and the effort, he's also had to lose a lot of close finals throughout this year so far. Congratulations to Double J.
Dad power in effect. Since Darwin, his baby boys, entered the world, he's got a runner-up and a win. He's in the water right now with Strider Wazalewski.
John Florence, that one's for Darwin. That's for Darwin, yeah. Oh my God, I'm so stoked. Well, you're the champion here in El Salvador. Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. You're our men's champion. You have just solidified your spot into the finals.
Yeah, that's super epic. I'm stoked. I'm just so stoked to win an event. I was like, in the end, I was like, not another second. Like, I gotta get the win on this one. And then when you got that 9, I was like, oh no, there's gonna be sets. And then it just went flat. Yeah, I can't believe it.
3.5 years since your last win. Come on, man, it gotta feel amazing.
Yeah, it feels so good. It just feels so good where I'm at right now. My headspace, everything, my family back home, my wife and my son and my mom, my brothers, and just everyone, my whole family. I'm so stoked. My team here, I can't thank them enough, and I'm just, I can't believe it.
Congratulations, my friend. I'll let you go celebrate with them. I just want to say, amazing performance, only 10-point ride of the event. You're the man.
Stoked, thank you.
Thanks, you guys. We're going to throw it back to you, and John will be on the beach soon.
John Florence, the journey of John, a disappointing 2023 for John Florence, where he missed out on that final 5 and a chance for a 3rd world title. Since then, he's regathered himself. He started the season with a final at Pipeline. He rose through into another final at Margaret River. He met the heavy waters of Tahiti again for another final. And now, here in El Salvador, he's taking out the W, Mitch.
Let's go. I'm excited to see him compete at lowers. He's made the final there before at the regular CT event. This time with the World Championship on the line, Kaipo, he's still going to be wearing yellow heading into Rio.
So it's just clear air right now for John Florence. I guess the next mission for him, Mitchell, is really to secure that top seed. So he's going to be the one everyone has to gun to when we talk about the Lexus WSL Finals.
Yeah, and everybody's still chasing him, as you're pointing out, especially considering he's won in Rio 2 times before, made finals day last year, and especially over in Fiji, he has to be one of the favorites heading in to the next 2 and final events of the calendar year.
That's right. Coming into Rio, he's going to be 9,740 points ahead of number 2 in the rankings, Jack Robinson.
It's not even close right there anymore.
So we'll see how it goes. John Florence, Caroline Marks, they're our champs. We're going to celebrate our champs and tell you all of the happenings that's going to happen in the Corona Cerro post show right after this. Welcome to the Corona Cerro post show here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona Cero, made from all natural ingredients, 0% ABV. It pairs well with a lime, and the Hawaiian flag pairs well with a victory for John Florence. Getting chaired up the cobblestones, John with his first championship tour win since Pipeline in 2020. John's back on the pack, and we're going to celebrate that as well as a back-to-back winner here in El Salvador. I'm Kai Pugura, along with Felicity Palmentier and Chris Cote to break down all the actions. Chris, I'm going to start with you. Your thoughts on today? It was an epic day.
I'm broken. The action broke me. That was amazing. You know, I almost had that Phil Collins in the air tonight, drum solo ready to go, and then Yago dropped that 977 and made it a heat. That was just, I think that's kind of everything the surf fans, including myself, wanted to see. Those guys going head-to-head out there was just so fun to watch.
Yago Dora going head-to-head with John Florence. John comes up on top. He's our winner. He's our champion. He's with AJ McCord.
John, you knew that stat as well as I did coming into this final. You had made your 4th final of the year, but this was the first one you managed to win. How did you get it done?
That was tough. I got a little bit lucky in the end that they just went flat. I was like, oh my gosh, how am I going to hold Yago off? He's going to go on like a medium-sized closeout and get a 9. And so I was like, I don't know. It was really a tough one. But I'm just so stoked. I was going to be really bummed if I got another second. Yeah.
No need to be bummed. You called El Salvador your low point here last year, and now it is a spot where you get your first event win in years. How would you describe your mindset right now?
Yeah, I think I just feel light and I feel good, and you know, like me and my wife have our son, and it's just been such a good year. Like coming into the year, there's so much going on. You know, we were having a baby and the Olympics and the tour and everything, and it was a lot. But it's just been so much fun and better than I could have ever imagined.
And you have one more thing on your calendar year to guarantee looking forward to, the Lexus WSL Finals. You have locked in your spot. What does it mean to you to have a chance to go for a world title?
Yeah, this will be my first time making it to the finals, so I'm super stoked on that. But I mean, there's still work to be done. I want to come into that finals leading it and have the best chance possible. But yeah, I'm just having fun competing. I really just want to serve as many heats as I can.
I know Mom and Darwin probably watching at home. Anything you want to say to your son after your first victory in his lifetime?
I don't know. I miss you guys, and I can't wait to see you, and I'll see you in a couple days.
Thanks, John.
Okay, thanks.
That's right. Daddy's coming home with a trophy. John's bringing home the bread, and he's our champ. Your thoughts on not just John and the men, just your thoughts about this entire event, Flick.
Wow, I mean, the surf pumped the whole time, right? And great calls by our commissioners and Renato and Surfline, the help of that. It was incredible. The waves were amazing. I've just got to take my hat off to Caroline for being able to go back-to-back. I thought that was really impressive. Not an easy thing to do. And then when I look at the men's final, you know, it's actually not that often, really, that the most 2 informed surfers of an event make it all the way through to the final. I mean, sometimes they end up having a shocker halfway through and you're like, oh, this person should have been in the final. But really, in my eyes, John and Yago, the 2 most informed surfers.
Chris, you call skateboarding too. How about Indy 5s out there by Yago Dora?
Amazing. I mean, there's not a lot of other ways that you can describe it other than just pure radical surfing. I mean, when you mix the tricks like that with the power that we saw, the comment boards and message rooms are going to be empty tonight. There's nothing to hate on. That was all awesome. And, you know, we got to see a real mix of surfing here, and the waves did not disappoint. I love the idea that yesterday when we got down here, it was so good in the morning, and, you know, we waited all day long. They called it off, and you started to get that feeling like, oh, no, what's going on? And then we showed up this morning, and it's been firing all day long. Nothing not to love about Finals Day in El Salvador.
Yeah, we paid the toll of time yesterday, going on hold, I think 4 times, waiting for that opportunity. And you know what? That opportunity came, and we had an epic Finals Day. John Florence with the win. Let's check out John's bracket and his road to the final. Started this morning in the men's quarterfinal, Flick, up against Crosby Colapinto.
Yeah, and you know what? Just talking about informed surfers, Crosby was another informed surfer in this event. So, I mean, it was stacked, but Crosby just, I can't even think, like, you know, the presence of John got to him a bit, and he just kind of I mean, John went nuts, absolutely ballistic in that heat. But yeah, Crosby kind of sat around and didn't really get a chance to fully open up his account. I mean,
John in this heat, 8-point ride, 7.17. Chris takes out the San Clemente rookie.
You know, there's a Soundgarden song called Outshine, and I feel like that describes John Florence. To tell you the truth, the rest of those names in the quarterfinals, I don't really remember much, but I do remember what John did.
Yeah, I was calling it the David versus Goliath, and Goliath came down with some big numbers in the quarterfinals. Then John went on to the semifinals, where he matched up with Matthew McGillivray, and that semifinal, Flick, was a high-scoring affair.
Oh, was it ever? I mean, we had the big double digits thrown out there. I mean, absolutely incredible stuff by John. He just maintained this excellent form throughout the whole event, and I mean, he surfed a lot of heats today, you know, 3 to make it to the final.
So this is a 7.5. That was the opener. Then this happened, Chris. You can appreciate this.
Yeah, just a little pause when he first stood up and then just ramps out perfectly. What's most impressive to me is the landing straight into the bottom turn. That is so technical. Love that the judges saw that and identified that as excellent surfing. That was just another one of the best combinations. And of course, John has been doing it all week long. And the rare claim, when John's claiming things, you know things are getting awesome.
That was a perfect 10 for the alley-oop. And then the final, John opens up with an 8.5 Flick and didn't look back.
No, he definitely didn't, and he just kept on improving. I mean, far out. I'm kind of blown away with this. I mean, it was absolutely amazing. Backed it up with a 7.83. However, I mean, not to be scoffed at, Yago did make a serious comeback, dropped a 9.77, but just couldn't find that 6.56. I mean, but really, I mean, you're right, Chris. It's hard to remember anyone else when you see John in this amazing form.
How's this, Chris? Yago Dora almost gets a 10 here, 9.77.
I mean, arguably the most entertaining surfer overall in this event, mixing it up, bunch of different airs, different grabs, different rotations, and then of course he has the power surfing as well. This is going to make Yago a real conversation topic in terms of looking towards the Lexus Final 5. Yago has really stamped his place in the upper echelon. Finally, I think that's where we all thought knew that that's where he belongs. So getting a 9.77 in a final against John is huge. And it could have been a whole different story if one more set would have came through in time.
But it was John's day as we look at the numbers. 16.33, yet another excellent heat total for the pride of the North Shore of Oahu, John Florence. He'll be taking the trophy back to the North Shore, where he will have a warm greeting. Yago Dora is climbing up the rankings, and he's going to be in the conversation when we look at the Final 5 at the end of the year. Yago Dora. On the women's side, Flick, went back-to-back with Caroline Marks. The goofy footer showed everybody what's up.
Yeah, which is really cool because, you know, this morning she was the lone goof left in the draw. And it's just, she's so technical on her backhand. The placement of her turns is incredible. And we were talking about it in that final, but it's just these little subtleties in her surfing where she just enables herself to get so tight and critical in the pocket. And yeah, back-to-back. It's a hard thing to do, too.
You called that final, Chris. Your thoughts?
So we had a great time. I mean, Caroline was relentless. That just sledgehammer backside turn over and over. And, you know, usually you think of, okay, it was repetitive, but when you're repeating something that is so rad, it's not going to get old. And Caroline's turns will never get old. I'll tell you, watching those over and over, especially as a goofy foot, I'm taking mental notes. Next time I surf, I'm going to try a little bit harder to surf like Caroline Marks because she is just impeccable right now. And I'm putting her as the current person to beat in terms of the world title race right now, because her coming off this victory, just like she did last year, it's like Yoga Barra said, it's deja vu all over again. It's starting to happen, Kaipo. We're seeing it.
We've seen this before, right? Let's take a look at Caroline Marks and her road to the final. Caroline started out this morning with a challenge, and Caroline was able to defeat Joanne DeFay, Flick.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, not this morning.
Yeah, so this was actually
yesterday.
A couple of days. Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday.
Yesterday morning.
Yesterday morning. So, I mean, this was a tough, tricky road, especially this quarterfinal, because it was like drawing out on that low tide. Things got really sleepy, but Caroline just identified the two best waves in that heat and did a really good job.
Smooth surfing on the backhand for Caroline Marks. Then her next opponent, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in the semifinals, Chris. Caroline got the best of Sakura.
Yeah, it's no surprise that Caroline got the win here. I think the big surprise was that Molly and Katie Simmers didn't shine and get as deep into this contest as we all thought they would. But when you started to see Caroline's run develop, you knew it was pretty undeniable. And full credit, though, to Gabriel O'Brien, doing it with power, doing it with finesse as well. I mean, she's also got to be a surfer that's really achieved so much this year. I'm putting her on that list of most improved surfers over the past 2 years. She's an absolute hammer, and she will be in that title conversation as well. But right now, all eyes are on Caroline Marks. She's got a huge target on her back going to Brazil.
Yeah, that's right. Flick, her 6th career win, Caroline Marks, and she's a back-to-back winner out here.
Yeah, back-to-back winner, and another big thing, jumps to number 2 in the rankings, which is epic for her to, title campaign, potentially, obviously ending up in that finals conversation again. But I mean, I'm going to also take my hat off to Gabby because obviously she got a maiden CT win this year, but it just must feel nice for her confidence to know that she's cracked another final again.
Yeah, I think she's been underrated for a while, and I think people are finally starting to realize that Gabby is the real deal. Caroline Marks right there literally has been there before in that exact spot on her friend's shoulders walking up these rocks.
Yeah, twin scores, 7.4, 7.4, 14.8 for Caroline Marks, and she is our champion here in El Salvador. Let's hear the post-heat interview with Caroline with AJ McCord.
Caroline coming in victorious here up the rocks in Punta Roca once again. You told me coming into this final, it wasn't just the way you won the semis, but how you did it. What are you proud of yourself for in this finals win?
Yeah, well, first time I paddled, I thought it was 35-minute final, and then they announced the time. I was like, oh, we have 40 minutes, which was great to hear. And the waves got a lot better, a lot more consistent, and the wind backed off. It was just, such an awesome heat with Gabby, and she's such an awesome person. One of my good friends on tour, so it's really awesome to have a final there. We were waiting for that to happen. We were both like, oh, this will be fun. So, I don't know, it just feels really good, and I'm really happy to be back in winning form, and I don't know, it feels great.
Caroline, you know what this win did for you last year, set you up to dominate in the back half of the season on the way to your first world title. This year, it puts you at number 2 in the world, heading into Brazil. What does this win mean in the context of your 2024 season?
Oh, it means a lot. I want to be in that Final 5, and I want to back on my world title. I want to be at lowers and hopefully win in front of my friends and family again. And yeah, it means everything. I think when you're in that moment, you really got to pounce, and it all came together for me today, and I feel like I put in a lot of work behind the scenes, and it feels really good because it's all paying off. But yeah, all the stars aligned for me today, and I'm really stoked.
As you should be. Celebrate this win, Caroline.
Cool, thank you.
Wow, Caroline Marks.
Is she the friendliest little cobra in the world? I mean, when she strikes, it's pretty radical. Yeah. It's like an opposite person in the water than it is on the glass, isn't it?
Oh, the coil of the cobra. I gotta agree with you. And Flick, you talked about Caroline's ascent up the rankings, and she's done that in a big way. We can take a look at our CT rankings, the championship tour, and this is post-stop number 7. Caroline Marks up to 2nd in the rankings.
Yeah, this is big news for Caroline, and she's not too far behind Katie. Katie obviously jumped up, she's got the yellow, but you know what? Joanne trending down, and you know what? She was absolutely bummed when she lost to Caroline. I saw her in the athlete zone after that, and I mean for good reason, because she started the year off really well, and now ever so slightly she's trending down. So yeah, big implications here in El Salvador.
Yeah, heading over to Brazil. Watch out for Tatiana Western Webb, although she's not down in number 8 position, Chris. She's going to have the crowd behind her there in Rio.
Yeah, no doubt. And I got my eyes on Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, too, moving up the rankings. I think she was hovering around 5th or 6th before in and around the semifinals. So that's going to be a fun one to watch. I'm expecting a big rise from Betty Lou down in Brazil.
All right. Well, that's our women's rankings. We'll talk about our men's rankings, but we're going to do that after we hand out some hardware. For that, I'm going to go on to the presentation and make it official. Mitchell Salazar, take it away.
Buenas tardes, Punta Roca. Welcome to the awards presentation for the 2024 Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona, the 7th stop on the 2024 World Surf League Championship Tour. Third time, la tercera vez que tenemos un evento aquí en El Salvador. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much to the local people. Appreciate all of your support. What an amazing event, but really the wave showed up today. Let's hear it for the local people of El Salvador. Yektunal, good morning in Newa. WSL wishes to open the Surf City El Salvador Pro event presented by Corona in one of the best right-hand point breaks in the world. Punta Roca, which is also called La Punta or Punta Chilama because it is where the river ends after traveling 43 miles from the summit of the Cordillera del Bálsamo. Nestled within the territory that was known as Señorío de Cuscatlán, La Punta is part of the Nahua Pipi culture with its Tunal strength and Yulparqui heart smiles. We gather to celebrate and honor the culture of El Salvador, past and present, and the history, identity, and heritage, which are key to environmental preservation. Yektunal, buenas tardes en Newa. WSL se complace en abrir por segunda ocasión este evento Surf City El Salvador Pro, presentado por Corona en una de las mejores olas derechas del mundo, Punta Roca, que también se le llama La Punta o Punta Chilama, por estar donde termina el río Chilama, después de 70 kilómetros de recorrido desde la cumbre de la Cordillera del Bálsamo. El Salvador, conocido durante mucho tiempo como el secreto mejor guardado por aquellos que buscan olas alrededor del mundo, ahora es el nuevo destino para la élite del surf. La Punta, con su Tunal fuerza y Yulpaqui, corazón sonriente, se abre al mundo para compartir la cultura del Salvador, su historia, identidad y patrimonio, y también son claves esas cosas para la sostenibilidad. We'd like to thank our sincere gratitude and extend our sincere gratitude to the local community who has hosted us this past week. Muchas gracias a toda la gente local. Y también muchas gracias a todos los fans. We couldn't do it without you guys. Thank you so much for showing up in the third edition. Muchas gracias. Thank you guys very much. Of course, our partners, Surf City El Salvador, and our presenting partner, Corona. Would also like to thank our event partners, Shiseido, Red Bull, Yeti, Eventbrite, Avianca, Bonsoy, Surfline, and True Surf. Un muy fuerte agradecimiento, a big thank you to Morena Valdez, El Salvador's tourism minister, and her whole team, su equipo de trabajo aquí en el evento, for all the hard work that they put into this event and the amazing experience that they have provided for us, not only this week, every single time we come here. Also, thank you, muchas gracias to our community partners who joined us to lead environmental efforts here in El Salvador, Paso Pacífico and Oriente Salvaje. To help us award our trophies today, WSL Deputy Commissioner from Brazil, Renato Hickle. And once again, la Ministra de Turismo, Morena Valdez. Muchas gracias. Our Minister of Tourism here in El Salvador, Morena Valdez. All right. Ahora sí, damas y caballeros, let's get to work. Let's hear it for your runner-up. Un fuerte aplauso para el asesino de Brasil, the silent assassin from Floripa, Brazil, your men's runner-up, Yago Dora. Yago, una palabrita, a quick word with you, my friend. First of all, muchas felicidades. You're the first goofy-footed male to make the final here in Punta Roca. But the fans, dude, they were on your side all week long. Los fans estuvieron de tu lado, Yago. How do you feel? ¿Cómo te sientes aquí agradecido de El Salvador?
Primeramente, gracias a todos de El Salvador por nos recibir aquí y por dejarnos surfear esta ola increíble y por su apoyo también por toda la competencia. And I'm really happy. This was a great event for me. I was feeling like I was going to win it, but then Joan came up super strong, and I was missing another wave in the end. But I'm really proud of myself and the performance I put on. I just want to thank the people that are here with me, my girlfriend there, Leigh, JV, Jack, Breeza, and Katie. It's been a great week for all of us. We're having a lot of fun, and yeah, let's keep building on this and getting better each event.
Congratulations. Su primera final del año, Yago Dora, su subcampeón masculino. And now, your women's runner-up here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, la subcampeona de las damas desde la isla de Kauai, Gabriela Bryan. All right, Gabby, congratulations. Let's see that sweet smile that you always have. Not only were the waves firing this week, but most importantly, the vibes were high. Your second final this year. Not only that, you also solidify your placing in the rankings. How does it feel going into Rio with a massive result here in El Salvador?
I feel super good, especially to back it up after Margaret River. And I had a great week surfing insane waves here with the girls. And yeah, thank you everyone for welcoming us. We had a great time. And congratulations to Caroline on an awesome final. She's been ripping, and it was super fun to share that with her.
Congratulations, best of luck. Mucha suerte, Gabriela Bryan, para el resto del 2024. Ahora sí, damas y caballeros, ahora sí, now is the time. Put your hands together, not only for the rankings leader, first win in his fourth final this year, subcampeón del Surf City El Salvador Pro, presentado por Corona de Hawaii, John Florence. All right, Double J, there it is. Let's get a quick word in, John. First of all, congratulations. I know you've been waiting this moment for a long, long time. How beautiful and amazing does it feel to not only do it here in El Salvador, but do it in perfect waves like we saw not only today, but the rest of the week too?
Yeah, it couldn't have gone any better, and I'm so happy to be here, and this wave is amazing. And everyone here, thank you for supporting us. It's been really fun to surf in front of you guys, and to be in the final against Yago. The whole event, he's been ripping, and some of the airs he did in the semis were so crazy. So yeah, I gotta thank my team, here. They've been supporting me this whole event, and my family back home, and yeah, so.
Congratulations, Lon. Best of luck in the World Championship title hunt. John Florence, damas y caballeros, subcampeón. And now, 2 times in a row, 2 veces de manera seguida. Fuerte aplauso, big round of applause. La reina de Punta Roca, Caroline Marks. All right, Caroline, hoist that trophy up high, my friend. Congratulations, felicidades. Why don't you come here center stage, Caroline, because I hope you practice your Spanish. We're going to do a question in Spanish for you right here. I'm just playing. Felicidades, congratulations. First win this year. I must feel amazing not only defeating Gabby and the Bryan, who was ripping in the final. Most importantly, the waves, once again, they really set out for you.
Yeah, the waves are amazing. Since the day I got here, the practice days, and yeah, it was just awesome the whole time. It was really cool to have a final with Gabby. We've been battling since the amateur division, so that was really fun. And yeah, thanks Surf City for being so welcoming, and all the fans, and thanks Punta Roca for providing fun waves. That was awesome, and yeah, just a dream week for me. It was really cool.
Also number 2 in the world right now. How satisfying does that feel after this victory?
Yeah, it feels really good. Just feels good to be back in winning form, and sets me up nice for the rest of the year, and I want to be back in the finals. So yeah, it feels damn good, that's for sure.
Congratulations, best of luck rest of the year. Sus campeones del Surf City El Salvador Pro, Gabriela Bryan, Yago, Dora, y los campeones, John Florence, Caroline Marks. Big round of applause to the 4 people upstage. And with that, let's send it back to the Corona Cero Post Show.
Thank you, Mitchell, and congratulations again, Caroline Marks, as well as John Florence. A great happening, beautiful crowd here, beautiful sight for this entire event. Thank you to all the support that we've seen here in El Salvador. With that, we talked about, before that presentation, we went through the women's CT rankings after stop number 7. Let's take a look at the men's CT rankings after stop number 7. John Florence with a huge lead in those rankings.
Yeah, John, and you know what? He obviously already clinched that spot, which is so cool. It's going to be his first time we're going to see him surfing on finals day for a world title in that capacity. Griff down 1. I mean, Gabby still couldn't inch up into that Final 5 situation. I mean, that's got to sting, but he's getting close.
Yeah, and our top 10 still open, really open when we look at really, Chris, from 3 on down. We got a couple spots open, and it's going to be fair game in these last 2 events of the season to get into that Final 5.
I haven't seen a Brazilian flag in the top 10 all year long, and now we've got 3 of them. Guess what? That Brazilian storm is starting to whip up a frenzy. And guess where we're going next? To Brazil. Those 3 flags right there will be moving up.
Yeah, let's take a look at last year at the Vivo Rio Pro in Brazil. That's stop number 8 on the championship tour. Few people there.
The best crowd for sure, most passionate, and I know that said a lot about Brazilian surf fans, but if you are ever given the opportunity to go down there and be part of this event, Kaipo, I know it's your favorite stop because of the energy you feel on the beach. There's nothing like it.
Yeah, there's nothing like it. Walking down the catwalk, it was Yago, Dora, up against
literally had to make a bridge over the fans to get to the water, right?
Yeah, and then he scored a 10-point ride flick in the final against Ethan Ewing for his maiden CT win.
I mean, how cool is that? First CT win, and you're scoring a 10-point ride in front of, your home country with so many thousands of people there. It's absolutely incredible. I want to see more of that catwalk. Looking forward to it.
I'm sure they're building another city on the beach. That starts June 22nd, by the way, the Vivo Rio Pro. But before we get there, we got to update you on the factory teams, the pit crews for all of our surfer. That's right, I'm talking about the Vista CT Shaper rankings. Flick.
Holy dooly.
Lost is running away with it.
Well and truly, I mean, hand this man, Matt Biolos, the world title. I mean, he's well and truly got that yellow jersey. And, I mean, there's just going to be some serious work done from Sharpeye. But, all those points really coming from Yago in the final. You've got Caroline, Gabby, they're riding for Mayhem. It's just, holy dooly, he's got to go 2 in a row.
Yeah, can Loss go back-to-back on shaping world titles? That's what we're talking about with this 2024 Vista CT Shaper rankings. Hey, Chris, time for a Corona shower.
There you go. I miss these. It's fun to see.
That's okay. That's okay, Chris. I think there's still some Corona left. So after this,
does a Corona Cero work for a shower?
Corona Cero post show. We can take our own Corona shower right after the end of this post show. But we're not done yet. We are not done on the Corona Cero post show. It's time. What? Our top 5 moments of the entire event. A punting Pink Panther, Chris.
Yeah, I'm going to put Mitchell Salazar's ceremony at number 6 because that was awesome. But this right here was so fun to watch. I mean, hometown hero, now global superstar, the Pink Panther, Brian Perez. One of the heirs of the event for sure. This is going to be a classic. I mean, that right there is a highlight for the year, the decade, whatever you got. Clutch surfing in his backyard. That right there was a magical moment.
Just disappeared from view, Flick. Where'd he go? Whoa, there he is. The disappearing Pantera Rosa, and the local crowd absolutely loved that moment, giving back to the community. Number 4, Gabby Bryan. Brian's back again.
Yeah, this was really cool to see. She is in absolutely fine form. I mean, just demonstrating again. She obviously got her first CT victory this year in Margaret River. But, went to Tahiti, couldn't back it up, couldn't find another good result, has come here and just found herself again and just, just really demonstrating, which I think we've kind of all known, but I feel like she's been flying under the radar for a while. And you know what? She even said it. AJ did some reporting, and Dog and her have been saying, you know what? We don't mind that we're the underdogs, that people, the attention isn't quite on us. And Gabby's been taking that in her stride. But, I mean, look out for her because she's just outside that Final 5 at the moment.
Number 3, Chris, we enjoyed the Dora Air Show.
Oh, surf, skate, relate. Floripa, rise up. I mean, there's a reason why we have so many radical human beings coming out of that part of Brazil. The culture there is really all about progression in every way. There's on the back streets, you got skate bowls, you've got a million ramps up and down every beach. The beach breaks there, textbook airwaves, and Yago shows us exactly why. His surfing has been so beloved for so long by people who love stuff like that. It was awesome all week long.
RTMF. And number 2, Caroline Marks goes back to back, winning another title here at Punta Roca, Flick.
Yeah, this is really cool to see and really hard job to do. You know, there's not many people that do that, and she has done it. And, you know, we've said it already, but this was the turning point last year. She went on to win her first world title, and her surfing just looks so good at this wave. It's so reminiscent of blowers. Big backhand hangers. I mean, perfectly timed. Great tempo, great rhythm. I mean, look out, Brazil. She's definitely got that target on the back, like you said, Chris, and Fiji.
Look out for Caroline. And going back to back for a world title. Speaking of world title, this guy's got 2. He wants 3. Our number 1 moment. Our men's winner, John Florence. By the way, he got a perfect 10 in the semifinal, Chris.
You know, if we were playing Mortal Kombat, you would have heard flawless victory. John Florence, unstoppable all week. He couldn't do anything wrong. You know, like, he was winning heats fairly easily, it seemed like. Some of the best combos that we've seen of the entire year. There was a 1-3 turn, 8.83 that I'm going to remember for the rest of my life. And then all the airs that he did. It's just pure entertainment. I mean, you've got the purists that are going to love the turns he did. You got the progressives that are going to love the airs he did. John Florence was on top of his game all week long.
All week long, and it's been a long drink in between CT victories, but John's back in the driver's seat. Yellow jersey goes on to Brazil, and John takes a CT win in his 4th final of the year this year. Flick?
Yeah.
I'm out of breath. I'm completely out of breath. But thank you so much for all the great energy all week long and the insight. Chris?
Thank you.
Couldn't do it without you, man.
Well, you're not going to take a Corona Shadow shower without me either. It's about to go down in here. Turn these cameras off.
We're going to take a Corona shower. Thank you all for watching. Enjoy the end of event highlights, and we will see you in Brazil. That starts June 22nd. Tune in. WorldSurfLeague.com for all the updates. Aloha. Welcome to El Salvador. Stop number 7. The race for the Final 5 really starts right here at Punta Roca.
I can't ask him for more, you know. It's too beautiful to be here, represent my country, represent my people. So grateful for this opportunity for sure.
All right, cool. Waves are pretty pumping. Clean, very good, perfect size. I think it's on. No, it's definitely on. It's the finals day.
know, I don't want to think too much, overthink stuff. I just want to go out there and enjoy the fun waves we're getting.
Everyone's so good and the level's so high that you don't want to make any mistakes. It felt good to put together a whole heat, so I'm stoked.
Marks gets the win. She is our back-to-back champion here in El Salvador.
Great performance by Yago, Dora. Exceptional surfing for John Florence. He's our champ for the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Give it up for John Florence.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.